Welcome back, everybody, to day 2, our actual full day of streaming. Yesterday, we hit 12 hours. What was cool was we actually got to the point at 3 a.m. last night. Ellis and I were playing a little Mario Golf at the time, having a blast.
It was fun.
It was fun. Yeah, I finished 2 under. Ellis finished 1 under. I was hype on that. Out of 3 holes, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Little mini game, okay. Anyway, we get to that moment, and we knew that we were going to run a couple minutes over from 3 a.m., and Elijah was like, all right, guys, you got to finish up quick because we may get kicked off of the stream because we've been streaming for 12 straight hours, and that's some sort of landmark where, your technology tells you, surprisingly, hey, this isn't healthy, you should stop. So that was, that's some pretty legit streaming that got done yesterday. But today, we start at 7 a.m., and if you're here with us, kudos to you, particularly if you were there at 3 a.m. last night, kudos to you. And we will stream again all the way through 3 a.m. tonight. And then even after that, or tomorrow morning, I guess, and then even after that, we're not done because you need to keep tuning in. On Sunday morning, we run all the way through midday, and we have a message for you and some other really cool things. So one of the things that we have on Sunday morning is an upper body weight training lifting tutorial that Ellis and I, we at the gym this week, we filmed a couple things. I talked through a couple things about weightlifting. I talked a little bit about nutrition because those are a lot of common questions that I get just around our church from our students and from some adults as well. And so we thought it'd be cool to film a segment because, we had a makeover segment that was actually really, really interesting, and it'd be really fun to go back and watch if you haven't seen it because Becca did a really great job, and Sydney was, she was a really great volunteer to have her hair done. But we're like, if we're going to have some hair being done, we can definitely do, a lifting segment because we know that there's people with different interests all over the place. So then if you look on your schedule today, if you have it anywhere, or if you saw it, it says something about us doing a HIIT workout this morning, which stands for high intensity interval training, in case you don't know. And waking up at 7 a.m., after being awake until 3:15 a.m., and then sleeping on an air mattress on the tile floor in a church, it doesn't really scream, let's get physical. So, with that in mind, what we're going to do this morning instead is Elijah's going to have some really cool we just call it quiet time, where he's going to walk you guys through almost like a legit Bible study and just a way to kind of focus your mind. And we're going to have a more peaceful thing. So here's a secret. I'm not a yoga guru, okay? So the stretches that we're about to do, you may be into yoga. And if you're into yoga and you're watching this and you're thinking, what is he doing? You're probably right. Because, again, I'm not a yoga or stretching guru. But what I do know is that, Ellis, are you pretty tight right now?
I'm extremely, yes.
Ellis and I, one of our greatest spiritual gifts is having super tight muscles and joints. And that for me comes from, Ellis was an athlete, I was an athlete, and that comes from years of lifting weights and playing sports without putting the proper emphasis on maintenance for my body. So that means that my joints are worn out, my actual muscles, my tendons, like everything I have in me that makes me move. If you could put like a stethoscope, one of those things that you listen to people's hearts with. If you could put one of those like up to my elbow, every time it bends, it would probably just be like, ah! So with that in mind, I don't want that to end up happening to you. So my thought is, okay, if I was 15, what would I need to hear from someone who has now been lifting for 12 years? And what I would tell you is pay attention to how to do things right, which you can find out tomorrow morning in the lifting tutorial, but also make sure you're doing a couple movements before you actually get lifting. Like, you got to warm your body up a little bit, because if you go in cold when you're 17, you can do that. And I don't want to sound like an old guy just, yelling from my lawn, like, just wait one day. And I'm only 27, but I feel like I'm 40. So I want you guys to avoid that. And if you're sitting at home and you're 40, do not come up to me tomorrow morning and be like, just wait until, I know. That's why we're doing this now, because I know that I'm screwed when I get old. So that's why we're doing this now. So what I'm going to do is intermittently, I'm going to talk to you guys through the mic, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And I'm basically just going to run you through some stretches that I do. Some of them have been compiled from my wife, who is a physical therapy assistant, and just gawks and laughs at how just non-flexible I am and just yells at me like, babe, do this, but in a super loving way because she cares. And so I'm going to tell you why I'm doing something and how we're going to do it. And I'm just going to run you through movements that Ellis and I do before we lift. So we're going to do some upper body stuff. Some of it's come from my own physical therapist to help me prevent tearing my rotator cuff, because that's a big thing I want to not do.
Good call. Good call.
I want to prevent it. I don't want it to happen. I hope that makes sense. And then we may do a couple lower body things, because I also suffered a serious back injury weightlifting when I was 19. So I'm going to walk you guys through some of the exercises that help me get away from that into kind of the healthiest deadlifting and squatting career that I've had. So anyway, first thing we're going to do is kind of work in our shoulders. So we're going to start. Ellis, you can go ahead and put your mic down and kind of walk through this while I'm still talking. So basically what I do, funny enough, I either use a wall, like an actual, like a concrete wall, and I would put like both of my hands up on the wall like this, or at the Y that I work out at in Powhatan, there's literally a concrete wall that's like up to here on me. On a normal person, it may be like up to their waist. To me, it's like up to my chest, right? So I walk up to it, and I put both my hands on it, and I kind of make a triangle or a diamond. I know you can't see, but I make a diamond with my hands, but just flat on the surface of the table. So I'm going to have Ellis do that while I do that. And then I straighten my elbows as much as I can get. And then what I do is I have just a slight bend, but I'm keeping that as a stable point. And then what I'm going to do is try to get as much stretch as I can through here. Now, what I do is gently work into it, and then I hold it for a little bit. So we're going to do that now. So I don't want to spend too much time off of the mic, because it's not really a super interesting video to just watch two old dudes kind of, crinkly do different movements. So I don't want to spend too much time off the mic. But
I felt that a lot.
You felt that a lot. That's right. So you will feel that a lot, and that's pulling here. I'm not going to I know the terms for muscles and things that I work when I lift them, but I'm not going to try to be some scientific explanations of it's working your. I know this is your butt, but it's working your gluteus maximus perfectly when you do. I don't know that. I just know that this is what kind of hurts, and this is what it feels like, and this is what I've been told to do to stretch it by someone who actually knows what they're talking about. So that's what I would do. I also will switch it up and do, I'll do it one arm at a time as well, but I would do that for a good minute and a half. I normally do 20 seconds on, kind of controlling my breathing, take a quick second, and I move through it. I'm never just all right, done. I'm always going to go down into the movement so I can feel the stretch really through there for real, and then I'm going to slowly move back up through it. And something that's important that gets overlooked that I didn't really used to pay attention to, but I've been corrected and told to pay attention to, is what the rest of your body is doing. So what you don't want to do when you're doing this is have the entire rest of your body just be So you want to make sure that you have a good stable core, that you're watching your breathing, you're recognizing what your core and your butt and your back is doing while you're doing this. So I've started to do things like I would functionally. So when I, bend down and touch my toes, when I was like a Gumby, kindergartner, and my gym teacher, before we played crab walk soccer, was like, all right, let's touch our toes. I would just be like, okay. And, I could basically touch China through the floor on the other side of the world. I was so flexible. But as I do things now, I try to do them more functionally fit. So what am I doing in the gym most of the time if I'm bending over? I'm either picking up a heavy weight to do something else. Well, a weight that's heavy for me, not heavy for everybody, but it's heavy for me. I'm picking up a weight that's going to be heavy, so I'm going to pick it up in a way that's safe. If I'm going to grab a dumbbell that weighs whatever it weighs, and I'm going to go do dumbbell presses, I'm not just going to walk up and haphazardly. Ellis laughs at me because I prep, to just pick up a weight to go get. I'm like, And I'll bend down. I'm making sure that I'm stable. I'm making sure that my back, I'm essentially doing the form I would do to do a proper deadlift. So I'm going to do the same thing when I'm stretching because I want to utilize the muscle in the same way. And that goes for any stretch you do. Like I'm thinking, how am I going to be using this muscle when I'm doing the stretch? So when I go, basically if I'm going to go to touch my toes, let me take my shoes off here. So if I'm going to go touch my toes, I'm not going to do it in the way that I normally would, like I was just talking about in kindergarten. I'm going to do it more, I'm going to put the mic down in a second, but I'm going to do it essentially like I would a deadlift. So I'm going to stabilize my core. I'm going to exhale, which I normally wouldn't do when I'm going down to do my deadlift, but it helps when you're stretching. I'm going to exhale. I'm going to keep my hands on my leg like this, and I'm basically just going to follow my leg down in proper form. So it'll look like this. And again, that was short, partly because we don't have all morning, but I would do that for probably five or so reps or just total movements where I'm holding that for about 10 to 15 seconds. And when I was getting physical therapy on my shoulder about a year ago, I actually had to stop lifting. I couldn't even pick the bar up off of my chest, which is only 45 pounds if you don't know, which is not a lot. And I couldn't even pick the bar up off of my chest because my shoulder hurt so much. So I needed this physical therapy, and he was telling me, I just had to the train just ran right off the tracks. 3 hours of sleep. Okay, so that was going to be super informative, but
I think that's we've already established lesson number 1. Stay up playing video games till 3:15. Wake up at 7. Not your best setup for any of this stuff we're talking about.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Sleep is equally as important in any sort of weightlifting or body composition training you're doing. Like if you're like, this is my body goal, you need to be hydrated, which is something I didn't do enough of. And you also, you need to sleep. Like it's vitally important as you get older, particularly. And when I say older, again, I don't mean when you're 40. I mean, this mess starts to hit you. Like I laugh because when I was 18, 17, I could roll up to a football field, just walk on and be like, yep, hand-eye coordination was there, movement was there. I got out the agility ladder the other day. If you guys don't know what that is, that's what you see like on a football movie where it's on the ground and, they're doing, I literally can't even move right now, but they're doing like the feet in, feet out, this kind of thing. I got one of those out the other day at the gym, and like in high school, agility was my thing. I wasn't super fast, straight line, but I was quick in small spaces. My feet felt like cinder blocks, dude. You just don't know. Like you will lose it if you don't work on it, so do these things. But anyway, I remember I was going to tell you. My physical therapist told me that an ideal stretching time frame is roughly 20 to 30 seconds. You can go longer than that, but for what I was doing for my lifts, and I'm sure that there are a lot of variables to how long you should do certain things. But when I'm going through my movements like that, I'm always aiming for something like that. So now I'm going to show you something. It's a similar vein to that. To the stretch that we did for our shoulders, but I'm going to incorporate my tricep. And which your tricep, if you don't know, is the group of muscles. Your triceps, plural, are the group of muscles that are on the back of your arm. Your biceps are on the top of your arm, is the easy way to explain it. So another thing that I developed by not being careful was pain in my elbows, all sorts of pain, whether it was on the back here where my tricep attached, whether it had to do with my elbow bending here, I had some serious pain that ran through my tendon here, and that will run all the way up through your shoulder. So everything in your body is interconnected. Like your body moves. It's built to move with units together. So you have to make sure you're maintaining everything because it will impact other things. For example, if you have serious back pain, like lower back pain here, there's a high chance that exists because either you hunch your shoulders like I do, and your head is forward, that impacts you here, even though it's happening up here, or that you have extremely tight hamstrings, which are on the back of your leg, and extremely tight glutes, which are your butt. If those are very tight, you will definitely lead to back pain here. And what was interesting to me is my my chiropractor. I went to see a chiropractor when I had my back injury, and he told me that a lot of the reasons that my back was hurting was because when it got injured, my brain essentially told my back to stop firing any nerves. It was like, he was like, you have a nerve issue because you injured your back, and essentially now your body is gun shy. So whenever, like, as I was moving, it all happens in like the blink of an eye because God created our bodies to be insane works of just engineering. It blows my mind. Whenever my body was like, okay, time to move, when it would send the signal to my brain, how are we going to do this? My brain would send back, and it was like, I don't know, but you're not using your lower back. Like, just instantly, it was like, no way, bro. Like, we know what happened when we did that last time, and it did not turn out good. So the point of that is that so many things through your body are interconnected. So I'm going to start with that kind of stretch that we had here. The next thing I'm going to do to help with my tricep is I'm going to use, again, this wall that's here, or you can use a wall in the gym and you would just put your arm up like this. A lot of times I do both. And I'll actually, sometimes I'll take the back of my hand right here and I'll kind of like cup it up against the back of my neck, kind of like right at the base of my head, just because it's stable and it kind of interlocks. And then, like Ellis, you can see what Ellis did is he'll grip his neck, which I'll do as well. But I'll put my elbow on the wall here, and I'll open up my stance so that I'm getting the maximum stretch that I can through my back and shoulder. And then I'll just slowly press down to help stabilize what I'm doing through that area. And I'm going to put my mic down for a sec. But before I do that, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'll take my other hand, and I'll push down on my wrist to really stretch my tricep like this. Again, I'll do that for both sides, but for the sake of time, I'm just going to do the one. And you can really feel that. You can feel it engage here, and then also you can feel it helping stretch out your elbow because your elbows are heavily, heavily used joints. So if you don't do things properly to make sure, that they're moving well, it's really easy to injure them. So that's another thing that I'll do. So now, Ellis, I'm going to go ahead and get on the floor, I think. So I'm going to wait a second because I think our cameraman who was switching is not at the switchboard to switch the angles. And I don't think you can see me unless we switch to a different camera angle. So, we're good? Oh, look at that. All right, I just got word that we're good. So Ellis and I are going to sit on the floor. Also, when you get old, you just have to make noises no matter what you do, trust me. All right, so for the sake of my hips and things like that, something that's really common that I've started doing, I'm going to turn to the side when I do this, so I'm going to be laying on the floor, and I want to get kind of flat. Like, I want it to be comfortable, but what I don't want to do is just be like, just kind of like slouching around. I want to be firm in what I'm doing. So I have my shoulders kind of pulled down and together behind me, and that's hard to do with one arm up, holding the mic. Then I just have my arms flat. I have my feet planted, and I feel very secure right now. Like, I feel secure because I'm here with my friend, Ellis. Ellis, how do you feel?
I feel great, man. This is pretty relaxing.
So, in all seriousness, I feel secure because I'm stable. Like, I feel like I have some stability on the floor right now. I'm going to take my leg, and I'm going to put it, and don't pay attention to what I'm doing now because I'm moving around so I can talk to you. And so normally I wouldn't be holding a mic, obviously. But just like with my arm that was cupped underneath my head for the other lift, I'm going to cup my heel, that C-U-P, I'm going to cup my heel onto my knee here. And then with that done, I'm going to pull this leg as close as I can, like my heel as close as I can to my butt on the floor. And then I'm going to push this down, not so that it hurts, but you'll start to feel that in your hip here. And the next step I'm going to do is, if I had both hands, I would literally just stick my arm through and grab my knee here, but because I'm holding the mic, I can't really do that. And then I would have my other hand around the other side, and I'm going to pick up like this and pull towards me. Now, when I do that, I'm going to be down with my shoulders pulled back. So I'm going to put the mic down for a second so you can actually see me do the movement. So what that movement is doing, if you were to do it, you can very obviously feel what's happening here. Ellis, what did that feel like?
It's an interesting. I don't have the vocabulary to describe that feeling this early in the morning.
It's real special. It doesn't feel great because Ellis and I are very tight, and a lot of times it doesn't feel great as in like it hurts like we're doing something wrong. It hurts so good, as they would say, I guess. Like
go.
it's desperately needed. So I'm gonna stand up so I'm not talking to you from the ground because that feels a little weird. But that's what I would do, and that opens up your hips. Like you can really feel that. And so a lot of things I do, like if I'm doing any sort of leg day, if I walk in, which I do 2 times a week, I know I'm going to do legs. I normally, I'm always going to be doing some form of bending and moving. Like whatever I'm doing with my legs, it's normally going to require some bending in my knees or some bending here at the trunk. So my encouragement to you, as we kind of run short on time here, I'm going to show you one more thing that I would do. But my encouragement to you is, again, make sure, you'll see when we do the tutorial tomorrow for weightlifting, that if I walk in to target a muscle, I'm going to focus on that muscle. So if I'm going to do something with my biceps, I'm going to be stable in my shoulders, stable in my back. I'm going to be stable everywhere so that only my bicep is moving the weight as much as possible. Because, again, your body is programmed to work together. So I'm trying to eliminate that as safely as possible to isolate things so my movements are efficient. I do the same thing when I'm stretching. Like I want to be stable. I don't want to be rocking all over the place. I'm not bouncing around. Like when I'm going to touch my toes, I'm not like, I'm not doing some sort of pulsating movement because that's not the most ideal, at least from the things that I've been taught by people who know what they're talking about and based on some research that I've done. So the last thing that I'll do, Ellis, we'll grab our handy dandy chairs here. So I'm just going to position this right here. And we're going to talk about stretching our quads, which are the front of your leg. So just to review, the biceps are the front of your arm, triceps are the back. On your legs, your hamstrings are the back of your legs, and your quads are the front. So I'm going to take one leg, and you can do this like on a bench at the gym. You could do this on your bed. Ideally, it would be a little taller. Like this is a little short, but we're going to compensate for that. And a lot of mistakes that people will make here is they will like be bent forward because it's easier. But doing something easier, you don't want to do something in a way that physically hurts you, but sometimes it's going to be uncomfortable because your stretching is called stretching for a reason. Like that's not a pleasant word. Okay, like you're stretching something that is old and rickety and is yelling at you to get off of its lawn, but you need to stretch it. So you want to stay up kind of straight. And you want to just bend, and that's going to create tension in your quad. And as I put my weight down, as my knee gets more and more bent, I can feel that pulling on my quad here. But again, I want to stay back. So I don't want to be way out in front. I want to be down, and I don't want the weight pulling forward. Like as I lean forward, my weight shifts to this leg, okay? I want to stay up and kind of sit down in my hips as I'm holding my weight up here, okay? So my foot is locked onto the chair here, or whatever the bench is that you have. Sometimes I'll use the safety bars that are in the squat rack. I'll put them up at a good height, and I'll be there. The same thing happens when you're, if you walk by a track meet, you see people stretching and they're doing this number or whatever. It's that same kind of thing, except it allows you to have more isolation, and you don't have to focus so much on balance. You can focus on stretching.
That's deep, man.
It gets deep. So we're running up short on time here. We're going to have a quick intermission while we set up for Elijah to lead you guys through some quiet time. But the words that I'll close with, I know you may have tuned in. Maybe you're at home wearing like your leg warmers and, you got your headband on. You're like, look, let's do some HIIT. No. So the last thing I'll just to sum it all up is, particularly if you're into any sort of physical activity, if you're a runner, if you're a weightlifter, you can find better sources of information than me. I'm promising you that. I don't know everything. I'm not a genius, particularly with this. But don't neglect it. Like if you feel like this isn't a great source of information, talk to someone who knows what they're talking about. Maybe do some research and discern what instructional videos you find are good ones, because there are some not good ones out there. Someone may be thinking this is not a good one, but the point is, find a way to learn how to properly stretch and make your body ready for whatever you're going to do. And I know it feels fine now because you're young, and I'm not being that guy, but I'm just telling you, it's not always going to be that way. And I say this in the instructional video too. Ellis kind of laughed. But you only get the joints that you're given. You know, maybe in 2050 they'll have some sort of nanite Superman technology that can fix them. But right now, you only have the joints you're given. So you should make sure that they're operating for as long as you can.
I would just add on, every human body is different. So, you'll find different people saying different things, but ultimately it's important that you find what works best for you. As long as you're doing it with proper form, then, that's great. But it's got to work for you. So.
Absolutely. And just a good example of that, we're going to get off here in like 1 minute. A good example of that is basically the way that our knees are built. So I think that or maybe camera one, I think, can get this shot. But basically, if you look at my body, if Ellis were to stand with his feet together like this, his legs kind of, they close, I mean, my dude's got a thigh gap because he's fit. He's cut up. But, his legs go together. My legs, what actually happens in my body, the way I was born, is that my hips are more open. So my legs are turned open. So when I naturally stand, my feet, and I'm not the only one, like I'm not a weirdo, I'm not like an amphibian. Like a lot of people have this, and some people are more turned in. It's just the way that your body, how you are. Now things over your lifespan impact that, but I was born like this way, so my feet naturally turn out. So when I bend down, because my hips operate the way they do, and because I'm so tight, when I bend down, if I'm close together and if my feet are straight forward, I can't squat this way. But it's partly because my ankles are not very flexible either, and that's stuff that I need to work on, but I can't bend down this way. So whenever I bend down, I kind of naturally have to do it more like a pregnant woman, where I have to like spread my feet. So if you see someone in the gym, like Ellis, for example, when he squats in the gym, it's really comfortable for him. We call it his athletic position, to be almost completely under his shoulders. But that works for him when he squats. Like that is an athletic stance. When I say athletic stance, I mean if you were going to try to jump as high as you could, where do your feet land? For me, if I were to do that, I would immediately do this, because that's naturally how my body is. You can see I'm pretty widespread, and when I squat, my feet are going to be at about a 40 degree angle, which is okay. Like that's perfectly acceptable. That's how your body operates. And then I'm going to be more open, and as I get lower, it's way easier for me if I'm a little farther spread apart, because that's how my body is naturally. So that's a good example of that. So we're going to take a quick intermission so that we can get set up for Elijah to lead you guys through some quiet time and some reflection in your Bible. So we hope you stay tuned for that, and we'll see you again soon.
And yeah, welcome to this quiet time segment here. I wanted to take, I said this in the worship segment last night um, when we were like prepping to go. We said that, we do all of this for a really distinct reason. And that reason is like connection with God, connection with Jesus. So we're not going to just contain that idea and that thought to just our worship moments, because I think more so than being in church and being with a large group of people, the investment of time that we make in our personal one-on-one time with God is equally as important. It's funny because a lot of what Tanner was saying for like the physical benefits of being intentional and being really focused on how all of you works when you stretch is kind of similar in a way to how this works with our relationship with Jesus. Like, all of it matters, and we can't just be a part of like one thing one time during the week and expect like to hear from God regularly or feel like he's always around. I often feel like this is the trap, if I can be honest, that people find themselves in. They hear when they come to church every week, oh, God, God listens and he hears when you speak and he's faithful to respond and all that. And all that's true. And I think all that is still true, even if you do only come once a week to like a church service or, a worship service or something like that. But the more you do that through other things like small group or quiet time, which we're going to do here in a minute, the more you're going to be able to hear and notice the presence of God in those things in your life. And I think we can neglect this time, something like a quiet time. Now, I call it a quiet time, not because it necessarily has to be quiet. Obviously, though, like to separate out the other distractions is sort of like the idea behind it being quiet time, and it really just be you and God. You and God. So yeah, we're gonna do that this morning for the next 20 minutes or so. We're gonna use a book to guide us through it, and then of course I'll talk along the way. But we'll actually do one together. Now I know you don't have the book, but I'm gonna read every bit of it to you, and we're gonna do that. So I know because you're on the live stream, like you have to have your phone around if you want to be a part of this. But let me just say right at the top that whenever you do this, I find it absolutely most valuable if you bring like a hard copy of a Bible with you instead of your phone. Because yeah, we have the Bibles on our phones and they really are great, and I don't think there's anything magic about the paper. What I do think that's great about the paper is it can't alert you of anything else. And I know you say, well, I'll put it on airplane mode or I'll do whatever, but if you're anything like me, it's still really easy, even without the alert, to just be like habitually go open something else like email or Facebook or Instagram or whatever it is. Even if it wasn't telling you something was around, I just want to, as much as possible, just like in all of my life, to not like to distance myself from the use of the phone. I think I'm about to sneeze. Yeah, there we go. Whew, I was waiting on that. Oh, that feels good. All right. So I just want to distance myself from the attachment to this, right? So I don't want to have this around and it be another thing that my phone is involved in my life. So I'll bring a physical Bible for sure to any time I do like a sort of quiet time. And there's, of course, exceptions, or sometimes there's not one around. And I'm not going to neglect the time just because I don't have a physical Bible. But, of course, if I'm choosing, we're bringing this. Oh, and I'll smack the mic when I do it. So the other thing that I have here is another book. This is called The Reservoir. Beth Stoddard here at PCC has been doing this with a few of us that attend the church and who are on staff. And this is just one of about 10,000 books that could lead you through a quiet time moment. Like Tanner said about workout videos, like, I don't think all of them are great. And I think some research into, what it actually says and what it's going to try and teach you is warranted and needed. Oftentimes, though, we can do that through whoever wrote it or whatever organization wrote it. Like, if you know them to be solid and their theology's solid, and if you don't agree on everything, if you know it to be good and solid like that, then it's a pretty safe bet that whatever they write is going to fall in line with that and it'll work. So this is called The Reservoir. It's a 15-month weekday, so 5 days a week for 15 months, spiritual formation devotional. So these are really short. Like, you can do these ones in particular for 5 minutes, or you can do them for 20, which, like I said, is what we're going to do. Well, more accurately, we're going to do about 15 because I've been talking a little bit. But this is a really good one. I recommend it if you're looking for something. But like I said, there's about unlimited number of options. So the point is to do it. To actually make it happen, and don't be like, well, there's so many options, I'm just not going to even bother with it. No, do the research, and if you need something like this to guide you through, then do that. Of course, you could literally just pick up your Bible and begin to read, as long as you're really intentional about saying, hey, God, I want to hear from you. What are you trying to teach me through what I'm reading? And you actually do some critical thinking about what it is you read, then you can definitely just do it with a Bible. You don't actually need this. But this is obviously pretty helpful to get some of that critical thinking stirring in your mind. So I just alluded to it, but to start any sort of quiet time, I want to say a short prayer to myself, just asking that God meet me in it. And I want to hear from him, and I want to know what he's trying to tell me. So we're going to do that now, and then we're going to jump into the first day of this reservoir right here. Lord, I thank you for the opportunity to be here and to spend time with you. Lord, would you meet me in this place? Lord, the things I read, would you meet me in those? And God, if it's your will to speak to me through any of it, God, I pray that I hear you, that I have ears to hear, Lord, that you speak to me, and I actually respond and move on it, God. Thank you for your faithfulness and your promise to be there when we seek you out. I pray I feel that in this moment. It's in your name. Amen. All right, so obviously it's a little counterintuitive because I'm doing this on YouTube, but whenever you do this, go somewhere totally by yourself. And it can even be your own bedroom. Just, shut the door, really. Just be there by yourself. But, you can go outside if you have a nice back porch or front porch, or, anywhere, really. Anywhere where you're going to be able to get away. I keep whacking this mic, which is awesome. Anywhere where you're going to be able to get away and make this intentional time. So, with all that out of the way, this one is called Monday, and the question is, what is spiritual formation? There's a quote at the top that says, spiritual formation is the process by which the human spirit or will is given a definite form, or character. It happens to everyone. That's a quote by Dallas Willard. Spiritual formation is the process by which the human spirit or will is given, why am I struggling with this? A definite form. I want to say definitive. That's what I keep wanting to say. The human spirit or will is given a definite form or character. It happens to everyone. So then the paragraph in this book says this: the inner being of each one of us, our personality, our character, and will, is gradually shaped by everything and everyone we spend time with. Most of us are completely unaware of this formation process. When we do become aware of issues in the way we've been formed, for example, a struggle with anger or pride or insecurity, we often don't know how the problem developed or what we can do about it. The good news is that there is something we can do about who we are now and about who we are becoming. I love that line. An awareness of our own spiritual formation will allow us to become more intentional about what and who we let shape us. I love that one line there. And if I'm doing quiet time, I'm going to go back and read this to myself. The good news is that there is something we can do about who we are now and about who we are becoming. I love that, because I feel like a lot of people, including myself, in certain situations in my life, feel like, oh, that's just the way I am. I'm never going to be different than that. I'm always going to think negatively first. I'm always going to, assume the worst. I'm always going to worry about the small stuff. I'm always going to, fill in the blank, something you don't really like or find valuable in your own character. You just say, oh, I've just always been that way, so that's just the way I'm going to be. And this is trying to tell us it doesn't have to be. The good news is that there is something we can do about who we are right now and about who we are becoming. That something is being more intentional about what and who we let shape us. Because as he said, everything around us, people and activities and things, they're all shaping us gradually. And this isn't just some spiritual concept. That's just literal truth. Any sort of cultural study will tell you that you are shaped by the culture you grow up in. You're shaped by the family you grow up in subconsciously. I say against your will, but it's not really against your will. You just don't even know it. We all believe things that we believe because that's how we came up. And that is a direct result of the people and the things around us. So this information isn't new. It just applies to all of us, including our spirituality, including to how we feel about God and how we feel about ourselves. So yeah, that's awesome. So now I want us to read Philippians 4, 4 through 8. So that's when I have the physical Bible on hand or ready. I knew it was going to have us read that, so I bookmarked it ahead of time. But Philippians 4, 4 through 8 says this: Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. So that's 4 and 5. And normally I wouldn't do this, but I think this is important, an important aside. It doesn't have too much to do with quiet time, but this is something you can do as a part of quiet time. Philippians 4, 6 through 8 I've memorized because they have become critical life verses for me. And I don't even want to have to rely on having a Bible or my phone around to be able to know it and to say it over myself and over other people in certain situations. So 4 and 5 are rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. And then 6 through 8 say, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. And then 4:8 might be something you recognize. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. That verse is famous for a good reason, because that is powerful. I don't recite that verse to flex on anybody. Like I said, I have taken intentional quiet time, just like something I would do like this, without the book, just with scripture, and memorized several key scriptures. Again, because I want to always have them at the ready. So when I do something opposite, then think about whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, the whole rest of it, then I can be like, no, think about this. And I can remind myself right there in the moment. And I don't have to be like, what was that one verse that talks about thinking about stuff? I don't quite remember it. Oh, well. And then I move on. No, I want that one nearby. There are like several others. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 is another one. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Acknowledge him in every way, and he will make your path straight. Like, I'm always going to have that at the ready because I want to know that in every part of my life. Like, if I don't understand something, I can say, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Like, I can just say, you know what? It doesn't necessarily matter that I don't understand what's going on or why this might happen this way. If I'll just trust in the Lord with all my heart, he's going to make my path straight. Acknowledge him in every way, he's going to make my path straight. So, anyway, that was just an aside to say, memorizing scripture is important, and I recommend that you do it. It just so happens that this one, I'm sure almost every other page in this book is going to have a scripture that I have not memorized. This one, though, does. So, pretty cool. Anyway, so that's being read, and then we have just 4 questions here, like critical thinking questions. So the first one is, there are many forces, families, schools, churches, entertainment, politics, advertising, arts, etc., competing to form the human beings within them. Which forces seem to have the most influence on your own formation and that of those around you? So this question just wants to start me thinking, well, what are these forces or people or things around me that probably alter who I am the most, my own formation? So I'm of course going to answer these for you, for me, but obviously you need to answer them for yourself. And in quiet time, I would just think about these things. And personally, I know that this like sounds. I'll physically talk to myself out loud, not like have a conversation, but what would normally go on in my head, I'll actually say it out loud during a quiet time, because for me, it's just an extra step. Like, if I had to think it and then say it, then I've kind of thought about it twice. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I've been really intentional about taking it from like just a headspace, head knowledge, to I've actually put it out, like into the air. And I don't know, to me, something about that feels more official. So anyway, so I'll do something like that. I'll say, well, what forces seem to have the most influence in my formation? My family, for sure. And then for me personally, church is huge. Obviously, I work here. I've grown up in the church. Church has been absolutely critical in the formation of who I am. And then out of this short list he gave here, the other one actually is entertainment, and I'll get to that a little more in a second. But like, yeah, the things I watch, the things I consume, the video games I play, stuff like that. Entertainment definitely has partly shaped who I am. We had a whole debate last night about, the shows that formed us when we were younger, basically. We didn't call it that, but for a lot of us, a lot of those shows did that. So, yeah, entertainment's another huge one for me as well. So the second question is, what and who has most shaped you in the way you see the world? So there are several answers to this too. And I think family is going to work in this one as well, of course. My mom, for sure, has shaped a lot of the way that I see the world. My wife, of course, we spend a lot of time together, so she shaped a lot of the way I see the world. My daughter, even though she hasn't like physically taught me anything yet, I guess, maybe reminded me of some things, like take life intentionally, and you don't have to worry about small stuff, and all that, even though she does throw tantrums over small stuff. But the point is she's kind of just taught me by example, or reminded me by example. But even more than that, just her existence in general, like the idea of being a father, you can't actually fully capture until you are one. And yeah, it changes a lot about how you see the world. So yeah, definitely them would be the most, for sure. Question 3, what is one thing you would like to give more influence in your formation? And then the inverse, what is one thing you'd like to see have less power over you? So for me, I'll start with the more. I would continue to include my family in this. Like, I might be a little biased, but I think my immediate family are extremely good people who have great values, and I want to continue to learn from them. learn how to be a better person, learn how to be more hospitable. Both my mom and my wife are extremely hospitable people, and I feel like I've learned a lot of that from them, but I still have a long way to go. So I want to do that for sure. And then church would be another one. Like I want the ideas and ideals of the church and of Scripture and of Jesus, of course, to continue to influence me. By the way, I obviously could say Jesus for this and mean it, but, I'm not trying to go Sunday school on you. Yes, I want Jesus to have the most influence in my life, but everybody else competes for second in my life. Like, just period, no shame in saying that. My wife, my daughter, my family. Jesus is one, everybody else is two or below. So, let's just assume that, all right? What's one thing you'd like to have to see less power over you? This would definitely be entertainment. So what I find is with entertainment for me, it does it at the top of this. He talked about we're all being formed and we might not know it. Entertainment more than anything else does this to me. I'll notice literally in my life where if I've just, I don't know, wasted a lot of time on YouTube lately, or watched a particular show, or listened to a particular musical artist for a while, it'll start to affect my outlook. And some of it's temporary, I'll just feel like I'm in more of a drab place for the moment. But some of it has had lasting impact, and I won't realize it until until it actually starts affecting the relationships around me that I care about. And then I'm like, wait, why did I act like that? And of course I'm not going to blame it 100% on some YouTube creator or something like that, but it's all played a part, is my point. All of it together has played a part. And the decisions I make, I 100% own. But it all shapes us and shapes me in particular the more I do it. And this is a gradual, over a long stretch of time process. It's not like I'll listen to a single song or album and then the next day, do something that I feel like's out of character. It's not that. It takes a long time. So, for example, I grew up on a band called Breaking Benjamin. Great band. Still would listen to their music today. But if I listen to too much of their music for too long, I feel like I'm just a little angrier in normal situations that I wouldn't otherwise be. And I know that doesn't, you might laugh at that, but I do see it in myself. And again, it's not their fault. It's just that gradual over time thing. It kind of wears on you. Same with video games. If I play, particular video games, which I don't play anything crazy over the top, like Grand Theft Auto or anything like that. But if I play certain video games, I'll be able to tell that I'm maybe just a little more. I'm pretty competitive when it comes to games, so I'll be quicker tempered or annoyed, if something doesn't go my way, because that's the competitive spirit that the game has brought to the forefront in my life. And then just in another normal situation, I'll have a similar reaction to if I had lost the game. I'll be like, okay, I think I'm playing too much games right now. I need to pull it back, So all I have to say is I wish entertainment did not have that effect on me as much as it does. For you, it might not, and that's great. But for me, that's what it is. And so, yeah, I wish it had less influence in my life. I know one way I could solve that. Just use it less. I get that. But, easier said than done. You know what I mean? So number 4, last question, and we're going to wrap up with this question. So what does the Apostle Paul seem to be saying about spiritual formation in today's passage? For me, I've actually, as I said, I memorized this passage, or most of it. So this has been really critical, something I've been learning. I actually told the small group I'm in a few weeks ago this, but to me personally, and I think there are a lot of ways to interpret it, but to me personally in my life right now, Paul's saying, look, you gotta really focus on your mind and where your mind goes. Similar to Tanner and Ellis saying, really focusing on your stretching is key component to living the rest of your life, so your joints aren't creaky, so you don't wake up with back pain, stuff like that. If we can focus on our joints and stretching properly and doing workouts with proper form, then the rest of our lives will benefit. I really think Paul is saying you must work on your mind because it will affect the rest of your life. It's not just, oh, I have happy thoughts now. It's like in situations where subconsciously I'm just acting, I'm gonna respond more favorably. I'm gonna be a better person. I'm gonna be more like Christ if I'll focus on whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, excellent, or praiseworthy. If I can do my best to think about these things all the time, that doesn't mean ignore the hard stuff, because whatever's true, that's not always good, right? Whatever's true, whatever is right, right doesn't always feel great. You know what I mean? Hard conversations and stuff like that, you might know you need to have them, but it don't always feel great. My point is Paul isn't just saying fill your mind with happy thoughts and that's it. But he's saying if you'll focus on these things in the rest of your life, it will have an impact, a dramatic impact in who you are and how you're being formed and how you're going to respond in certain scenarios and situations. And that has really been working on me lately because I think it's critical, and I've already seen it affect my life. The more when I start thinking negatively, or when I start thinking about other stuff other than what's in there, I'm just like, nope, whatever's true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, excellent, praiseworthy, I'm going to think about that right now. I'm going to think about that. And again, that doesn't always equal happy. Doesn't always equal pleasant to think about. But if I'll do that, I'll be forming my mind, which trickles into the rest of my life. So anyway, I will talk through all of that in quiet time to myself. I'll write some stuff down sometimes. I find that journaling is not very helpful to me, but to you it might be. So you can do that, obviously. And then, of course, I will end with some sort of prayer, which I will do now. So when I'm done praying, that'll be the end of the segment. We'll have another intermission. We'll flip over and get to the next thing. But let's pray together to end this time. God, thank you for the opportunity to be in your presence. Lord, I know for me this is true, but I think almost all of us don't appreciate how just ludicrous and absurd it is that you've invited us into your presence. Lord, the creator and sustainer of literally everything in the universe, says, I want to meet with you. I want to meet regularly with you. I want to talk to you. God, that's incredible. So may we take advantage of the invitation all the time, regularly. Lord, because to hear from you is to hear life. To hear your words is to be given life, a well that never runs dry. God. So whatever is true and noble and right and pure and lovely and admirable and excellent and praiseworthy, would those thoughts run through my mind today? Would those thoughts run through my mind today? And tomorrow, I'll ask the same thing. I thank you. I love you. Thank you for inviting me into your presence. I look forward to the next time. It's in your name that I pray. Amen.
Well, good morning. Pardon my sick voice. I have a bit of a sinus infection. But I am super excited. We are going to do some makeup this morning. I hope that you can hear me. So ignore the sniffling and the tea drinking in between. But I am going to do kind of like a little bit darker of a daytime makeup, kind of if you're like going out to dinner or something like that. But I'm going to start off with what I would normally do, which is skincare, which in my opinion is like the most important part of when you do makeup. Because if you don't have a good base, then your makeup is going to look nasty. Normally I would do my skincare first, and then go and do like my hair or something and then come back and do my makeup. But for the purposes of this morning, I'm just going to do skincare and then move on. If you are like me, I normally have combination skin. So usually like my T-zone is super oily. Everywhere else is super dry and it gets really cakey. So I tend to use a lot of hydrating products, and I only put powder where I need it. So to start off, I use, I also have really, really sensitive skin. I break out with most everything. So with skincare, I go pretty organic and pretty natural. So I use Beauty Counter moisturizer. This is the Counter Match. They have a bunch of different kinds for different skin combinations, but this one's a kind of a good middle ground, which is good for me because I have combination skin. If I'm breaking out, which I am right now, I just forgot to pack it, I will bring my Beauty Counter serum for acne and put that on first, just to kind of help make sure that I am balancing out and cleaning out my skin of all the bacteria which is causing the breakouts. But I think the breakouts are coming from all of my sick medicine. And then on top of that, I'm going to let this kind of sit in for a few minutes, but again, I only have an hour, so. I use the Pacifica C and C Love Vitamin C Serum. I love this one. I get this one at Target. I think it's like $17, but it lasts you a really long time. So just put a few drops of that on. And I'm not professional with makeup or anything, but I noticed for my skin, I do this twice a day. I do this in the morning and at night, the same regimen. But I noticed for me, if I put my serum on top of my moisturizer, it stays a lot better. If I do serum and then moisturizer, I wake up my skin still like a little bit dry. I don't know why. Some of you may know the answer, but that's just what I do. And then for my eye cream, I also use Beauty Counter. This is the Counter Time under eye cream. No one tells you when you get pregnant, you get really bad bags underneath your eyes because you don't sleep anymore. So this is is really helpful. Plus, for me, my under eyes get really cakey with concealer. No matter what concealer I use, I have yet to find one that doesn't make it cakey. So I'll just kind of rub that in, let that set for a minute. So I'm going to talk about a few different primers, excuse me, that I use depending on what I'm kind of looking for. So I have like 5 different kinds of primers, but I've been pretty much sticking with the same one. For me, I get really big pores, like right here, I think because of my combination skin, this area just stays a little bit more oily. So if I'm really going for like a full-on like glam makeup look, I'll actually use 2 different primers. I will use the e.l.f. Poreless Putty Primer. In this one, it looks like putty, like for real, but you have to put it on, and you have to let it sit for a few minutes before you can apply foundation on top of it. So sometimes I'll apply that just kind of like right here, and then I'll put another one on top of it. I also like the Makeup Revolution Glass Skin Primer. This one gives you like a really dewy, kind of like wet look. My only complaint about this one is it's really slick, like a silicone. So if you have to like put a mask on to go somewhere, like if you're not just going to be like around the house or going to take pictures or something, I would not recommend this one because it does wipe off pretty easily, but it does make your skin look really, really pretty and just really dewy and natural. I used to use this one. I don't like L'Oreal brand personally. I didn't realize it was L'Oreal when I first bought it. But this one is like a illuminating primer. It has like a pearlized finish to it, which I did like that portion of it, but I'm not a big fan of L'Oreal. But I did try the e.l.f. Mint Melt. A lot of people tried this one and they compared it a lot to the Watermelon Jelly Pop one. And a lot of people said they like this one just a little bit more. This one is super sticky, like really, really sticky. But it helps like make that foundation stick to your face all day. So if I'm really going for like a flawless finish look, I'll do the e.l.f. Poreless Putty here, let that sit for a few minutes. I do not apply this until right before I do my foundation because it is really tacky, and you want it to stick to your eyelids or to your face. So while my skincare is setting, I'm going to go ahead and start on the eyes. And Tarte is my all-time favorite brand, but I ran out of their foundation. So until I can get my shade back, I went with the number 7 foundation. But I do use a lot of their eye products. I love their eyeshadows. They're super pigmented. And for Christmas, I picked up this 3 set of eyeshadows, which I absolutely love. So this one, oops, I almost dropped it. If I can open it, is very much like a spring day in my opinion. It has like a lot of pinks, really pretty golds, some dark purple tones, and I like that it has a mix of shimmer and mattes and a really pretty brow bone highlighting color. Excuse me. This one is my favorite, especially for the fall. But this one is their little toasted palette. This is my favorite shade. It is such a pretty, like bronzy color, especially when you're going for like those fall shades, or if you want a really dramatic eye, which we will be dipping into some of these today when I do the eye look. And this one is my favorite every day. I think I wore this one on my wedding day. This one is a Tartelette in Bloom. This is just a really pretty all-around palette. As you can tell, I love the shade the most. But it has just like a lot of really nice, like they have some darker tones if you want to deepen up the eye. But it's just a really pretty natural, like overall eye color look. So I'm going to go in and start priming my eyes. I'm not a big fan of this one, so I actually prime my eyes with 2 different things. This is the e.l.f., just their sheer eyelid primer. Just take a little bit here. And then I just take a small concealer beauty blender, just tap that in. And then I also take, I only take this because I bought it and I didn't want to waste it. It's the Tarte Camo Concealer Matte Finish. I tried to find, like I said earlier, a concealer that didn't make me look cakey. Could not find one, and I was like, well, I already paid for it, so I'm going to use it. So that's what I use to second conceal my eyelids. I don't do this for like an everyday. I only do it if I'm like really trying to make my makeup last long. Like my husband teaches ballroom dance, so I'll double conceal my eyelids just because you get really kind of sweaty and gross dancing for a few hours. So I'll put that on just to make sure that my eyeshadow stays in place and doesn't crease. Just because of my eye shape, it tends to, like right here, it'll crease really bad, or my actual eyelid will just, the shimmer will be like non-existent at that point. And then I take my Tarte Kind Is the New Pretty Shape Tape Pressed Powder in Light Medium Sand. I love this face powder. It's really, really nice. Where's my brush? And I'll just kind of set my eyes with that. I don't like, some people like a sticky eyeshadow base. I do not. I don't like it at all. I find it's really hard to blend out the colors in the way that I want them. And once you place that pigment, like, there is no going back from it. So you really have to be confident in what you're applying. And 90% of the time, I kind of just wing it. So, not a fan of that. So, let's see which color I want to start off with. I think I'll do this one. So, I'm going to go in with this shade in the Tarte. This one's a Little Juicy palette. This one, I believe, is called Precious. It's a really pretty, like, champagne color. I love that for the base because on top of it, I'm going to put the e.l.f. I think it's called Moon. They have like these little $5 like liquid eyeshadows that are super pigmented. They're really, really pretty. I got the shimmer one last time. It was fine, but it gave more sparkles than it did like actual pigment. So this time I picked up the metallic shade in the same color, and it actually worked a heck of a lot better. So I'm going to go in with the shade Precious. And just stick that on my eyelids, all over. Also, sorry for any sniffling and coughing that you're going to hear throughout this entire video. Nothing fancy. I just throw that over my whole eyelid just to kind of get a start of where I want to start placing those shadows. And I actually go back in and I do this almost last, and then I just take my transition shade and just kind of run it over top really quickly. I personally love like a sparkly eyeshadow. I don't like matte eyeshadows. Just for me, they just don't really look good on me. I like matte in the creases and on the outer corner, but for my actual eyelid, I like shimmer all the way. I've tried all the matte looks, they just do not look good on me. So, this one is honestly just an e.l.f. crease brush. I got it in like an Ipsy bag or something forever ago. If you don't know what Ipsy bags are, it's like a little like subscription thing, and they send you some makeup. But normally this makeup look takes me about like 15 minutes, give or take. But I'm going to be slowing it down for the purpose of this one. So I'm going to take this shade. It's either Flicker or Bundled Up. I'm honestly not quite positive. But this one's just like a really nice, like a light brown. And this will just help blend out all of your other colors. Because if you start with a dark color and try to blend that in, it's not going to go well for you, and it's going to stick wherever you put it. Where with this one, even though you can barely tell that it's on my eye, if you put this on, it will just help blend out all of the other colors that you have. And it gives a really pretty, like, it makes it look like you have kind of like a halo effect on your eyes, because you have like multi different colors, but it's not like super oblivious that you've like layered 3 shades on top of it, if that makes any sense. So I like this shade. It's a really nice neutral, where it's not too dark, but it's enough to where you can, you know, tell that you put something on it. So then with the same brush, I'm going to go in with this middle shade here, which is called Cozy, and this is in the Little Toasted Tartlet palette. And I'm just going to start in the outer corner. And like I said, Tarte eyeshadows are super, super pigmented. So I start off with very minimal amounts, and I'll kind of just like pack it into the outer corner, and then I'll start to drag it up, because if you start like right here and start going, it's going to be super dark wherever you first placed it. And you normally want the darkest part of your eye to be on the outside, because it makes your eyes look bigger. For most eye shapes, that's generally the rule of thumb. So I'm going to go on this side. Just slowly blending that in. And I tend to do small, like, circular motions, flicking it up. If you just go in like this, or like back and forth, it's not going to make the pigment like shift as well, and it can look really patchy. I have figured that out the hard way, because you always see like the YouTubers doing it that way, and I was like, they're just doing that to be fancy. But it actually really helps place your pigment a lot better. And then once I get that to a nice color that I want it, you don't want it to be too dark, but you want it to be dark enough that once you put the outer color on, you don't have to blend up as much. But just because I'm obsessed with this one color, I think it's called Blaze, this one right here, I'm going to add just a little bit of that into my crease. I also shake off my brush, because they don't have super bad fallout with Tarte eyeshadows, but you do get just like a little bit of it. And I don't want it to be falling out down here. That's also why I don't do my foundation first. Some people do, and they'll just leave like the HD like setting powder down here. Totally your preference. I just like to do it afterwards, that way I can clean up any mistakes that I have, and I can use concealer to kind of like, the harsh line does not look good on my eye shape either. I tried it. It's not a look for me. I rolled with it, but it did not look good. So I like to just make sure if I have any like weird lines, I can kind of just blend it out like a little bit rounded with my concealer blender. But so I'm going to take the shade, I believe it's called Blaze, but I could be wrong on that one. And again, I'm just going to start in the outer corner. I'm just going to flick that up. Blend that in. I just like the little bit of like a red tone that it has, like a coppery. I think it looks really pretty, especially for, excuse me, hiccups, evening makeup. I think it looks really nice. And then I actually take my big fluffy brush before I use it. I'm going to go back in that shade, I think it's called Flicker or Bundled Up, in that first transition shade that we had. And I'm just going to go in and like roughly blend out any like, because you can see there's like a harsh line like right here. I'm just going to blend that out just slightly, just to make sure that it's not like a hardcore like oval shape, because that does not look very good. We want it to kind of look like the color is just like fading upwards a little bit. So next is the Commitment shade. Once you put this shade on your eyelid, there's no going back. It is the darkest color that you're going to use. And this one, I believe, is called Heat Wave. I never know how to read the back of these little things because I always get them flipped. But it's going to be this really dark brown shade. They have a really nice brown in the Tartelette in Bloom palette right here, but it's more of a cool tone brown. And since we're working with a lot of warm tones with the like reds and oranges and stuff, I'm going to stick with the warm tone brown just to make sure that I'm not like kind of mixing different color palettes. And it would look a little bit weird if I had like an ashy brown when everything else has that like really nice warm yellow orangey undertones. It just wouldn't look quite right because I made that mistake before. So I take a really, really, really small amount of the dark brown and I just start placing it. I just tap it in right in the outer corner, and I don't go out as far as you can probably see. Like right here is the like reddish orange shade. I don't take the dark brown that far out because I'm going to blend it out in a second, because if you start it out dark like farther out, it's going to be really hard to blend into those other colors and it does not look as nice. So I'll just start. This one I do press in because I don't want it to move too much, because where I place it is where I want it to stay. And then I'll lightly like flick it out from there. Very, very slightly. I don't take it, I'll take like whatever's left over and lightly brush it into the crease, but not too much because you don't want the darkest shade to be like right here. It'll kind of cut off your eyelid just a little bit for my eye shape. I like to draw my eyes out because it makes them look larger for me. That's what I like to do with those. So I'm just going to keep packing that dark shade right here on the corner. And lightly flicking it out. And then this is the Elizabeth Mott tapered blending brush. I think I also got this one in an Ipsy bag as well. But I'm just going to take this and just blend everything out with it, just to make sure that all the colors are like nice and combined. We don't want any harsh lines. And I like when you put that like champagne color underneath that we had earlier. It kind of makes the matte shadows almost look like a little bit shimmery without being in your face. Because I've noticed if I do like an all shimmery look, it doesn't have that dark enough tone that I really like to it. So I like to add the shimmery on my whole eyelid. That way it kind of puts a little bit of sparkle underneath the matte shades. And I put down, let me close that lid because knowing my luck, I will hit it and it will fall. And then Elijah will be mad at me. So we're going to do the same thing on the other eye with that dark color. Just pressing it in. And my eyes are actually two slightly different shapes. This one is more like almond. So I have to do my eyeshadow like slightly different. Not drastically, just slightly, just to make sure I can kind of get them to look similar. But it's not, most people's faces are very symmetric. Okay. Take this and just blend it in. Yeah, I don't pick up usually most any product on this one. I just like to blend it in. I like the smaller one just because I'm able to place my pigments just a little bit better. If I'm like running out the door and I'm trying to throw this makeup on, I use the, this is from probably like high school though, to be honest. This is my Urban Decay palette eyeshadow brush that I've had for eternity. And I honestly think I have like 4 of them, and I don't know what happened to the rest of them. But I like this one, excuse me, because I can place it where I really want it to go. But if I am in a rush, I'll take this one, throw that like champagne color on my whole eyelid, take this one, dip it, just slap it on really quickly, and then kind of like run out the door because it's easier. But if I have time to like really work with it, excuse me, and blend it the way that I want to, I can get it to look really nice. And something that I've been doing, because, which I'll get to that in a minute too, but I bought the wrong liquid eyeliner. I prefer the NYX. I use liquid. I do not use pencil. I'll use pencil on the bottom a little. I've never liked pencil eyeshadow. I've never been able to get the sharp lines that I like with pencil eyeliner. I've been using liquid probably since like high school. I think this is what my mom used, so I just by default used it. I prefer the, I have it, but it's empty. I saved it because I liked the NYX matte liquid liner. This one's my personal favorite. I've tried lots of liquids. I don't mind a felt tip, which, let me see, actually, if I can do a felt tip. So this is like a felt tip right here. It, like, you can just kind of bend it around. I have this brown because I like it for like my natural makeup days. I do like a felt tip. That's actually what I used to use for many, many years. And then I switched to this one, which it's kind of old and clumpy. But this one's actually a brush. I like it because it has a little bit more like bend to it, and I can kind of shape it a little bit easier with where I want it to go, which I like. And the felt tip, sometimes if you push too hard, you can get a little bit too much product out, and you don't want that. Let me get some of this makeup off my hand. If you've ever swatched makeup at Ulta, you know if you leave it on too long, it'll like seep into the pores on your hand. It'll be there for days. Grab some water. But when I went to either Target or Ulta, I don't remember which one, to grab more eyeliner, they didn't have, I like the matte black. They have a pearlized black. It's not my personal favorite. I like a really deep, sharp black line when I do my eyeliner. I do like their brown. I have their brown as well, like I said, for like natural days. But I went to e.l.f. and I got their precision liquid eyeliner. It's fine. It's not really dark. It's a little bit kind of thin of like a formula, which is not my favorite. I don't want to have to go over it like 4 times. But I've noticed the only part of my makeup that it ever gets a little bit weird, like it gets a little bit like thin, is on the shimmer shades. So I think it just can't quite cover the pigment of the shimmer, which is completely fine. I'll just go over my eyelid just a little bit more. And I think this was like $4, and my other one was like $15. So not too bad, but it's just not my personal favorite. So to top off the shimmery eyeshadow, if I'm doing like a night out sort of look, I'll either top it with ColourPop Frog. This one is a loose shimmer shade, but it's really pretty. It has like a little bit of like blue reflex in it. I love this shade. It's really, really pretty. But I think I'm going to go in today with the e.l.f. Moon that I showed you guys earlier. I do love the ColourPop one, but that one I do have to, if I do it and I didn't bring my stuff, I'll have to spray my makeup brush with a little, oh I did actually, with a little bit of finishing spray just to get it to be a little bit wet. That way when I dip into the powder, it sticks on, and that way I'll just like kind of press it onto my eyes, because if not, you'll get a heck of a lot of fallout with this one, but the color payoff is like really pretty, so it's kind of worth it in my opinion. So I'm going to go in with the e.l.f. Moon, and this one, let's see, you don't need a lot of color on it. I'll just kind of lightly pop this on just the inner corner, like that, and then I'll take that same brush that I used earlier for the champagne color and kind of just tap out the edges just to make sure there's not like a distinct ending line. I'll do the same over here. And the makeup look would be completely fine without this shade. I just like sparkly stuff. So I like to add a little bit more color to it. And then actually what I'm going to go in and do is take the end of this little brush. You can see there's some blue on there from Way to the 4th of July. I'll just take it, dip it in that really deep brown color that we had earlier. And I'm just going to go a little bit on my waterline down here and kind of just put it on almost like eyeliner and then just sweep up just a little bit. No one's probably going to notice it, but I like to add it because it kind of makes your eyeliner look like a little bit more smoky. I've tried the smoky eyeshadow looks. They do not work for me. They do not look good on me. I've tried brown smoky eyeshadows, blacks. Does not look good. Does not look good on me. But I do like to add that little effect on the waterline. I think it just makes it pop just a touch more. Excuse me. Almost lost my water bottle. So now we're gonna go in with the liquid eyeliner. This is where makeup gets a little bit scary. Because you do not, if you mess up liquid eyeliner, it's so hard to recover your eyeshadow from it. Because normally you'll either have to take just water and a Q-tip or like some, I can never say this right, micellar water, whatever it's called. This stuff, I like the Burt's Bees. Every other brand makes my skin so irritated. But once you kind of like wet the eyelid and you try to fix like the colors, it's super hard. So take your time on the eyeliner. And it's very difficult to get them to match. But we're going to give it a go. So what I do is I start off and I just do my waterline by my eyelashes. I will say start off thin, because if you have to, like if you mess up and you have to like try to connect some lines and stuff, it's way easier to thicken it up than it is to try to like take it back. It's not fun. And normally if I'm going like to like a ball for his ballroom dance stuff, I will wear fake eyelashes. I didn't bring them today because you have to sit there and let them get tacky for like 2 minutes. And no one wants to stare at me blowing on eyelashes for 2 minutes. So I'm going to start off thin, and if I do eyelashes, I will do a thinner eyeliner because the eyelash band where you put the glue has like a thick black line anyway. But you don't want to have like a random, like no line of eyeliner in the inner corner. So I'm going to start and just do my waterline by my eyelashes. Just like that. Also, my biggest tip is let it dry in between, because if not, and you try to like do the line, you mess up and you'll open your eye and it'll get on the eyelid. It's not fun. I've had all those mistakes. And with being sick, you cough and sneeze every 5 seconds, so you don't want to risk ruining it. The next part is the wing. I have been doing a wing since middle school, and it is still a challenge for me. I start off small, like a really small, like baby wing, and then I'll lengthen it as much as I want to, because you can't take it back. So I start off right. I kind of go diagonal right from where I ended this line on my lash line, and I actually start from the top. A lot of people start from the bottom. I don't like to do that. I like to connect it at the end. So I'll dip it in here. You don't want too much product on it. So I'll wipe it off on both sides to get it to a really nice like sharp point to make it kind of flat. And then I will draw a little line, just like that. I can't talk and do this at the same time. And then I will connect the tip of the line down to the bottom of my lash line. Just like that, and I'll let it dry for a second. Especially too, because sometimes when you get products near your eyes just start to water, and then it can really ruin your eyeliner very quickly. Or if you get too much product and it runs into your like lash line, or where like your eye, like the two ends of your like top and bottom eyelid meet, it naturally just has like a lot of water, and so it'll run really bad. Or if you get too much down here, then you get like a black eye duct, and it's disgusting and it hurts. So this wing is fine. It does not have as sharp of an edge as I would like. So I'm just going to go in and do that same thing where I wipe it off on both sides. That way it's like flat, but you know, it's like flat to a point. That way I can just extend it just a tad. To give that nice wing that I really like. Whew, scary part's over. Alright, so now I'm going to go in on the other side and see if I can get them to match. This is the real test. I'm going to move the mic out of the way because I'm not going to be talking too much. I would much rather have to dip in more than have too much. So I'm going to go in, just kind of go over the lines just a little bit. They actually look pretty even. I'm just going to go over, like I said, how I have to go over it a few times over those shimmer shades. I'm going to go over it just a little bit more on this side just to make sure it's all nice and the same. And this next part's probably not going to make too much sense, but I'm going to try to explain it. So when I do my wings, they're not quite even, but it's fine. We're just going to roll with it. We're just going to put extra mascara on the outer corner and just hope that no one really notices that the wings don't match, but it's all good. So what I do is the wing up top, like I said, I have two different eye shapes, and I follow the shape of my eye, so very, very rarely do they ever match, but it's fine. So I'll take, like, right here, kind of like where the wing starts to swoop down, midway through, that is what I connect to make sure the top line meets it, because if not, you'll have this weird, like, it'll look like a little scoop and, like, a flick sticking out. You want to try to connect them, just to make sure that it looks like it's kind of flowing into one thing. Oh no. Speaking of having too much product on your eye, a little bit of eyeliner fallout. Just took a Q-tip with some of that micellar water. It's a really, really tiny dot of it, but and that stuff starts to run in, it's not good. And I'm just going to go through and kind of clean up. I just noticed that I had a lot of like browns and shimmery colors underneath my eye, and I just don't want that. So normally I would curl my eyelashes. I just don't feel like doing that right now because it'll kind of stick, and it makes my eyelashes stick together. I actually have to clean out my eyelash curler. Normally I use the Tarte Gifted mascara. It is my all-time favorite. It is a little pricey. I think it's like $24 or $27. But they run specials literally all the time where you get them for $10. So when it runs for $10, I pick up like 4 of them at a time because mascara I use more than anything. I always wear mascara because I have blonde hair, so my eyelashes are really light. And having mascara just makes me feel like I have something on my face. But I'm actually in the process of waiting for that to get delivered to the house. I ordered some more. But of course, on TikTok, I've seen everyone talk about the Essence Lash Princess or whatever it's called. I got the volume. I have really long eyelashes. I just don't have thick eyelashes. So I like to use a volume. And honestly, sometimes I'll use 2 if I like don't feel like wearing fake eyelashes. But so I like this one. I think it was like $4 at Ulta. It's like an Essence. It's like all those like little side aisles or whatever. I'm not a fan of their eyeshadows, but I do like this, and I also use their white eyeliner to put on my waterline. It looks really nice. So I'm going to go through and just coat this on. The reason I like the Gifted so much, because the one thing I'm really particular about is wands on makeup. I've also tried the Pacifica because I wanted to try out some drugstores because I've been using the Tarte Gifted one for like 3 or 4 years now. So I was just curious kind of like what other products were out there. Because once I stick with my Tarte ones that I like, I just stay with them. This one had a really interesting brush. I did like it, but it was just a tad clumpy. I think because of the twisting design. This one I just love because the bristles are thin, so I can get really, really close to my waterline. Because my eyelashes like kind of go down, then they scoop up. So it's really hard to get the blonde next to my waterline. So if I don't, it looks a little bit weird. It looks like I forgot mascara in certain spots. So this one was like a good combination of the 2 of them while I'm waiting for my other Tarte one. Because it has some longer bristles up top and it curves just slightly. So that when I go and kind of scoop it, I can really get a hold of those eyelashes. So I'm going to go ahead. Throw this on really quick. The hardest part is also getting in the inner corner because like I just did, it gets on the eyelid really easily. But my trick to get that off is to wait until it dries and then take a Q-tip and roll it, and it will just take off the mascara. Don't press hard. You might have to like roll a few times, but if you sit there and like wipe it off, the whole eyeshadow will come off, and nobody wants that. I like to focus a lot of my mascara on the outer corner, mainly to cover up my really bad wing that I did, or just because I feel like it opens up the eye a little bit more. I know like the fox eyeliner is like the big trend right now or whatever, and I also coat the top of my eyelashes. Not as much as I do on the bottom, but just like a coat or 2 just to make sure they're covered. Okay. Gonna go into the other side. I don't know why this eye is always so much easier to put mascara on. some reason these eyelashes too are much like longer and skinnier than the other ones. I don't know why. So I don't put as much product on this side just to make sure they're kind of even. But, alright, so we're going to leave it at that. Next is foundation. I do take the e.l.f. Prep and Hydrate Balm because for B, my chin, sorry, my nose, gets really dry and cakey, so I honestly just stick it right here. I'll put a little bit right here because my nose has been so dry from blowing it so much. And then a little bit on my forehead. And I just rub it on my hands. Because I noticed that's where my makeup, like, comes off the fastest, is in those spots. And then I'm going to go in with the Mint Melt. Okay, I'll just do it here. This is a really sticky. But this one you got to apply pretty quickly. Like, apply your foundation on pretty quickly. Because you want it to have that stickiness. Help it stay on all day. And you can color correct. I don't. My skin's just really red right now from being sick. But alright, so you can see it has like some grab to it. That's what you want. Because you want that makeup to stay on all day. Get this off because it's so sticky on my hands. I don't like it. And then what I do is I actually go in with my concealer. Where'd it go? I use the Juvia's Place. I'm obsessed with their concealer. I actually put it on my zits before I put on my foundation because I feel like it just makes it, if you put it on over top, it's meant to like make it brighter and you don't want to highlight them. And I don't blend it in all the way. And I also put some on my nose just because my nose is super red right now. I'm blowing my nose 6 million times a day. Okay, so the next, like I said, I take the, I usually use the Tarte, not Shape Tape, they have another one. I can't remember the name, but it's like a pump though. I really like that one. Like I said, my Tarte shipment order is in the way. So I tried to find a drugstore. A lot of people said they liked the No. 7 Lift and Illuminate Triple Action Serum Foundation. One that has SPF in it, which, if no one's told you 5 million times already, you need to have SPF in your makeup. Always. Because when you run outside, you want to have your skin protected. You don't want it to age quickly. You want it just to look nice. The thing I like about this one is I've noticed a lot of foundations like sink into my skin. And it like makes everything cakey. It shows up everything. Like I get crease lines underneath here. It just does not look good. This one, once it sets, it looks really nice on the skin. And it has a really nice finish to it. And I feel like it smooths out my skin a little bit. Apparently it's, yeah, it instantly smooths, firms, and radiates. I like an illuminating foundation. I've tried the matte. This color probably looks so weird in this lighting, but I promise it matches. And I just take my beauty blender, tap it in. I try to not put too much product underneath my eyes because I'm going to go in with my concealer, and you don't want to tack on like foundation and concealer on top of each other because it will get cakey and it will not look very good. Like I said, my nose is really red, so I'm going to try to avoid my nose ring, and I'm just going to have to tap it over top and then wipe it off. Those have nose rings. Do you struggle with makeup too? To get it on. Okay. Here we go. I'll just go through, tap all this in. Someone told me this a long time ago. I've always done it since. I don't know if it actually works or if it has any differences when you do it. But they said if you have any, like, because everyone has textured skin. Everyone does. And if you have, like, uber soft, smooth skin, super jealous. But I have pores. I have some zits. I have some lines. Someone told me in the areas that you have pores to take a little bit of foundation and to, like, press it in to the pore to help make it look better. Like, you just push it in. I've always done it. I don't know if it, like, honestly makes a massive difference, but I've just always done it and it's worked for me now. So, like I said, I get my biggest pores right by my nose. And then you can, this one I do like, it is a buildable coverage, but I'd say it's pretty medium coverage. I don't like BB creams too much. If I'm like going to the beach, I will because I want that sunscreen. But I don't like full coverage. It's just not my personal favorite. I like my skin to look like my skin a little bit. And then I also will take whatever is left over and blend down my neck just a little. Do not forget this step. If you do, you will have a harsh line, even if your foundation matches. It's just not a good look. So make sure you blend it down. And don't forget to blend around your lips. I always wear lipstick. I just like it. But if you don't, you just don't want those, like, weird lines of, like, your skin and then foundation. And then my foundation always tends to cake up right here. So I just brush up like that. Okay. And then going back in with that, the shade I use in this is Warm Ivory, shade 22. This one, I recently picked up from Juvia's Place. I'm obsessed with it. It is a really big wand. So if you're used to a smaller wand, it's not that. But it has beautiful coverage, and it does not look cakey. Another foundation, or another concealer I love is the Beauty Counter. I do love this one as well. This is the Skin Twin Creamy Concealer, but I want a little bit of, like, a lighter shade today. So I'm going to take this just here and then swoop it up like this. It used to be the big thing to do the, like, V with it. Apparently that's not good for you anymore. You have to do it this way because it lifts the eyes, which I actually have noticed a difference. So I'll take it in just a little bit like that and go upwards with it because that way it lifts the eye. Excuse me. Just to make sure I have enough product. Both my beauty blender that I'm using here is an e.l.f. just what's it called? Concealer one. This one, I honestly don't know. It's just like a random pack that I got off of Amazon. And then I take the e.l.f. HD powder. This one does have flashback. So if you're going to take pictures and stuff, be aware of that. If you put too much underneath your eye, flashback is if you put too much underneath your eye and you don't blend it in or you don't rub it out and someone goes to take a picture, you will have white underneath your eyes like a ghost. And then I take, honestly, whatever is, like, left over on the sponge and I'll just tap it into, like, different spots. Mainly my T-zone. I don't add any extra and I don't actually use a lot of powder on my face. Unless I'm going to, like, an outdoor summer wedding and I know I'm going to be, like, sweating a lot. Or, like, at ballroom. Just because you want your makeup to stay. But if I'm just going to dinner or something, I won't put powder all over my face because it can make it look a little cakey. So then I'm going to go and do eyebrows. I just use the e.l.f. brow pencil. It's super cheap. It's like $3. I do not do anything fancy with my eyebrows. I literally just fill in where I see them. This shade is actually a little bit too brown for me. I normally use, like, the taupe or whatever it's called, and this one is the like warm brown or something. So I actually have a brow gel that is too light for me and a pencil that is too dark. So when I use both, they kind of work together. So I just go slightly above where my arch is, because again I have those blonde hairs, and then I go slightly below, and I just fill in. Another trick someone always told me was to extend your eyebrow out just a little bit past its natural stopping point. Again, I don't know what it does, but I've just done it, so. And then I just fill in like the really small, sparse areas. Again, nothing too fancy. And I realize in this lighting I need to pluck my eyebrows, so that's exciting. Slightly above, slightly below. Extend it just a tad. And especially in the front, you don't want to do too much, because then it won't look like your natural eyebrows. It'll look like just straight up. You want to kind of fade it a little bit. If you do push too hard on those parts, you can take the spoolie on the end and kind of just like rub it through like this, just to break up some of that pigment, just to make sure that it's not a super harsh line. And then I'll take, if I'm going out like somewhere where hiccups need my brows to stay in place, I'll gel them down just a little. But to be honest, it's very rare that I gel my eyebrows. I've never been able to do that soap brow thing that everyone does. Does not look good on me. If you can, kudos to you. Other thing I do like about this eyebrow, what's it called? Eyebrow gel, is it has fibers in it. So if you have really thin eyebrows, it helps fill them in. So we're actually almost done. Last thing I'm going to add is just some bronzer. Again, I do not do anything fancy with this. I have a brush that is super old. This is the Beauty Counter. I think it's called Surf. This is my favorite bronzer. It's a really nice shade, and this mirror pops out. But this is a really, really clean makeup brand. If you have really sensitive skin, or if you're like cruelty-free, organic, vegan, they have really good products. I really like them. But I just put the bronzer slightly above the hollows of my cheeks, slightly above it. If you put them in the hollows of your cheeks, it can make your face look a little bit lower. So I'll stick it just up here. Whoops. Sorry, Elijah's probably cringing in the back that I just hit the mic. I put a little bit up top, not a lot. I don't want to look orangey. And I do have a button nose, so I contour my nose slightly. I'll just start down here, work my way up. I've never been good at contouring my nose. I just do a little bit like this. And then I'll take it and drag it slightly below my nose, and then just blend it out. And I'll take whatever's left over on this and kind of just tap in the middle. Nothing fancy. And then I take this e.l.f. monochromatic multi-stick. You can use it for blush. I think you can use it for lipstick or something. I don't know. I like this one, especially in the summer. I like a cream blush. But in the winter, I will use, I can't talk at the same time, the Tarte Captivating 20 or 12-hour blush, the Amazonian clay one. It's amazing. And then lastly is highlight. Wet n Wild. I think it's like $3. This is in the shade, I don't know where it wore off, but it's the pink one. I take a little bit on a fanned out brush, again, that is super old, and I place it just right above that blush. Put it right above my eyebrows, right on my nose, and then with that champagne color, I'll take it and stick it here on my brow bone, just like that, and then I'll kind of run it up my nose and a little bit right here. And then honestly, that's pretty much it. Sometimes I'll put some white eyeliner on my waterline if I want my eyes to look bigger. I'll put a little bit of black, like down here if I want to, darken up the look a little bit. But then I finish off with the NYX Dewy Finish. Again, I don't like a matte finish at all. And if you do notice, though, that your makeup is caking, a hydrating mist to spray over top of that really quickly really helps. But it actually looks pretty good right now, so I'm just going to take the NYX Dewy Mist. Make sure you tuck your lips in, though, because it tastes really bad. And then if I am going out where I'm going to be, like, sweating a lot, I will spray my face twice. I'll spray it when I first do my foundation, concealer, bronzer, all of that, and I'll let that dry, and then I'll put another one on. But other than that, I think I am done. This is the finished makeup look, and then I'll add, like, a lipstick, or, like I said, either some, like, mascara on the bottom or eyeliner. But yeah, thanks for being here with me this morning, getting through all the sickness, and we hope to see you at some other segments later in the day. All right, I think that's it.
Welcome back, y'all, to our second part of worship. It's really cool today. We have a continuation of what Ellis talked about last night. We're carrying that over into today to talk about how that can practically apply to our lives, and I'm really excited about that topic and can't wait to talk about that with y'all. But before that, we're going to do some worship, just like we did yesterday, and I'm also excited about that. So the first song that we're going to do with y'all is called God of the Promise. If you guys were on the mission trip with us, we definitely sang this one. If you guys have been around the past couple months, we've done it a few times. So it's a little familiar. It's by Elevation. So God of the Promise, find those lyrics, sing along with us. Not gonna wait for the walls to fall, 'cause I know a name that will bring them down. I've got a praise waking within my soul. I'm not ashamed to declare it now. Light of the world, trample the darkness. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Every word will be accomplished. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Sing, prepare the way. Prepare the way. The King of glory comes. Before his name, every fear must bow. Throw off your chains. Jesus destroyed them all. Oh, and up from the grave, he is with us now. Light of the world, trample the darkness. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Every word will be accomplished. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Yes, you are. Nothing can stand a chance. The gates of hell will never stand a chance. Your name prevails. Jesus, the great I am. No word will fail. No weapon formed against your name prevails. Jesus, the great I am. The gates of hell will never stand a chance. Your name prevails. Jesus, the great I am. No word will fail. No weapon formed against your name prevails. Jesus, the great I am. Light of the world, light of the world, trample the darkness. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Every word will be accomplished. Nothing can stop it. You are the God of the promise. Right, guys, next song we're going to do is "Oh Come to the Altar," and Elijah's going to lead us in that. Hopefully this one's a little familiar to you guys. We hope you'll sing along.
Might help me with some lyrics there. At home, I'll hear you. Are you hurting, broken,
no reason to wait. Jesus is calling. Bring the sorrows and trade them for joy. From the ashes a new life is born. Jesus is calling. Oh, come to the altar. The Father's arms are open wide. Forgiveness was bought with the precious blood of Jesus Christ. What a Savior, isn't He wonderful? Sing hallelujah, Christ is risen. Bow down before Him, for He is Lord of all. Sing hallelujah, Christ is risen. Oh, what a Savior, isn't He wonderful? Sing hallelujah, Christ is risen. Oh, yes, He is. Oh, we'll bow down before Him, for He is Lord of all. Sing hallelujah, Christ is risen. Come to the altar. The Father's arms are open wide. Forgiveness was bought with the precious blood of Jesus Christ. Come to the altar. Father's arms are open wide. Forgiveness was bought with the precious blood of Jesus Christ. Next, we're going to sing a song called Heart Abandoned that we've done around here, but it's been a while. But it's a song with a really great message that really applies to what we're trying to do here this weekend and today. So sing it with us. In the secret place where I see your face, will you take me there again? You can search my heart in the deepest part, from beginning to the end. Oh, from beginning to the end. To you my eyes are lifted. To you my prayer is rising up. You captured my attention. Consume me and consume me. God, give me a heart abandoned, ever after you alone. Go and sing, "You can have my soul." You can have my soul, just like Jericho. Come and tear down my walls. I am in your hands. You are the promised land. You're the king of my heart. Yes, you are. Yeah. You, my eyes are lifted to you. My prayer is rising up. You captured my attention. Consume me, consume me. God, give me a heart abandoned ever after you alone. Gold and silver, you can't take it. All I want is you alone. When I've been the fool and I hid from you, you still called out my name. When my flesh is weak, will you help me see you are all that I need? Oh, yes, you are. You are all that I need. Come on, let's do that one more time. Come on, lift it up. God, give me a heart abandoned ever after you alone. Gold and silver, you can't take it. All I want is you, my Lord. Oh, yeah. You're all I need. Oh, yes, you are. All right, guys, next one we're going to do, we've done a couple times, but it's been a little bit. It's called Yes, I Will. Elijah's going to lead us in that. Tells us that we count on one thing, our God, that never fails.
I count on one thing, the same God who never fails, will not fail me now, He won't fail me now, He's in the waiting. The same God who's never late is working all things out, He's working that first verse again. I count on. And I count on one thing. The same God who never fails will not fail me now. He won't fail me now. He's in the waiting. The same God who's never late is working all things out. You're working all things out. Oh yes, I will lift you high in the lowest valley. And yes, I will bless your name. Oh yes, I will sing for joy when my heart is heavy all my days. Oh yes, I will for all my days. Yes,
We choose to praise.
and I choose to praise, to glorify, glorify the name of all names that nothing can stand against. And I choose to praise, to glorify, glorify the name of all names that nothing can stand against. And I choose to praise, to glorify, glorify the name of all names that nothing can stand against. And I choose to praise, to glorify, glorify the name of all names that nothing can stand against. Oh yes, I will lift you high in the lowest valley. And yes, I will bless your name. And oh yes, I will sing for joy when my heart is heavy in all my days. Oh yes, I will for all my days. And yes, I will for all my days. And yes, I will. I'm going to sing one more. We sang this one last night on the street. Tanner's going to speak. He's speaking to us. So you might see him get up and move. But this song we would normally play at the end, but some technical stuff. We're going to switch it to the beginning. But it's called Follow You Anywhere. It really exemplifies what Tanner's going to talk about. This just willingness to go wherever God calls. And you'll hear more about that in a minute. But let's sing it together. Pre-intimately, if you will. You make it easy to love you. You are good and you are kind. You bring joy into my life. You make it There's a million reasons to trust you, nothing to fear for you are by my side, and I'll follow you anywhere. I'll follow you anywhere. Oh, I'll follow you anywhere. Oh, wherever you lead me, whatever it costs me, all I want is you. Jesus, all I want is you. Wherever you lead me, whatever it costs me, all I want is you. Jesus, all I want is you. You are the refuge I run to. You are the fire that leads me through the night. And I'll follow you anywhere. Oh, there's a million reasons to trust you, nothing to fear for you are by my side. And I'll follow you anywhere. Follow you anywhere. Oh, I'll follow you anywhere. Oh, follow you anywhere.
We appreciate you guys at home, wherever you are, singing with us. And we just love to worship with you guys, and we love to sing about God. Because around here, God's kind of a big deal. So I'm so excited that I get to follow up on what Ellis talked about last night. And you may be thinking to yourself right now, you're like, man, Ellis is just so much better than Tanner. He didn't need these paper copies of a message. I mean, this is like old school stuff, but that's just part of the technical difficulties that we talk about. But here we are, and I'm still excited to talk to you guys. And what's cool is Ellis really laid a great foundation for what we're talking about this weekend with the beginning of the story of Jonah. And he kind of got to the end part of, the middle, it's really the middle of his story in the Bible, in the Old Testament, but it was the end of Ellis' message. When Jonah is dealing with being in the fish, he prays to God, and he gets spit back out onto land to continue the mission that God has given him. And you'll hear more about that later on. But that's kind of where we're going to pick up, and we're going to talk about that story and how it practically plays in to our lives. So I want to start by telling you guys that some of you guys that are watching may have known me back then, but maybe not. So I want to tell you guys that from 7th grade until about the time that I was a sophomore in high school, I had hair that was basically down to my shoulders. I had longish hair all the way through college, but during that time period specifically, it was really long. And nowadays, if I really tried to grow out my hair, it would just end up kind of frizzy and like all over the place, and my wife would not appreciate that. But back then, I had had years of growing it, and so it was long and it was flat and it went down my head, except at the very end where it kind of went out. And I'm not trying to put anybody in a box when I say this next part, but I think if you look around at teenagers, at least around us, like in the Powhatan area now, I think there are kind of two main styles that are around us. You have the pop country folk, as I like to call them, that, they have some version of a mullet nowadays. Like, that's really popular. You have, like, the long hair in the back, you have shaved head on the side, and then you have kind of a poof in the front. That's what they have going on. And then if you're not part of that group, you're part of what I call the European World Cup team style, which is more of like what I have going on, which is like a fade to some sort of whooshy tuft on the top of your head. Also, the man bunners are in this group. And people like Isaiah, who you saw last night with like the really big kind of fluffy afro that just looks majestic. We all are in this group of European World Cuppers. But when I was in school, when I was at this time frame, 7th to 10th grade, it was super dope to have long hair that winged out at the very end. Also, you had to include the flat brim. That just came along with it. That was part of the style. But, you had to have the hair that winged out at the bottom under the flat brim hat. And then the bangs, they whoosh down in the front so that every 20 seconds you could hit everybody with one of the. I don't know how many times my mom had to deal with that when I was a kid in the middle of a conversation with me just flipping the hair. It had to happen. In order to achieve this perfect style, I had to spend a ton of time in front of the mirror, because the mirror shows us what people see when they look at us, hopefully, and I wanted that image to look good. And last time when we started talking about Jonah, it's a short book in the Old Testament that tells us the story of the man that it's named after. See, he really struggles against the calling that God has put on his life. And I'm going to talk to you guys this morning about how that story can be a mirror of our lives. And we don't always like what's staring back at us. And as many of you guys probably know, and as we talked about last night, and I mentioned earlier, Jonah's story comes to a head when he's thrown off of a boat into the sea, and he's swallowed by a giant fish or whale, depending on what version of the Bible you're reading. And he's in the whale for 3 days before he finally prays to God. He essentially apologizes to God, and he promises to do what's been asked of him. And at that, Jonah is released from his dark, most likely pretty stinky prison, where he was underwater before being regurgitated onto land by this fish. So I don't know about you guys, but that story really, really makes me sweat. Because one of my biggest fears, besides hornets, shout out to Ellis Hobson, he's in that with me, is deep, dark water and the creatures that may call it home that I can't see until they eat me. That includes lakes, that includes the pool if no one else is swimming in it already, all of those things. I don't like water. But last year, despite all of that, my parents graciously brought my wife and I along with them on a trip to the Caribbean for our anniversary. And part of that trip was an excursion out into the Caribbean Sea and also parts of the Atlantic Ocean, because the island where we were is right where the ocean meets the Caribbean Sea. So we rode on this big speedboat. It was my wife, myself, my parents, and then it was 15 other people that were on this boat with us. And the crew of this boat was made up of 3 dudes that looked like they were all 20 years old. But I swear to you that it was just 3 of them. And the captain, he had his bucket hat on. He was just chilling in the seat, with his arm draped over the steering wheel, while we're going 60 through the water in this really big speedboat. And what's crazy about that is the Caribbean Sea is very calm. There's a lot of coral, and it's not super deep, at least where we were around the island. So there's not a lot of waves. So it's just like riding across a lake, basically. But when you get around to the part of the Atlantic Ocean, it gets very, it gets very tumultuous. And the swells on this day were between 10 and 15 feet high. So we're out on this boat, and we're going over each wave, and we're catching insane air. I'm talking 10 feet above the water, and that's not even an exaggeration, before we slam back down. And every single time, it's every 20 seconds, you're whoop-bam, whoop-a, just right back onto the water. I thought that the boat was going to break apart. And at some points when you went down, we knew it was coming. When you went down into a swell, all I saw around me was just a wall of water. It was like the sky and then just water, which is terrifying to me. So we're straddling this cushioned bench. We sat on it when we first got in the boat like normal people. And the captain was like, hey, you need to straddle that. And the reason was because you line up where the people behind you are holding onto your waist, and every time you go up on a jump, you have to brace yourself so that you don't pancake your tailbone every time you land because of how hard this boat is smacking the water. And my mom is 2 people behind me, just scream, she's like, woo, woo, just loving it every second. If you know my mom at all, you know that everyone on the boat is now officially deaf. And I'm just up at the very front. Luckily, I had the first seat, so I could see what was coming. Just gripping this metal pole, and my face is just the whole time. It was awful. It was awful. But on this trip, we had 2 major snorkeling stops. The first one was in shallow, clear water. It was about up to my chest, and we were swimming with stingrays, which was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had. Some of them were 7 feet across. We got a ton of awesome pictures. But the second stop, it was towards the end, and we're literally in the middle of this bay where the water is 30 feet deep, which to me, once you get past 8 feet deep, the water might as well be 800 feet. So, I felt like I was just in the middle of the ocean. And the closest land is about 100 yards away from us, but we're not allowed to touch it because it's privately owned and it's also covered in fire coral. So we're on our own out here in this ocean. I'm just minding my own business, enjoying the scenery of the houses that are up on the mountaintops next to us, when all of a sudden the engine turns off. And one of the little dudes in charge, he just leaps off the front of the boat into the water, and he just ties us up to this random buoy that's just chilling in the middle of this space. And the captain is just like, okay, guys, grab some goggles and hop in. And I'm looking around like, bro, we're in the ocean. This is not what I signed up for, right? But I will tell you guys, eventually, partly because Molly, my wife, jumped in the water without any fear. There were 2 snorkeling teams, and she was on like the serious one. They swam like 500 feet away into like even deeper water, and the guy was like, yeah, we might see a shark, and everybody was like, woo, and I was like, I didn't know what was going on, but anyway, it was gorgeous. I'm so glad that I did it. I loved every single second of that particular part once I was willing to get in, but the rest of the time, I was just terrified. And many of you guys may be thinking, you would agree with my mom and my wife that, wow, you sound like a wuss. And that's okay. I mean, that's probably partially true. But some of you guys would also admit that you would be scared in that situation too. And I tell you guys all of that so that you can know about me, so that you can trust me when I tell you that this Jonah story hits me crazy hard. Because as we heard yesterday and Ellis explained to us, Jonah was so intent on getting away from God's calling in his life that he was willing to be thrown into a stormy sea. And we're not talking 30 feet deep, like legitimately the middle of the ocean. He's thrown into it in the middle of a storm where the waves are huge, it's lightning, and gets eaten by a fish. He'd rather do that than follow God's plan for him. And then once he's in the fish, probably not eating, it's got to smell terrible. He can't see anything. It took him 3 days to finally say, you know what? Maybe this life isn't for me. Maybe I don't want to die in a whale starving. And he prays to God and asks him to forgive him. And he tells him that he would finally do what was asked of him because God is so great. That seems so crazy to me that he would go through those lengths to get away from God. And I started thinking about that mirror again. And I was like, don't we run from God? I mean, I've never been swallowed by a whale, but I've certainly blatantly told God no and tried to go my own way. And it ended equally as disastrous. What also sticks out to me and that I can relate to about this story is that when Jonah is on the boat and he's trying to run from God, the people find out that he's there. Like while this storm is going on, Jonah is just slumped in the bottom of the boat, like in the basement, underneath the water. He's just slumped. And they find him and they're like, dude, what is going on? Why are you doing, what is happening? So Jonah's quest to run away from his purpose, it doesn't just impact him. It impacts these people around him. That right there, that story is proof that when it comes to trusting God versus trusting ourselves, there's some serious stakes involved. Because you see, God has plans for us that are going to change our lives and the lives of others if we follow him. Because we stand to do some major good for God's glory. And as if that's not important enough, we can also do some serious harm if we follow our will over his. Because people, you and me, we are really good at hurting each other. So we've heard a lot about the damage that Jonah had done with his relationship with God and with the people around him. And we'll hear later this weekend about the good that comes out of Jonah's story and what happens when he trusts God a little bit. But we'll also see him struggle again and continue to have to face some really harsh truths about himself in order for him to grow. But I'm sure that you've had your own successes and failures and may right now still have struggles with God, just like Jonah did. But in this instance right now, your story is not done being written. You can still choose to follow God and let him mold your life for his glory and see some awesome things as a result. And I'm going to tell you guys some examples of how this played out in my life, a personal one and kind of a little bit of a broader one, because our stories are powerful. The way that God moves, it's powerful. So over the past decade or so, I've been on this crazy journey where God has used the gifts that he gave me to do some awesome things, even though sometimes I'm sure he felt like I was doing my absolute best to get in his way of doing those things. And I want to tell you about some instances where God took my malpractice, where I failed, and still made some awesome gold out of it in only ways that he can. The first is a personal one. It comes in the form of my marriage and everything that led up to it. If you know me at all, you know that my marriage is something I'm very passionate about. I'm extremely determined to be a good husband. Sorry, I'm getting some communication. I'm good. Okay, never mind. I'm good. So my marriage is something I'm extremely passionate about, but before any of that happened, at around 2014, I kind of hit my rock bottom, emotionally and spiritually. I was really seeking a lot of recognition for myself, and I made decision after decision that would benefit me. And I wasn't really trying to hurt anyone, but I also really didn't care if anyone else got hurt. But I thought that it would benefit me. That's an important component there, because I also said that I cared where God was leading me, but I didn't really put much stock in listening to him when the rubber hit the road. So finally, I'd kind of had enough of my failures, and I finally, legitimately, turned to God and put him in the center of my life. And I told him that I wanted him to make me who he wanted me to be. I didn't want to look in the mirror anymore. I just wanted to look up and follow him from there. And despite years of sin and damage that I had done to myself and my relationships, mere months after I said that prayer, God showed me what he wanted for me. And in the 7 years since, God has built my life into something that glorifies him and fulfills me. And that's what we want, isn't it? We want to glorify God. If we're Christ followers, that's our biggest goal. We want to represent him well. We want to follow him. We want to be like him. And here on this earth, we want to be fulfilled. Guys, I have an incredible marriage with the most beautiful person inside and out. And I have my dream job where I work with students, even if it's a 45-hour live stream where we don't get any sleep. I love every single second of it. I get to lead worship on this platform, and I get to help pastor people at a church that is determined to show the people of this world that God is alive and that he loves them. Don't get me wrong. It has been really hard. And it's required a ton of perseverance and patience. And there's still always room for me to grow. There always is. But I know that I can do that because my heart is set on God. I'm just continuing to try and pursue his purpose in my life. Some of that story, some of the details are a little vague because I just don't have enough time to talk about it all. But it was about my personal growth, and I wanted to share about a time when I saw God move mountains that impacted way more people than just myself, because a group that I was a part of said yes to his call. And I was led by some close friends to do the right thing. And the end result was awesome. So during that time period I just talked about, part of that, from 2016 to 2019, I was a professional firefighter in Henrico County, which is just northeast of us. And after only a few months of being out of the academy, which is the first part, you got to learn how to do the job. And when I was finally in a station, I started to realize that this job wasn't for me. Now, I know a lot of firefighters who are really, really good at their jobs and who are just wonderful people. But the job itself, it wasn't where I belonged. So I started praying a lot, like every day, for God to lead me somewhere else because I wasn't happy where I was. However, each time I would pray, I felt a firm nudge from God that he was telling me to stay where I was. So eventually, when I finally got the hint, my prayer shifted from get me out of here to if this is where you want me to be, then show me what I need to do and equip me and I want to do it. So for the next year of my life, even though that was my prayer, I dreaded going to work every day. But every time I would get there, I was having conversations that allowed me to be the source of love for the people around me, whether it was coworkers or patients that we were helping. And then every few weeks, God would do something kind of big that would remind me that he was with me and that I was on the right path. And I kept asking him, and I kept being energized by those things and comforted that he was going before me. So finally, one day, one of our newest firefighters who came out of the academy a little bit after me, I'd never met him. And he reached out to me because he had been given my name because he was asking around, trying to find Christian community among his coworkers. So he and one of my friends who came out of the academy actually with me asked if I would help head up a Bible study with them that they wanted to form. And we recruited one other guy, and the four of us started meeting to decide what the whole thing would look like. And eventually, after sorting through some bureaucracy, because we worked for, a government agency, we found out that we could talk about Jesus with our coworkers, but we couldn't relate it to the county in any way because they couldn't legally have ownership over it, which put up some roadblocks, but, God just smashed us through them. We started writing week-long self-studies together that could be done at people's own pace. So they would receive this email, they could practically read through it each day that they were working. And we started sending out to people who were on our distribution list, which just happened by word of mouth. And it started out with 5 of us, and that was including the 4 of us who were writing them. So it was one other person. We started pretty small. But 6 months later, only by word of mouth, I'm telling you guys, it's not like we didn't publicize this. We literally just talked to people. We're like, hey, if you like Jesus, if you love Jesus, if you're trying to connect while you're at work, we can send you this email if you want. By doing that over the next 6 months, God grew this distribution list from 5 people, including the 4 people who were writing them, to almost 130 different firefighters across 5 counties in Virginia and to 3 other states. 3 other states. And we knew, to this day I still get goosebumps because we knew that only God could move like that. And the only reason that we got to be a part of it, and why that's part of my story now, why I get to claim that glory for God, is because I said yes and I saw it happen right before my eyes. And after those 6 months where we had grown into this, I was getting really busy at my job. And so I asked one of my co-leaders that was part of it, one of the original guys, I asked if he could take the responsibilities that I had so that I could step back for a while to focus on what I needed to. And then I would come back later. So he did. And a week after that conversation, I got a call from a woman asking me to come in and interview for a new job. And within a couple months, I wasn't a firefighter anymore. And all of that has led me to where I am now. And you can trust me when I say it is so much easier to talk about it in past tense. Because in the moment, it was hard. It was incredibly difficult to navigate. I need you guys to hear this, that God is faithful to deliver, and we know that what he has in store for us is worth us following him. And if we follow him, he will deliver. And the important part is, when God delivers, it doesn't always look like what we want it to look like. When I was praying that prayer, when I said, God, if this is where you want me, I'll stay here. Just equip me to do what I have to do. There was a little tagging on the end of that I would whisper under my breath in my prayer like God couldn't hear it, where I was like, but let's get this over quickly. I'll do what you need me to do, but snap, snap, chop, chop. And then the next period of my life, as that was going on, okay, God, I'm where you want me to be, but, can we speed this up a little bit? When we follow God, when he delivers, it doesn't always look like what we want it to look like, but it's always worth it. And if it's the way that God wants it to look like, then it's the way that it's supposed to be. Because you see, God wants what is best for everyone. That includes you, and that includes every single person around you, because as we learned yesterday, you can't run from God's love. And the reason you can't run from God's love is because it's that big. It's that all-consuming. God knows what he's doing. And he can do it all without us. But he wants us to be a part of what he's doing. He wants you to know him, and he wants you to live a fulfilled life. So I encourage you guys today, when you try to make a decision, when there's a big decision that's going to have life-altering consequences, I encourage you not to look here, but to look up. Stop looking to yourself and start looking up when you have to make a decision. Be studious of how God is moving around you and pray for him to guide you. And most importantly, when you look around, when you study, when you pray, listen to the answer. You have to listen. And sometimes that's hard. It's not always going to be, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. A leader who's been super influential in my life once told me that it's super easy for us to follow God's command when it's something that we want. And that's obvious, but when you hear it, it hit me. Because on the other side of that, when God clearly tells us something that we don't want to hear, like going to send a message to Nineveh, like Jonah, or to stay in a job that I don't want to be at, or whatever you have going on in your life, if God's telling you to be where you are, you may just be around the corner of impacting lives across state lines, or something even bigger. Things that you see, things that you don't see. God sees it all, and you get to be a part of that. And all you have to do is say yes when he calls you to go somewhere. When we sing, I'll follow you anywhere, guys, I pray that that rests on your heart and that it is your guiding light. I will follow you anywhere, God, because it's worth it. So, guys, I ask right now, I want to pray with y'all this morning. I want to pray for you guys, for God to reach in, to lead us clearly so that we can confidently know that he goes before us and that we can be fulfilled and that he can be glorified. So you guys bow your heads with me. God, we know that you know what you're doing. Sometimes we have to step back and check ourselves and remind ourselves that we do know that, and it's true, but that we have to get out of the way. God, our passions, our gifts, the things that we love to work towards, part of that, God, you put that in us. You put those passions in us so that we could help change the world. But God, the next part of that is saying, this is what I want to do, God. How can I do it? Tell me what you need me to do so that I can shape this world in your image, in an all-consuming image of love. God, help us to pray and mean it when we ask you to send us. And God, give us the strength, the courage to say, yes, I will go there if that is where you are leading me. God, we are so thankful for what you've done for us and what you will do, God, and you deserve praise simply because you are God and you are good all the time. So we thank you that we get to be a part of this. And it's in your name that we pray. Amen. So guys, if you want to talk more about what all of this means for you individually, if you have questions about how do I study, how do I pray, how do I know when God is talking to me? If you feel like you're being nudged somewhere and you need encouragement, or you're following a path and you feel discouraged because of what's happening around you, Elijah, Ellis, myself, Lindsay, student teaching team, guys, we would love to talk to you about that. Do not hesitate to reach out to PCC students on Instagram. If you know us, if you have our numbers, text us. We want to help you go where God is calling you because we want what's best for you, and we know that only God can offer that. So reach out to us if you need it, and we'll be praying for you guys. And tune in for our next segment. Hope you enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Jackie Show. It's the Beth and Jackie Show.
I don't know what
Just
to
do a
say
dance move.
because
Hi! I'm Beth Stoddard.
and I'm Jackie Heberly.
And we are here to cook.
We hope.
Yes,
We
no, we
hope.
are going to cook. We are going to make something. So I'm excited to be here. I have to say, these are really ginormous shoes to fill because if you were part of the live stream last year, and I don't know if there's anywhere you can actually go back and see this, but Jackie, it was amazing. You and George.
Well, George. It was mainly George.
Yeah.
I was just his sidekick, and we're missing him. But
We do.
We're
Um,
gonna rock it.
Well, I've learned. He's coached me. He encouraged me. He told me I could do this, and so I'm really glad to be filling George's shoes as best I can.
Got
So, and I have absolutely no qualifications for being here.
Do you have an apron?
No.
That'll make you.
I don't.
I think you should make one. This was my mother's, by the way, and they always had an apron. My grandmother always had an apron, so I just feel like I need to put one on. So
Oh.
there you go. There you
Can
go.
I just-
Tuck it in.
All right, there's my apron. I need an apron. George,
Perfect.
do I have to have an apron to be official?
He had a fancy like chef
Yeah.
smock or
We're going to
something.
talk about George a whole lot probably this
Maybe.
whole time.
Maybe so. So what are we
Yeah.
gonna make today?
Well, so here's the deal. The only reason I get to do this is because during COVID, I started baking stuff. And since, way to go, Ellis. Did you break everything?
Nope.
Anything? Oh, this is coffee. Okay, the first rule of baking
Show goes on.
is
Keep going.
don't spill things.
On
and-
electronics.
Electronic stuff, yeah. Sorry about that. So anyway, I just started baking
So
during...
you started baking during COVID. I started eating during COVID.
Well, I did. Well, anyway, let's not talk about any of that.
Okay.
I have never baked, and I like to cook stuff, but baking was intimidating for me because you had to measure and be precise.
Right.
That is not me.
Right.
I'm a more fly by the seat of my pants girl. But I thought,
That's
well, I'm
your
gonna.
creative side.
That's my creative side. But I was watching the Great British Baking Show. You ever watch that?
I've not.
Oh my gosh,
I'd
it's
watch
so
it for
funny.
the accent.
They
probably.
lock people in a tent, and then they have to bake things that I'd never heard of. I was inspired, and I decided it'd be a good creative effort, and I started putting it on Instagram, and I think tens of people watched it. Tens of them.
I watched
And
it.
I was such a anyway.
The best part was Tony's critique at the end.
That was
Not
always
that I didn't enjoy your cooking.
No,
but-
that was the best. Having Tony, my husband, and David try it. So anyway, rather than do something extravagant today, what I decided I would do is we would just bake brownies. Now anybody can go and buy, and I did this the whole time my kids were growing up. You just buy the $2.99 mix off the shelf, $1.99 if it's on sale. You throw in some eggs, some water, some oil. Bam, you have brownies.
Well, they're good, but you don't feel accomplished.
No, and there's something soul-sucking about that. And plus, if you know Paul Myers would say there's tons of preservatives and all sorts of crap in that. Of course, Paul wouldn't eat anything probably with sugar in it anyway, so let's not talk about Paul. But I wanted to go natural, and so it's not that hard to make brownies from scratch. So that is what we're going to do today.
Cool.
So we got all our ingredients laid out here. I did the thingy. I wish I had matching containers, but I don't. But we're going to get started, and we're going to get started with melting some butter. Now, here's the thing. There is unsalted butter and there is salted butter, and there is a difference. And I never thought there was, but you need to pay attention to what their recipe says. I can't tell you why, but it does make a difference. And so, Jackie, you're going to not do this first. First, we're going to prepare our pan.
All right. So how do you want me to?
So here's
prepare
another
this
thing,
pan?
too. This pan cooking spray, super easy. You can rub butter or rub Crisco if anybody ever has that. But a lot of recipes call for parchment paper. Never did that either. Why bother? Well, it makes a difference. So it's one of those little details. So when you use Pam and you use parchment paper, you Pam the pan, and then you put
Pam
the
the pan,
Pam the
pan
pan.
the
So
pan,
spray it in
Pam
there.
the pan.
Then put the parchment paper in, and then also Pam the parchment paper.
Okay, so the parchment paper just goes in the bottom.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
And I don't think you have to be really, with this, it's so wide. I just cut it the right length and let it kind of bunch up, because then brownies will kind of work around there. And then
Does the parchment paper have to go up the sides or just the bottom?
I would put on the sides too. I would let it kind of spill over. In my
So do
recipe,
you think? I'm just guessing because I'm not a chef either. But do you think the parchment paper helps it cook maybe more evenly and not get too brown?
I have
or
no
burnt
idea.
or- Okay.
and I
We're
never
gonna go
used
with
it.
that. Maybe
'cause-
George will tell us
yes,
in the comments.
somebody in the comments.
He is
can-
watching.
Oh,
Good.
hey George.
Hi, George.
All right.
I'm not going to throw eggs at Beth because I'm not mean like that.
Yeah, there will be no egg throwing, at least not from me. All right, and then don't
Okay,
forget
so
to spray
pan the
that
paper.
too.
What
So-
would Paul Myers say about this stuff? Is this just
I don't
chemicals?
know.
What is this?
I don't know what's.
Did Abraham of the Bible eat it?
Is that the ingredients?
If
Did
not,
it grow?
then it's
it
not
grows
worth
in,
it.
it grows in the garden, just like
Just
this.
like that.
The red
Probably
cap
not.
comes up when it starts coming up out of the soil. You know your Pam's coming up. be ready in a few
Yay.
days.
Now this is ready, and again, I used to not do this, but if you read directions, it says you're supposed to prepare the pan first, and I wouldn't not. Anyway, follow the directions. It matters. That's what I've learned at this old age of mine. Okay.
And you have a pretty much legit chef daughter, too.
Yes. She doesn't bake, though. Sarah is a masterful cook, but she doesn't bake
Not
much.
baking.
All right, here's your next task.
Okay.
Take this unsalted butter, put it in that medium-sized saucepan, and start melting that.
Okay.
All right. So fun story about butter. I used to buy a lot of butter, and for Christmas 2 years ago, my husband gave me a case of butter as a Christmas gift. A case of butter. It was 48 pounds of butter. I was so excited. He handed this ginormous box to me, and I couldn't, imagine what was in it. Was butter, and it lasted an entire year because you can freeze butter and then pull it out when you need it. So Jackie's going to melt this butter, and you can stir it with this thing. Oh, you already got a spatula?
Yes,
No.
I have one. Let me use your
Use
nice.
mine.
This is your nice pampered chef one.
And it's got room for licking on it, so I don't know who gets to, yes. I don't know if you or me get to lick
Okay,
it.
you get to lick.
All
I'm gonna
right.
get the chocolate chips out of the measuring.
I'm reading my recipe book because, like, if I was George, I'd have this all memorized. But I started a handwritten recipe book this year because cooking is like legacy stuff. Like, you have recipes that you repeat and things that people remember eating, and I'm trying to write that stuff down so that my kids can fight over this book at some point.
Actually, at my middle son's request, did that for him for Christmas one year.
Ooh.
I bought one that, it says my mother's best recipes or something, and then he told me which ones he wanted me to put in it. So
It's pretty cool.
that was kind of fun.
This is just a blank book that I started doing myself. So, okay, so we are melting butter over low heat in a saucepan, and then we're going to add sugar when it gets melted. We're going to stir it consistently for 2 minutes, and we're not going to let it boil because
Okay.
something bad would probably happen. And then when we get done with that, I'm going to get this bowl ready. I'm playing with fire. Look at this, Jackie. Look at this crack.
Yeah.
I have this, I'm really tempting fate here, but I love this bowl, and it is going to separate at some point, but I'm married
Is it
to
a
Tony
family
Stoddard.
bowl, like
No,
my family apron?
It was, Tony bought it for me for, I think, like the first year we were
So
married.
it's sentimental because it
It's-
wasn't like a case of butter.
Yeah. And I can use it. And when it cracks, I'm going to hand it to him, and he's going to repair it, and then there's
And
all
you'll
the
use it
spiritual
another 40 years,
application
like
there.
Andy Heverly did with my
Exact-
dryer. I couldn't get a dryer my dryer was 40 years old. It felt like it
But
burnt
did it
my
work?
clothes all that. Yeah, Andy's like, oh, a dryer's just a simple piece of machinery. It's got a heating element and a drum and a belt. I can fix that.
Andy, you can
So
come
for
on up
40
and speak for yourself if you'd
So
like.
for 40 years, yeah, you like my impression?
That was pretty
So
good.
for 40 years, he had that dryer before we met. But anyway, I finally have a new dryer.
Cool.
Might get a new bowl one day.
Maybe. I wish I had. My mom has stainless steel mixing bowls that she's had for like 50 years.
Well, they'll last forever.
They will last forever, and I don't know who's getting those when she kicks the bucket. Sorry, Mom. My parents are already trying to give stuff away for when they're not here anymore. Love you, Mom. She's probably watching this.
My mother-in-law, last time we were there, said she had a gift for me, and she started getting kind of a little emotional about it. And I'm like, what? And she pulls a bowl off the top of her refrigerator, and she's like, it's her. It's a Roseville.
A
I'm
what?
like, I don't know. Some brand like maybe George knows or somebody
Rose?
or crock type mixing bowls. It was a Roseville or a Rose. So now whenever I use it, I'll set it on the table and be like, it's a Roseville. I love you, Graham.
Oh, this is Crate and Barrel, so not the same impact.
But that's
I'm
good
sure.
though.
I'm sure. All
Her
right, let me
mother
see
had
what
given
else
it
we
to
have to
her.
do. After that stuff gets, is it butter melted yet?
Almost, but I'm doing it on low. You told me low.
Well, you can maybe
We're
do
not in a
medium.
rush here.
We're not in a huge rush. Okay, so we have some sugar, and then we're gonna add the sugar, stir for 2 minutes. So this is the thing, yeah, I started thinking, especially with phones, that when it says do something for a specific amount of time, again, this is why I've never baked, because ain't nobody got time to be that specific, but it matters. And it ain't that hard to follow directions. So the spiritual application for me, which is always great, this is for me personally, not that anybody else has to have this, but follow the directions and you get a better end product. You can apply that to your entire
In Jesus' name.
life. Amen. Amen. So we're going to pour this in, and you're going to keep stirring. Whoa. And, hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set a timer for 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
That's
Counting down.
modern baking when you just tell something.
It is.
Stop,
It's pretty.
okay?
So keep stirring, and
Okay.
we're gonna get that all melted. And,
Still on low.
I would turn it up a little bit because it says do not let it boil. Nothing's gonna boil over low heat, is it, George? Where's George when we need him? Yeah, I keep it going, and then we're gonna pour the butter
This is
into
an
this
arm
bowl.
workout.
It is. That's good. Good for you.
Good for me.
Don't let it boil.
I need it.
Don't let it boil.
It's not.
Don't let it boil.
It's not. It's
All right.
not.
And then we're going to beat in all this other stuff here. Oh, by the way, this particular recipe calls for espresso powder, and I don't even know, what is this?
I have some. You should have told me.
Well, I never use it, though.
I
And
bought it at that, King Arthur Flour, that mail order catalog. They got the most fun stuff. I bought it from there.
I should check that out.
Yeah, you
I
can
think
put
I
it
looked
in-
at Food
you can
Line
put
and
it
it
in
didn't have any.
frostings. You can put it in all kinds of stuff, and it just gives it a coffee
A coffee
flavor.
taste?
Yeah.
Coffee flavor? There's some recipes that call for instant coffee granules, but
Yeah.
I don't know what they do. I think they combine with chocolate flavors. I honestly don't know what I'm doing. Like, if you asked me to teach a piano lesson here, I could do that, but this is really just a creative expression for me, so I really don't know what I'm doing. So,
But it's going to
but I
taste
can
good,
follow a recipe.
even if you don't know it. It's going to taste good.
It is going to taste good. So,
Because you're going to be able to taste the love.
taste the love, Jackie's love. We got 30 seconds for that, and then we're going to pour it in and mix all the stuff together. Another thing I learned when we get ready to do these ingredients is, I don't know that flour and sugar matter a whole lot. I will say that if you're not a cook or you're inexperienced in the kitchen, there's like all-purpose flour, and then there's bread flour, and then there's unbleached flour. This
cake
is bleached,
flour.
and there's cake flour. There's a difference in flours, and you can't really substitute one for another. You get a much different product. So if you're not an experienced cook, like a baker, pay attention to this. This kind of stuff matters. Oh, it's time! Yay! All right, so we're going to pour this in, and then we are adding, we're going to beat in,
Have we messed up already?
well, we did. Who cares? All right, so cocoa powder. I'm using good old Hershey's cocoa powder, and we're going to pour that in. That's a cup and a quarter of that. Salt. Argument I have with my husband, I use kosher salt for almost everything, even for baking, because I think it's larger granules, so it doesn't spread out as much. I don't really know how much of a difference it makes, but I use kosher salt. So this is a teaspoon of salt. Baking powder, there's another cool thing I've learned. Oh, sorry, did I get that on you?
No, see,
And-
last time I wore one of those full aprons, but I went back and looked at the footage, and it really made me look like a whale. So I decided I was going to wear the short one,
adorable.
and now I'm getting it all over
Hey,
me.
stop that though, because we're supposed to mix this with the mixer, so it's okay. It's okay. So baking powder. Did you know that this is baking powder with no added aluminum? Did you know that baking powder had aluminum in it?
No, I did
What
not.
is that about?
I don't know.
Aluminum. Who eats aluminum? I didn't learn that until COVID when I started reading. So
Maybe it's to give your cake a heavy, you like heavy cakes or light
Well,
cakes. I like a
wouldn't
good
it- but-
heavy cake with substance. Maybe I want aluminum.
But wouldn't aluminum
No, that'd be
hurt
bad.
you?
I'm
Okay,
sure.
so anyway, baking powder, which makes things rise, I think, and salt, baking powder, vanilla. You don't want to get imitation vanilla. This is pure vanilla extract. It ain't that much more expensive. That's what you should get. That and Jackie,
Yes.
eggs. George, we are not throwing eggs. How do you crack an egg?
I crack it on the edge of the bowl.
I do not. So
Okay.
go for it. Do it. But I've learned that you're more likely to get small shell pieces if you crack it on an edge like that. So I learned crack it on a flat surface and then pull it apart like that.
I usually crack it and put it in a separate bowl in case I do get pieces and then dump it in.
Okay.
Maybe it's because I do it this way and I get eggshell more often.
Well, I don't. I used to get that a lot.
You
I
be
made scrambled
fancy and
eggs.
do it with one hand.
I used to be able to do that, like when I was a teenager. I don't know. Maybe that's something that you lose over time. Okay. So mix well.
All right, here, George, this is for you. I'm going to try to get it in the trash can.
What?
Oakland, when she bakes, she likes to go like this and then throw stuff in the bowl. So she does this whole wind-up thing. So I'm going to do the Oakland
The
wind-up.
Oakland wind up. Go,
Here we go.
Jackie. Go, Jackie. Go, Jackie. Oh!
shot.
It was a rim shot.
Ooh.
That was
Green
just for
shot.
you, Georgie.
That's for you.
Okay, we're gonna mix well. So whose definition of well?
Your definition, because this is your.
This is when it gets really interesting to me because we're really close to being able to taste it, and that is my favorite part.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten sick from eating raw eggs?
No, so I'm gonna keep on eating.
I don't know anyone who's ever gotten sick from eating raw eggs. So I think that's a lie. Yeah, you want to scrape down the side of your bowl like Jackie's doing right now. Nicely done. Make sure there's nothing on the bottom.
This nice pampered chef.
That's my Pampered Chef. I used to sell Pampered Chef.
Did you really?
Yep. When I was pregnant with Sydney, I don't know why, because I wasn't much into cooking, but I thought, oh, this will be fun. And I'd never done anything like that, and I hated those home party things. But I got into it, and this is my original Pampered Chef thing from, oh gosh, Sydney's like 27 now, so this thing's almost 30 years old.
It's a good product.
Dang.
High quality stuff.
Yeah.
Like a Roseville.
Whatever that is. I don't know. Okay,
Isn't there a
works well.
dance? Something about a mixer? Is there a dance about a mixer?
Hey, Mucka Mixer.
Oh.
No? Okay, that works well. You're good. All right, now we're going to get to stir in. I'm going to eject it. You know how to eject these?
Maybe not on your mixer.
I don't really know either. Okay.
I think you just yanked them out.
Delicious. Yum, Jackie, you're doing great. Okay, now we're going to stir in the flour. This is a cup and a half of flour.
Seeing how we're not cooks, this is interesting to me. Because most of the time they'll tell you to mix your salt and your baking powder
With
in with
that.
your flour. And this is having you just do the flour separate at the end.
And
I wonder
don't
what that
know-
science is.
I don't know.
You have chocolate on your
Where? I thought I got it off.
Yummy.
Okay.
Just leave it. That's a sign of a good cook. Like we should do this.
Okay. There you go. I already had some on me from something. All right, so we're going to stir this in. I've seen some recipes say fold it in, but I think it's kind of the same thing. And the best part, hot tip for you.
For me?
For you.
Okay.
This is 2 cups of chocolate chips, and that's exactly what's in a package of chocolate chips, less the ones that Jackie and I just ate. So, also, folding those in. Remember, these are brownies. So, when you think about a dumb old brownie package with a bunch of preservatives in it, look what else you're getting if you learn how to make brownies from scratch. This has not been that hard. In fact, you might have all this stuff at home already in the pantry, and it's super easy to throw together. God, doesn't that look so good?
Looks
I just want to
awesome.
spoon and eat it just like that.
All right, let's do it.
So we're going to get this all mixed up together.
I'm still incorporating.
Yeah.
I'm folding.
I wonder if flour like toughens, because like when you make bread, you're not supposed to over mix.
Right.
I've learned a little bit about that too. So maybe maybe something happens scientifically with whatever's in flour that it.
Maybe. Do you know when you make a cake? Now let me think this through before I say it. But you know when you make a cake and they tell you to put the liquid and the flour, the dry in alternately?
Yes. Yes.
Beginning with flour, ending
Yes,
with flour?
yeah.
Do you know why you do that?
No. Do you?
Yeah, you do that because if you put all the flour in at once, then you tend to overmix it to get it all incorporated, and then you have a tough,
because it would take
yuck
longer.
cake.
That's like a physics thing, probably,
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, and there might be more to
That's
it than
cool.
just that, but I know that's part of it.
Oh, hold on. Just hold on a second. Look at this. Just look how. Yeah, doesn't that look good? If you like chocolate, like when I'm doing this at home, I stop right here and I just get a spoon. In fact, why not?
Why not?
This should be like authentic, shouldn't it? So I think we need.
Pretend like this is just, I went crazy with my talcum powder this morning. Okay, let's try
Okay,
it.
we're gonna sample it. Kids, don't do this at home.
Cheers.
Oh, cheers. Oh my gosh,
I
this
love
is so
candy.
good.
Do you love candy? What's your favorite candy?
Well,
I mean, just like category, like
chocolate.
chocolate.
Of course.
What about do you like gummy candies, like
No, I mean I can eat one.
gummy
but
lifesavers? Gummy.
some people love, like David, my son David loves Swedish fish, or used to.
Oh, yeah,
He's
yeah,
changed so much
yeah.
as he's matured. So I don't know if
I
that's
like
still
gummy
true.
stuff. So like if I ever choke on a gummy
Is
bear
it,
and
that's
die,
your favorite then? Gummy
no,
stuff?
but I
Oh.
like it. But if I ever choke on a gummy bear and die, I hope my family just tells everybody it was a bear. And then I would sound heroic or something. I've been waiting to use that joke. So
Well, if
I
I
really
hear
don't
that,
like
if
gummy
I hear that you died because of a bear, I'm gonna. Now we all know the truth. All right, ready? All right. Look how thick.
whoa.
Yeah.
Anticipation.
Makes me think of ketchup, which makes me think of your son Elijah, who likes ketchup. No more than my sister-in-law, who will never watch this. So I can tell you, my sister-in-law puts ketchup on everything, and I used to think that was like Elijah did, but Elijah just likes ketchup as a side note. My sister-in-law puts ketchup on salad,
Salad?
pancakes.
The other night, Oakland was dipping her strawberries in ketchup. Elijah's like, he said I started to judge, and then I was like, you just do you, girl.
Oh, that sounds really bad. All right, now this is the point where I have a real moral dilemma.
Right.
Do you just keep scraping for others?
No.
Do unto others? Think of others more than you do yourself? Love your neighbor? Do you try to get every bit of it out and
My
get it?
sister takes every
in.
ounce out. I leave enough for me to snack on.
Well, what does that say about us and your sister? I think that, for me, I always feel really selfish. You know? All right, so let's smooth it out there. Oh,
But
it's
this
so
is the
thick.
thing, and this really is going to make it sound like a moral dilemma, but who would know you left a little in the bowl?
God, Jesus sees
In Jesus'
everything.
name.
We get to heaven, Jesus will say, okay. Remember all those brownies you made? I saw.
Especially when you were making those brownies in church that
Yeah.
day.
Well, everybody watching right now, and I have no shame in my game. This is why we use the big Pampered Chef spatula. Ready? Cheers again, my friends. Best part. Oh my gosh.
No, the worst part is if you double dip in the bowl.
You're
and
my
then,
friend.
And then you decide to scrape some more out in here.
No, I don't
I
stoop
don't
to
do that either. If you ever eat at my house, be assured
Yeah.
that I don't
But you and
do
I are
that.
friends, so we're kind of double dipping.
Yeah, it's okay.
So good.
That's so good.
Have you ever, you're a mom, I'm mom, have you ever made cookies and brownies and tried to be extra quiet at the end so the kids wouldn't know the bowl was available? I've done that very recently.
Right.
David doesn't live at home anymore, but he lives at home and he would come out and I'd be hastily cleaning the bowl. He's like, oh man. I said, oh, sorry. Okay, well, you know what? We need to put these in the oven because we're we're
quick.
timed.
Okay.
30 minutes,
All right.
350.
You do that. You just keep eating, girl.
Okay. Don't forget to set a timer. Hey Siri, set a timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, starting now.
Starting now. Okay.
Now what
so,
are we gonna do?
Well, now we'll just stand here and tell jokes and eat this.
I think the guys just got Subway. Did y'all just get Subway for lunch?
It's on the way. We're about to.
Do you know why?
Wait, I want
You
to
know
get
why
on that.
Subway's so
Yeah,
healthy?
see, I want to get on that too.
You
Why
want
that?
to know why Subway's so healthy?
It's not, but what?
Because you have to
Yeah.
walk into the store. I mean, think about it. All the other like McDonald's, Wendy's.
That is
all
not. That
all
is
that,
not
they have
why
a,
Subway's
They
so
have
healthy.
a window and they just hand it to you, and then you eat this greasy junk in your car.
I think
As we eat brownies.
you're lying to yourself, Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
God, is that not good?
It is delicious.
It's so much better than store bought, and it's so easy. Okay, so we're gonna do two other things. Yeah, thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Here he comes.
Oh, Tanner
I
needs
heard
some
the
pick.
slides.
You guys get to play the part of Tony and David at the end of all this by rating the brownies.
Oh, snap. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, Jackie, we got to do two more things.
Alright,
So,
here we
quit putzing around there.
No, we didn't.
All right, we're going to do something else that's really fun and easy. We're going to make homemade salted caramel.
Okay, can I
And-
say something else that's cool about
Yes.
brownies?
Yes.
You can put tons of
You know
stuff.
what? You know what I want to say before you talk about that is I love your hair so much.
So nice.
Do you wash it with something special to make it look so perfect?
You love what?
Your hair,
the curls
color
or the
of your hair.
color?
And I've always loved your curls. I've always been jealous.
The
of your curls.
color, you know, I go back and forth. There's days I'll look in the mirror and I say, oh my gosh, what did you do?
I love it.
And then there's days I'm like, it feels really good to be me.
You look like Emmylou Harris,
Oh.
and she is like a queen, an
But she's
icon.
old.
She's older than you, but her hair has always been that color,
I know, I'm
even
kidding.
when she's like 30.
I'm kidding. But the fun thing about brownies is you can do a lot to it. You can put frosting on it. You can put nuts on it. No frosting. Put M&Ms on top.
Oh, let's talk about nuts.
You can put,
Do you put nuts in your brownies?
not usually.
Never.
I like them, but the kids didn't.
Yeah, no.
Same. David was like never ever, so I never
But
did.
you know what's have you ever had one of those Texas sheet cakes?
Yes,
They're
with
so
pecans.
good. Now they
Oh.
put the pecans in the icing, so it's not
Yes.
in the cake itself.
Also,
and
yes.
That way you can kind of slide it out a little easier if you don't like nuts. So I think that's yummy. But
Yeah, cool.
all right, let's make
Okay.
salted caramel.
We're gonna make salted caramel, and then if we have time, we're also gonna show you how to make homemade whipped cream, because this stuff is not that hard. All right, girl, get the turn that saucepan on. We have a saucepan, and I did not know this until COVID, that you make caramel just by sugar. This is 1 cup of regular sugar,
Okay. And didn't you say
wooden spoon,
a wooden spoon?
and that's really important. I brought a wooden spoon from home. I don't
something
know.
with the metals.
Yes.
It does something to the sugar.
Yeah,
I
George
think.
can maybe help us with that. I don't know. If you know why you have to use a wooden spoon with caramel, let us know and we'll give you some caramel.
Like I think, like you're not supposed to use at least one that gets wet, but you're not supposed to use a metal spoon like when you do puddings and stuff too. Something about it won't set up thick. So maybe, I don't know. George, just tell us.
You know a lot about this. Now I know why you're
All right,
hosting
so
the cooking
now,
shows.
so I'm
So-
just gonna stir this.
Yeah, here's what the directions act, and this is from Sally's Baking Addiction. Hey, shout out to Tammy Gordon, who's probably not watching this, but Tammy was always cooking stuff from Sally's Baking Addiction, and I started using that. When I started cooking, when I started baking, have you ever been to Savannah, Jackie?
Yes.
You know, Sarah, when she went to Savannah,
Oh, yeah.
worked at Back in the Day Bakery.
So because of her, I've ordered all their cookbooks.
Yes!
Yummy stuff.
Yummy. That's when I started cooking during COVID, when I started baking, that's what I used. I decided I was going to go through the Back in the Day cookbooks. And I did a lot of those recipes, and then I moved on to Sally's Baking Addiction website.
Can
And
I
then
ask a quick question
Yeah.
before I ruin this? Am I supposed to be on medium heat? Or
heat granulated sugar in a medium heavy duty saucepan over medium heat.
Okay.
Oh, here's stirring constantly with a high heat resistant wooden spoon. Heat resistant. Because metal
catch
would
fire?
conduct. No, not like that.
The wood.
I don't think that's not what it means. We need a fireman here. Where's Joe Sposa when we need him? So while
what's a heat resistant wooden spoon? I mean, they should all be heat resistant if they're spoons. Really?
does that mean like I read that as not conducting heat, like
Okay, not specific to wooden, but specific to whatever.
as opposed to a metal thing,
Stirring.
which was we were just talking about. Okay, sugar will form clumps and eventually melt into a thick brown amber colored liquid as you continue to stir. Be careful not to burn. All right, and
That's
so
a lot of pressure, especially on camera.
is anything nothing's happening.
Well, I'm starting to get some of these.
Okay. So it's really cool. This is how you make caramel, simply by
You've
melting
done this before,
sugar.
so
I
you
have
can
done
tell me
this
if I'm
before.
doing it right.
You'll know. You're going to have a really neat immersive experience here. Once the sugar's melted, we're going to stir in butter, and we've got room temperature butter, also very important. This is salted butter. So again, follow the directions. And the whole room temperature thing, Jackie, all my life, I've seen recipes that called for room temperature butter, and I thought, who cares? It doesn't matter. It does matter, and you can actually read. Let me grab a stick of butter. Well, here's half a little part of a stick of butter. There's specific directions that tell you what room temperature feels like. The pressure, it should give just a little bit, but not be mushy. This is almost
So
too far
don't try
gone
to
here.
defrost it in your microwave to
No.
soften it, because I've done that.
Me too, and that's microwave butter, not room temperature butter, and it doesn't work nearly as well. So that really matters. Once the sugar's melted, we're going to stir in the butter, and then when that's done, we're going to stir in a half a cup of heavy cream. Another hot tip. Heavy
Did
cream
what? Do you
and whipping cream are the same thing.
Heavy cream and whipping cream are the
Yeah, if you go to the grocery store and you need recipes calls for heavy cream, sometimes they call it whipping cream. You know why? Because most people buy it to make whipped cream. Because we're going to try to do that later too.
They put the word whipping on it, and they probably charge you $1 more.
I wonder if I could do. Oh, we got plenty of time
Same
left.
thing.
So what else can we talk about while we're melting our sugar?
It's taking a while.
Tell me about your mission serve experience. Because you went to Walterboro, right?
I went to Walterboro, and I don't know, Beth, you might make me get emotional. But it was awesome because we weren't able to go, the year before. And I'm one of these people who, mission trips, I love doing missions, but I especially love doing missions with students. And the reason why is because it's just really cool to watch somebody who's maybe new in their faith, still questioning their faith, still to watch it all come together, to really see God at work and understanding that when you're doing something like this, you're literally showing Christ to the people that you're serving. And so just to watch that kind of click in their brains is just like no other to me. I think when we go as adults, if we don't have that reminder, like if I don't have the reminder of students, it's just easy to get caught up in, I don't know, just the work itself. But I think God designed it in a way that you get so much of a blessing, more of a blessing out of it, than maybe what the person who's receiving, And I think God designed it that way, so you would maybe be compelled to continue to do that and be just as his part of his lavish love for us. He just blesses us back.
That's a good word.
So
I want to just tell you, this makes me think of something I read just this morning. Somebody was talking about people being Christians and how so much of Christianity has been politicized. Like people talk about it in terms of, and people wield faith sometimes as a weapon, and about this is right, and even within Christianity, not just like Christianity and different faiths, but believes certain segments of Christianity or certain things underneath Christianity, and people fight over those things and have so many arguments, political arguments within the church, not about politics so much, but about that too, things that are just taking sides. So anyway, somebody had written that her parents taught her that what it meant to follow Jesus was to do work on yourself with Jesus and then help other people, period. That's what it was. It was just making sure that you were the person you were supposed to be and then help other people. Not necessarily teach other people or instruct other people, literally help other people, and how that's what their interpretation of what it meant to make disciples is to live that
absolutely,
out,
because
right?
with all that other stuff, we just get so bound up. And then sometimes you can get so bound up, then you're just rendered useless in terms of helping other people or showing.
Oh yeah.
There's a scripture, I wish I could remember it, that says something like, what am I doing here? Is this not getting just hot
Maybe.
enough?
Let's just turn it up a little bit.
We're going to
Let's
turn
see.
up to high, George.
We are. Because ain't much happening.
Not much happening.
Maybe you're a really good stirrer. Maybe you stir so well that here it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think sometimes these glass top ovens don't give a consistent enough temperature. I wish I had a look at
Let me show
that.
for you.
Look at that.
Now here we go. We got to
Starting to do its thing.
not to burn it. So anyway, what you were saying about?
There's a scripture verse, I wish I could remember it, but it basically says what this person said that her parents taught her. Basically says, how, like Jesus said, how will your faith be pleasing to me, or your whatever. It's by serving other people, and I don't think it's how well you argued a point and how
True religion.
well,
True religion
right.
is caring for
Right.
orphans and
Right,
widows
that's
in a
it,
time of
that's it.
distress. Yeah.
And so, the only thing people are going to remember when we get bound up by all that stuff, the only thing they're going to remember is you were bound up by all that stuff, and that you were argumentative, and that you were whatever.
Yeah.
But when we really serve like Christ did, then those are the things that that stick and that matter.
And
So I think that's why it's so important for students to go on missions, because it really does shape the fabric of their life to the point where then it becomes a natural expression for them, because it's what they were taught early.
Yeah. I'm going to show the camera real quick. This is where we're at in this process. So it's starting to clump up a little bit, right? It's going to become liquid soon. Is that good, Nellis? Okay.
Yep.
So we're gonna keep
How are we on time?
It's like 11:35.
25 minutes.
Oh, we're doing
We're
good.
doing really good. I want to say just on that too, since, and this is one of the things that I discovered in cooking, even just doing it alone at home, is I would think, like deep thoughts. Like it became almost a meditative process, because even the fact that this didn't happen like the recipe said, and we have to make some adjustments, to me, everything can be spiritual. And so there's an opportunity for meditation and everything. And I think, based on what you were saying about like mission trips and students going, I didn't go on a mission trip this year, but I try to have that attitude every day of, can I help? And it can come in just weird ways, or maybe I never see any fruit of it. But can I start this day and live this day with my hands open to whatever God might have me do?
Right. And I think you're more apt to think that way because you have had that.
Yeah, agreed. That can help form.
Yeah,
like,
I think it can really help form. And you know, we all form that at different ages and at different points in our life. And I tell people all the time, I did not go on my first mission trip till I was 38.
Really? I thought
38.
I had kind of thought that was like a lifelong thing for you.
Right. I grew up in a church in a small town that the only thing our youth group did was one time a year we ate pizza at the pastor's house, and one time a year we went roller skating in Fredericksburg. That's what we did. You know, I was raised in a great church, but missions was not, at least for students, was not a fabric of who they were. So, you know, it was at my prior church, the PCC, that I was really immersed in that. But
Here's
look
where
at
we are
that.
now. We're not quite ready though. It needs to be more of a liquid, so we're still stirring.
But anyway, that's why I was intentional about raising my kids that way, because
Yeah.
I saw just how beneficial and if nothing else, which you pray that's not the case, but if nothing else, it just raises them to be a kind human being that looks out for other people.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you hope that it becomes much more than that, but
Also an awareness of that the world is a lot bigger than sometimes we think it is, right?
Absolutely.
So I didn't do any mission trips as a kid, but when I got out of college, I moved to the Dominican Republic and taught school there for 3 years. And I've been to Mexico, but just on like a day trip or whatever. But like literally living in another country, a third world country, it was mind blowing. Like you realize that our own little cocoon of what is reality and what is true, it humbles you.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole huge world out there where people don't live like that. They live differently. And it's not just that they're poor and they don't have stuff. It's like in a lot of ways, we have this American exceptionalism, like we're the best country in the world, and we are an amazing country. I love this country. But there are a lot of other people that you can respect the way they live and what they have as well. And that's that mission trip, that even just to a different state and a different culture.
Yeah. And I encourage everybody to do that. At least take one international mission trip, even if going out of the country is not your thing, because of that. Because we do live in a bubble, and you can see pictures and you can imagine it, but unless you really see or the people that are there explain to you some of the things that hinder them or keep them, I want to say oppressed, but keep them from being able to get out of their situation,
Yes.
makes you think, oh my gosh, it's just not as easy as we think. Well, just do this or just do that.
And empathy is so important.
Right. And you can, I remember my very first mission trip. This sounds so simplistic, and you're not going to walk away from this going saying, oh my gosh, what a
Looks like karma. Okay, we're gonna.
what a profound thing Jackie had to say. But I can just remember standing on the bleachers in Mexico and watching these kids play on this broken up pavement, and the sky was beautiful and the clouds were just beautiful. I just stood there with tears running down my face thinking, oh my gosh, this is the same God, my God is the same God of these people. This is the same sky. This is the same earth. This is the same. It just opened my eyes, and it sounds so simplistic, but we do butter next.
We do butter. Carefully.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's just kind of, once you just drop them in one at a time, you can use your fingers, I think.
If I licked a spoon and
these-
stuck it back in the bowl, I
Be
can
careful.
use my finger.
See what's happening?
Whoa.
These are splattering because I don't know why. Because there's
Maybe
water.
the oils in the bubble. I mean, oils in the bubble. Oils in the bubble. Oils in the butter.
Whoa!
It almost looks like it's forming a candy.
Yes. Smell it. Okay, watch out behind you. I'm going to show. That's what's happening there. It's bubbling over. Okay, now let me get this all, and then I think, check that recipe. I think it says pour the cream in like very slow.
Focus by itself.
Remove heat. Oh, wait. Very slowly stir in a half a cup of heavy cream. Since the heavy cream is colder than the caramel, the mixture will rapidly bubble.
Okay.
You're gonna, after the heavy cream has been added, stop stirring and allow to boil for 1 minute.
Okay.
So slowly.
Slowly.
How slow can you go?
Ooh.
How slow can you go?
Oh, I can feel it thickening up. We're making caramel. Oh, this is so cool.
And what are we doing, Mrs. Caramel? We're gonna
Well,
drizzle
you
it
can
over our
drizzle it on
brownie?
that brownies, or you can just store
Eat
it and eat it over ice cream, or I don't know. Who doesn't just need to have some salted caramel in their life? Ow! It's splattering a little bit. Okay, and then we just let it sit without stirring.
Yeah, let it sit without stirring and boil for 1 minute. Siri. It might need
we're
your
already on the
voice.
30 minutes there,
Oh,
so
are
we need
what?
to do a different sort of. We'll just
Wait.
wait till 11:42. We're good. Just 1 minute, Jackie.
Okay. Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. And it's bubbling. Jackie's gonna dance. And now a word from our sponsor.
Oh, tell the people about what you do when you're baking by yourself to remember an ingredient.
I sing to myself. So at this point, what I would do if I was home is I would be looking at this step because I get really distracted. And after the butter has melted, combined with the caramelized sugar, cook for 1 minute without stirring. We already did that. And then after 1 minute, remove from heat and stir in salt. 1 teaspoon salt. And I'm doing a different kind of salt list. So, talked about the kosher salt. There's lots of different kinds of salt. And this is sea salt. Yes, but it's not like sea salt flaky
Come
things.
from the Sea of Galilee.
I don't know. Isn't all salt from the sea? I don't know what the thing is there. But okay, we're going to remove from heat and stir in salt and allow to cool down. Cover tightly. And I even have a little jar we're going to put it in. So, how close are we? I think it's been about a minute. What do we think?
I think so.
Okay, we're going to remove from heat, and we are going to stir in. You think you can hold that? Can we do this like the camera can see into it? So look, it literally looks like caramel. Isn't it great? So we're going to stir. My husband hates salted caramel.
Oh, I love it.
Love.
The sweet and salty thing?
Yeah.
Does he not like the sweet and salty thing in
I know,
general?
he's like a purist. Like, he doesn't like anything weird on anything.
Right.
And for him, like
Elijah always-
salt on top of some sweet thing is just not a thing for him.
Elijah always says to me, oh, you bought the bougie salsa. Oh, you bought the bougie chips. Maybe you call this bougie caramel.
It might be, but it's homemade. So
Whoa.
now we just have to let that
So
sit.
done.
Now the thing about this is you don't want to like stick your finger and taste it because it would just boil. So that would be a painful experience. We're gonna set
looks
that
amazing.
aside. It does look.
wanna-
Don't lick it. You'll burn your tongue. Okay. Just let's stick it in there.
I'm so tempted.
No, don't. We're gonna let this cool. We'll be able to taste it later. And praise God, we have time to make whipped cream. So here's another thing that I did not know how to do at all. And in fact, just last week I learned something different about this process. Jackie, what did you just get and where was it?
I just got her bowl out, which is a stainless steel bowl. I guess, I don't know that a ceramic bowl would work as well. You want to use a metal one and put it in the freezer.
Hey, this is not a,
A 3-pronger.
yeah, we can just do it on
We'll
that.
just move over here.
Hand me that. I got you. I'll swap that. Here.
Oh, the whole thing.
Okay.
I thought you had an adapter.
Sorry, Jackie, I interrupted you. So,
Yeah, so metal bowl. So if you didn't have a metal bowl on your stand mixer, I would use a metal bowl, you know, just a metal bowl, stainless steel bowl like you were referencing your mom has, and use a hand mixer. You don't have to have one of these fancy ones, but what you would want is like a whisk attachment, like she's got there. Some hand mixers come with a whisk attachment. I guess because it incorporates a lot of air in it, and that's what makes it whipped and fluffy.
and you put it in the freezer.
Yes, and freeze it, get it super cold.
Yes, I didn't know that until just 2 weeks ago when Sydney was home before she got married, and she told me to go put the this in the freezer before we made whipped cream, and I didn't know that. But
Don't
I
you love
guess-
it when your kids teach you
yes,
stuff?
I do.
That's
Thank
pretty
you,
cool.
Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Ellis Hobson, everyone.
Elijah teaches
I do what I
me
can.
stuff on the daily.
Watch out for the cord.
We watch out for the cord. Okay, so here's the thing with whipped cream. You simply take cream, locking my mixer down. Here's a fun fact too about my family. If you get married in my family, my children, you get a KitchenAid mixer. It's your standard wedding gift from my mom.
Wow, that's
So-
amazing because that's
Hi,
the best.
Abby. So heavy whipping cream for whipped cream, and all you do is, I'm doing this kind of backwards. This is weird. You pour it in, and I'm not even measuring this. Maybe we'll just use it all. Make a ginormous thing. of
Let's
whipped
make a
cream.
giant. We'll just eat it by the spoonful. Sprinkle some
And-
chocolate chips on top. Oh darn, we used all
We use
those.
them all. And you just whip it. Whipped cream is cream.
Whip it. Whip
Whip
it
it
good.
good.
Da-na-na-na-na.
You must whip it. Da-da-da-da-da. You must whip it. If a problem comes along,
You must whip it. Da-da-da.
name of the band.
Gosh, and it's yours, isn't it?
No, that belongs to the church, which makes it worse, I think.
It does make it worse. Well, I was trying to be
Name
like
of the band. Name of the band.
Devo, and I was trying to
Are we not
like
men?
they
We are
used to
Devo.
wear.
The Devo hats.
They used to wear flower pots on their heads, so this was my. Da-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. If anybody's been around here for a long time, Tanner will remember it. He used to be in my small group, and we had a talent show at a retreat one year, and my small group 4x4 had a lot of kids who are now grown up, engaged, married, have kids, and they did a little dance to Devo's Whip It, and Milburn, Jacob Milburn, you remember?
Yes.
He was in it, and so we were all dancing around in these suits, and we'd say, "You must whip it," and we'd crouch down, and Jacob Milburn would be in the back just sitting there, and he'd be like, "You must whip it, you must whip it."
I can see
and he had
Jacob
these
doing
big, wide sideburns we called
Yeah.
Milburns, and he would just be like,
Milburns.
"You," and people were rolling, laughing. You had to be there.
I was just talking about that yesterday because didn't Haley and Shannon and one of the Rebels girls do I Want It That
And
Way?
Angie Frame.
And
They
Angie.
did the, is that Backstreet Boys or
Yeah,
is that?
I think it's Backstreet Boys.
It's one of
Yeah,
those.
is it?
Backstreet?
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah.
All right, hey, cooking. We're whipping cream, and you want to keep an eye on it because if you over whip it, it gets clumpy and then it's nasty. It's like chunky buttermilk or something. Still can taste good, but so we're getting close there. I find that it's good to just do a little finger test. Still a little drippy, not whippy,
Not whipping.
and it's just cream, so it's pretty nasty at this point. What do we put in it to make it taste better, Jackie?
Vanilla.
And
Sugar.
everything tastes better with sugar. So we're gonna go ahead and throw a little sugar in there. And I have made whipped cream with as much as a cup of sugar. You can use powdered sugar, which I think it's better because this gives it a little bit. I think that was supposed to be super smooth and silky. Maybe you'd use confectionery sugar.
Maybe.
But
But I just like the pure, it's more of a pure taste to me, just regular sugar.
you think regular sugar is,
Makes it much better.
More
It makes
pure?
it more, oh, it just makes it, I don't know.
is that a texture thing? Or
Maybe it's
taste
a texture thing.
And I discovered, because I made some whipped cream a couple weeks ago, again with Sydney, and we didn't use any vanilla. And I went back later and looked at a recipe and realized, oh, all whipped cream is supposed to have vanilla in it. Chunks up a little bit. And I think that just balances it a little bit. Now, you can get vanilla. This vanilla is dark. You can't really tell because of this, but it's kind of a brown color. You can buy white vanilla so it doesn't darken your whipped cream. But
Have
we're
you
not
ever
gonna-
made your own vanilla?
No. Don't you just soak vanilla beans in vodka or something?
Yep. And that's what my stepmother makes all her own. And then she's got this huge giant bottle.
I'd like to try that.
You can buy the
sometime.
vanilla beans up at the Amish store, the good food, what's it called? Country food and
That's the thing, though.
furniture.
It tastes. You have to wait. Like I don't like to wait for things. Not whippy, not drippy, but whippy.
You're almost there. It looks like.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Now,
Now what?
what do you think? Is it not sweet enough?
Well, I would add just a tiny bit more sugar, but I like it both ways. I do like the fact you can still taste the cream,
Mm-hmm.
and
And I think it depends on what you're going to do with it.
that's true. If you're
Right.
going to put it on something really sweet, you
And-
might not want it as sweet.
And we're doing brownies, more or less. So.
I'm going to put brownie with caramel
Oh,
in this, so
so-
maybe you don't need any more
Yeah,
sugar.
just like you think about the caramel, no more sugar. Okay, is that? I think I would call this done.
I think I would too. This caramel looks good. I'm going to have to copy that recipe.
I'm wondering if it should be a little. No, I think I'm trying to imagine like this is like the exact consistency of Cool Whip.
Right?
So, I think we'll leave it at this. And again, so all this stuff you can go to the store and you can buy caramel sauce to put on ice cream. You can go to the store and you can buy whipped cream. But man, why not do it yourself?
And it's not as satisfying.
I think that's the big thing about it. I don't know if it's healthier because none of this is really healthy, but it does feel good that you can just do it yourself. And plus, if you care about the environment, you're not adding packaging because Cool Whip and Ready Whip and all that kind of crap comes in. Where's that stuff going? In a landfill somewhere. And this, you don't create any extra
I mean,
packaging.
it's healthier in the fact that we know what went in here. You read some of these cartons and you have no idea what
right.
some of those things are.
True. This is all pretty pure stuff. I've never gotten into the baking stuff like to make, like to take sugar out, like super healthy or whatever.
Right.
I have used gluten-free flour and almond flour and stuff, but
I've used applesauce or dates to sweeten stuff before, but
Yeah.
I mean, not often. Just to
kicking it old
try
school.
it.
All right, so we've got like 9. Let me check when our brownies should be almost done. We have 2 minutes left for our brownies. Now we're going to pull them out, and because we have time, we're going to actually cut one, and we're going to have Ellis try it because he's manning the camera over there. And of course, we'll get to try it too. Now, normally you would let your brownies cool a little bit, but we're going to rush it.
We like some ooey gooiness.
Maybe I love ooey gooey brownies. That's a great question too. Center or corner brownie? What do you like better?
Oh, I like corner. I like a little
Center.
edgy.
No, I don't care for it to be crispy at all. This is gonna be kind of ooey gooey.
Or you cutting into a chocolate chip. Could have been that.
That's the thing.
That
It makes
looks
it extra
gooier.
ooey gooey. So here we are. And if I was at home right now, doing my home baking stuff, I'd probably use this moment to go to the bathroom, or check my email, or see what was happening.
We can talk about. Oh look, there's some on the.
Yeah, or lick the rest of this. We can talk about.
We can talk about what we're going to do next segment. So,
Tell me.
next segment, we're going to do savory instead of sweet. And because our audience is students, we're going to do something that maybe they could do easily, whip up easily, and who doesn't love pizza? So we're going to make some homemade pizza using all different kind of things as our crust. We're going to get a little creative with our crust.
Super.
And hopefully maybe inspire you to make one yourself instead of calling Papa John's. And did you know that you can buy pizza dough nowadays most of the time in the refrigerated section of a grocery store? So you don't have to do all that hard work of the bread. But we're going to use some other options for our bread, which is going to be fun. So if you'll tune back for that, I think you'll, oh my gosh.
And it's so heavy.
Totally distracted by the brownies coming out.
These
Look,
are
let's just sit.
ginormous.
Look, what a nice
Nice
pretty
tableau.
shot that'll be here. Our homemade caramel sauce.
That's all the stuff that we made. Oh, someone knows it's ready.
Yes.
Okay, so
Me first.
let's see.
Homemade
Let me
caramel.
find
Now,
the appropriate-
if this were entirely cool, this would be thicker than this. You would put it in
Yeah.
the refrigerator or something. But look at that. That's amazing right there.
I'll be the judge of that.
Okay.
gotta work the camera.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Funny how that works.
You need 2 hands on the camera.
I actually do. Things going all over the place.
It's rolly.
Small.
Brownie.
Going mine in the zone.
You put brakes on. You put brakes on.
I know, but I don't have as much mobility. It's not as fun.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in the wild or something.
I can't wait.
Planet Earth.
Yes.
All right. Now, in the real world, we would wait because the brownies are going to be super hot,
I'll just keep
And,
eating it off the table.
and everything needs to set up a little bit, but we're gonna try. You're gonna at least gonna get the taste.
Ooh,
It'll be super gooey though.
Do you need a spatula or a?
Yeah, I was looking for something.
That's Elijah's.
I do have a spoon. I'm gonna have to spoon the brownies out.
Ooh, that's the best kind of brownie, dude.
Again, too hot.
Wow.
Oh.
Too
They're
hot.
beautiful.
Too hot, baby.
Hot dang.
Somebody call 911.
That's what Megan and I
Dog
say.
and fire burning.
Whoa.
Perfectly fine.
Oh, you got
Dang.
it.
And key.
Okay.
Man says he can't sing.
All right, who
And
wants
key.
who wants caramel?
Everybody.
Can I get some on the
I just
side?
Wait.
Yeah.
Do the whipped cream first.
Yes.
Oh, and then
Yeah,
drizzle
then
it. No,
we'll
because
do
it'll
it.
melt it. Because this is
Presentation is
Good
half
answer.
the
Good
taste.
answer. Yes.
Here, let me move this. I'm gonna try and react like Tony would.
Oh, this will be good.
Yeah.
Doesn't he just always just go?
He just sits
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
thinks.
It's the easiest. It's just deadpan.
Yeah.
See, because our brownies
Look at
are
it
still so
melt.
warm, it's just melting.
Oh.
Woohoo!
That's the point.
Wow.
Dude.
I'm gonna need a bowl. That's how Abby would do it.
No.
I do be needing a bowl.
Okay. Abby will get one for you too.
You
Oh, I'm
have
good.
this
Thank
one.
you, though.
You don't want it?
Not right now.
Ellis, or Abby and Ellis can share.
There you go.
Oh,
You guys
that's
have
so
probably
cute.
shared germs before.
Wait, at the same time.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
That's right. It's
He
true.
goes, "Boo."
That's
Dinner?
not what this segment's about.
All right.
What are you doing?
So you bite,
That's
and
a
then
late night.
the way you gotta score it when I bake, you gotta score out of 10.
Out of 10.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. And a perfect 10 is like a non-existent thing.
Yeah.
So
Unless, of course, you're talking about Avatar.
Oh!
Honestly, yeah.
I don't
I'm glad
get
you
that.
come around.
I don't get that.
It's from last
It's from
night. Elijah got real.
Here, go over there.
Okay.
Get out of here.
You got it? It's
I was
perfect.
so level-headed.
You were. That's how we taught people how to have proper debate without hating on each other.
All right.
I need to let
Don't say anything until because Jackie and I have to
Oh my
score
gosh.
this as well.
Don't say anything.
Okay.
Oh, you can make exclamations
Okay.
like that.
Oh.
So you don't know if that's a good or bad.
Oh, I'm good. All right, Jackie. Let's see.
That bite right there.
Cheers.
You gotta get all the
Oh, that was
components.
so
You gotta get it in
cute.
scoop.
Mm.
Oh, dang, man.
Outdid myself,
Oh.
he said.
I am
do.
so
I
good.
I'm telling you,
This
if
might
I
be
do
the
say
10.
so myself, I think we're at 9.99.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The
My
the
goodness.
cream is perfect, except I think we should have whipped it a little bit more, but maybe that's just because it's hot. Kind of lost its structure.
I think
oh
it was
my
'cause
God,
it's
this
hot.
is so good.
Kind of ice creamy. I kind of dig it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
so
gonna lie.
good. Yeah, it's legit.
Has a hint of maybe a s'mores.
Mm.
What is in marshmallow? How do you make a marshmallow?
Same type of thing. I think it's sugar.
In the laboratory.
Yeah. No.
No,
Make
it's,
homemade. Oh,
You
you
can
use
make homemade
corn syrup. You use corn
Oh.
syrup in it.
well, Paul wouldn't go.
I was
for
about to
that.
say, Paul just had a hernia.
That's the devil.
I just ate so much food.
The caramel's really good too. The caramel's. Now, there's a thing about if you use certain kinds of salt that they taste saltier.
Oh, you wash
I
it
think the
down.
caramel might
Nice.
be too salty.
Yeah, dude.
No.
I'm with you. The whole thing is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But I don't like salty caramel.
Mm,
That's
like Tony.
I like salty caramel.
I
I do.
don't do sweet and salty like that. I don't like that combo. But
I do, but
Like you
I
don't
will
like
eat
to
that
dip
with
your
pan
French
of
fry in a
moderation.
frosty?
I mean, I would do that, but the frosty like completely dominates the French fry.
That bite almost burned my mouth. I'm not even mad. Oh my gosh.
this is really good. So the bottom line of this segment, as we wrap it up, this kind of thing is easy to do at home, and look how happy you make people.
Big facts.
If you would have just gone and gotten a box of brownie mix, nobody reacts like this, right?
That's
oh,
true.
thanks, you made brownies. Ah. But this, everybody has a much more fulfilling life. And here's the spiritual application. This is the abundant life. that Jesus promised.
And this.
I was not ready for that.
And that's been.
No,
cooking
wait,
with
no,
Jackie and
well,
Matt.
wait. So you come out of the kitchen and you say, "Look what I made you," and you're gonna look like you worked really hard. Then they're gonna say,
Oh, you're so amazing.
if you just did box brownie, you wouldn't have all that proof.
No,
And they'd just
nobody
be like,
cares.
thanks for the brownie.
Thanks for tuning in. Come back at 4:15.
Hey, wait.
Come back for TikTok dances
Oh.
at 12:30. Yep.
That's disgusting. Yes, come back
I
at
was
for
trying to
TikTok.
look toothless.
Okay. Toothless. Is that?
I don't know if we started filming yet. I was gonna start with a joke about time travel, but you guys didn't like it, so yeah.
You know what Whitney Houston's favorite type of coordination is?
What's Whitney Houston's favorite
Type of coordination.
coordination? No.
Hand eye.
Hand eye.
Hand eye.
My wife, I was singing to my wife the other day, and she said, would you stop singing Wonderwall to me? You know, I said, maybe you're gonna be the one. Anyway, you kids won't get that. That's okay. It's all right. We did.
A recent survey showed that 6 out of 7 dwarfs aren't happy. Didn't even get to the end.
Okay. Go ahead with the punchline.
Oh, that was it. It was just a statement.
Oh, okay.
6 out of 7 aren't happy.
Wow. Wow. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor.
I'm restoring a car.
Okay.
I accidentally got addicted to brake fluid. It's okay.
Okay.
I can stop whenever I want.
Yeah. What do you call a pudgy psychic?
What do you call a pudgy psychic?
A fortune teller. I can't laugh at my own joke. It's not even that funny. It's not even that funny. I can't believe you fell for that, Rick.
Went to the ear doctor the other day. Told me I'm going deaf.
Wow. Wow.
It was really hard to hear.
It was.
It was hard to hear.
Yeah. What do you call a naughty lamb dressed up like a skeleton for Halloween? A naughty lamb.
A naughty lamb?
A naughty lamb.
Don't know.
Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone.
Can't laugh at that one. I
King,
did.
you did.
I did.
You did.
I did. It's summertime.
It is. It is.
What do you call a French man wearing sandals?
What do you call a French man wearing
I have a
sandals?
feeling you know. Philippe Philop. Philippe Philop.
You almost had me with the joke
Just
without the punchline.
punchline.
It just wasn't good enough. So
Apparently French men in sandals are funny to you.
They I mean, think about it. If you really think about it.
Oui, oui.
You know, it's been a long time coming, but the Terminator is going to retire soon. You know what his title is going to be after he retires? Ex-Terminator.
The Exterminator.
Exterminator.
Exterminator. Do you know where the pirate captain got his...
Way to go, Rick. Point for me.
Do you know where the pirate captain got his hook?
Where the pirate captain got his hook.
The second-hand store.
Second-hand store.
Second-hand store.
Might need a foot someday. Who knows? You know what kind of bear is the most condescending type of bear? You know this. Come on, Rick. It's a pan. Duh. Panda. Come on, man.
Panda.
Yeah. I don't know. Judges, was that snicker a laugh?
That was sinuses.
That okay? Yeah. All right, I'll give you that.
Yeah,
Okay,
sinuses.
that sounds good. Okay.
Yeah. You know, I got to be watching my phone. My friend had a bad accident the other day.
Oh.
He got hurt playing peekaboo.
Okay.
They just admitted him to the ICU.
Yeah. You should have just stuck with the peekaboo. If you just said it 2 more times, I would have laughed then.
My friend playing peekaboo.
Yeah. You know, if the early bird gets the worm, I'll sleep in until we get pancakes.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a better plan.
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah. What kind of dinosaur loves to sleep?
Ooh. What kind of dinosaur loves to sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, technically, all of them do now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. What did the drummer say to his twin daughters? And a 1 and a 2.
See, I had that one written down.
Yeah.
But you can. I said mine was going to be, we're going to pretend Tanner just had 2 kids. What did he name them? Yeah.
Oh, man.
It cost me my name drop.
I know.
That was going to give me like 2 points right there.
Yeah, it's all good. Oh.
What's red and bad for your teeth?
Red and bad for your teeth. Don't know.
A brick.
It is bad for them. Terribly, terribly bad.
Yeah. It's not good. It could hurt.
What bathroom appliance is the worst life preserver? What bathroom appliance is the worst life preserver?
Oh, Lord, he backed up. He's like,
the sink. Come on. The sink. Oh, yeah.
you know what I hate?
What do you hate, Rick?
Russian nesting dolls.
Okay. See, I told you, Rick. Why?
They're so full of themselves.
You know, you can't tell this, but I used to hate facial hair. I really did. Then it grew on me. So it's growing on you too, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, babe. Rick, look into my eyes, Rick. Come on, Rick.
You can do it.
You can do it, Rick.
You can do it.
Come on. You're good, you.
Don't you hate it when people answer their own questions? I do.
Yeah. Close but no cigar. It was good. I went to the doctor the other day because I had this problem, okay? And I said, Doc, I'm just always hearing this buzzing. And he was like, you know, I got it, man. He was like, there's just a little bug going around. Come on, Rick. Oh, man. Josh Kelzer, where are you when I need you, my friend? Hey, Josh, we need you. We need some laughs.
Every day I walk outside.
Okay.
I get hit by the same bike. Every day.
Okay.
Same bike. It's one vicious cycle. Come on.
Josh laughed,
Yeah.
but I didn't. Just that was okay. Oh man. What'd the police officer say to his belly button? You're under a vest. Yeah. Great minds think alike, Rick.
What does it say on the tombstone of the guy who created Velcro?
The tombstone of the guy who created Velcro. No clue.
R.I.P. Rip.
No, I get it. That's just not that good. Yeah, it's okay. What part of the museum makes everyone sneeze? Part of the museum. The statues. The statues. Statues. Come on. It's a good museum joke.
I'm looking for someone to be my companion.
Oh. Really?
I'm asking for a friend.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Asking for a
It was
friend.
good.
Yeah.
It was good.
A little sad, too.
Yeah.
There goes. On the follow-up. I
There
had
it
to have
is.
the follow-up.
Nah, got it. How do you row a canoe filled with puppies?
How do you row a canoe
Filled with
filled
puppies.
with puppies?
Break out the doggy paddle, my friend. Break it out. Arr, arr. Arr. Ah, man. He's unbreakable. He's like, I'm Mr. Glass over here. He's unbreakable all of a sudden.
I bought a wig for 25 cents.
Okay.
It was a small price to pay. Small price to pay. To pay, yeah.
Classic. You know, a lot of people don't know this about me, Rick, but I used to work at a bank a long time ago. I worked there for 1 hour. Lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. Yeah, mark it off your list.
Let me mark that one off.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna go biblical.
Oh, here we go.
What was Boaz before he got married?
What was Boaz
Before he got married?
before he got married? Wow.
Ruthless.
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 Hey, look it up, kids. Look it up. It all makes sense.
Yeah.
That's part of the live stream. Like, look it up. All right. That's the Bible part. Way to go, Rick.
Google.
Way to put it in there.
Google.
I Googled it. It said that joke sucked. Just saying. Oh, you know, states are known for a lot of things. This is like I feel like I'm on a quiz show. Which U.S. state is known for especially small soft drinks? You want to say it.
I want to answer it so bad.
You do. And you know, if you answer it, maybe you'll laugh at it.
Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But it didn't work. Man. All right. Having to go to the big dogs here.
Did you know that they farm Doritos?
Hold on. Farming Doritos. Yep. They farm Doritos. Okay.
There's 2 of them near my house. You know what one farmer said to the other? One Dorito farmer said to the other? Cool Ranch.
Cool Ranch.
Cool Ranch.
That is a nice looking ranch.
Yeah.
It is.
Cool Ranch.
As you can see, our wherewithal has gotten a lot better this year. Again, Josh Kelzer.
Tune in to watch us not laugh.
We need you just to sit here and laugh at our jokes.
We can do a laugh track.
If they were funny, the laugh track would work. But oh, let's see here. What do frogs use? What do frogs use to track their exercise? What do frogs use to track their exercise? Becca Eastern, if you're using frogs, do this.
It's going to be something to do with a Fitbit.
Fit ribbits.
Fit ribbits.
Fit ribbits.
Fit ribbits.
Man, I thought I had you there for a second.
Well, since we're on technology.
Yeah, okay.
If Apple made a car,
Yep.
what would it be missing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Windows.
I think you need to tap out after that one, my friend. I need to get something to drink. I gotta,
Yeah, my New Balances came untied. I got to
yeah,
get time.
yeah. So I gotta go get my jorts on because you tried to one up me with that. So we'll be back. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, so I'm Emma, and today we're gonna be doing 3 TikToks. So yeah, so I'm super excited to be here, and yeah. Okay, you ready?
She's a student.
Yes.
At the Powhatan campus. She's in the middle school small group.
Yeah.
So she's gonna be learning us.
Teaching TikTok dances. Teaching TikTok.
Teaching TikTok.
I want to think of
dances.
another T, but I can't.
Teaching TikTok
Tutorials. Yeah. T. Okay. All right. So what are we doing first?
We're gonna start with shower.
Shower. So what's the play here? Do you want to watch the whole thing and then you're gonna give them step by step and?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll watch it through one time. Here we go. Okay.
Okay. You look confused.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so it starts off by like you step to the side and then like so boom, boom, and say up inside of July.
Whoa.
How in the world?
What was that hand movement?
Okay,
Whoa.
so hand, and then put your wrists together and then spin them.
Okay, why don't mine look like yours?
You gotta try and keep your hands together the whole time.
Does this look right? Anybody?
It looks like a little less experienced version, but it looks decent. It looks decent. It's better than I would do. That's why I'm sitting in the chair. Wait, so the first part, what's the first part?
Okay, so you lay me up inside like the 4th of July, and then, wait. So you lay me up inside like the 4th of July whenever.
Do you do your hands like down like this?
Hang on. Can we watch it again? Because I'm like sort of lost.
Here I am.
Oh. You're around, I always seem. Oh, okay.
They didn't
This
do
is
your
it?
hand flourishes.
Hang on.
Here we go. We'll watch it again.
Inside.
They do a little shoulder thing.
Yeah, they did. Right before the dice roll. This.
Here it is again. Well, probably not, because I don't want to get taken off YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
If we put pauses in between, we can watch it repeatedly, but.
Okay, so you light me up inside like the 4th of July.
Is it just like a pump?
So you kind of like pop your arms. I don't know.
Single, double?
So 1, 2, the 4th of July.
Is it right first? Does it matter?
No. So 4th of July. So you light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always see. Wow.
Wait, what was this?
Dice roll.
A dice roll. Yeah, there you go. Just keep. A dice roll.
Best part. We go from like the flower that's like.
So is it called the flower now?
You go from the first piece of flour.
Aren't they? They're supposed to be fireworks, right? 4th of July.
I guess so.
Oh wait, they don't
Fireworks.
actually do that during the 4th of July part, so never mind.
Okay, so you light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
What did you do? What were your feet? Can you do that?
So
Just a slow-mo walk.
you like
Roll
step.
your foot, step, and throw the dice.
That looks so good. Look, I can't.
The tongue.
My tongue comes out, so I'm just gonna look like a dog.
The only person I know that's going to roll the dice is going to land on the same thing that came out of your hand.
They have to come out of my hand, Rick. You roll dice
Oh.
with your hand like this.
No, but you like
Here you go.
Be free, Dice.
Okay. So you light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
You gotta prop your face up. Smile.
Smile.
Yeah.
Frown instead.
Well, what is the one guy in the back does? You know, he doesn't do that. He just like he swags out.
Yeah, so you do the smile, and I'll do the.
No.
I want to do like this whole. I don't know what my leg was doing, but she's coming up with me.
Here we go. Okay.
All
All right. Ready? You.
Yep.
No.
Count it off. You gotta count
Okay.
off the tempo and go for it.
3, 2, 1. You light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile. Smile.
Smile.
Smile.
Smile.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, so that's it. So that's the dance.
No, y'all aren't done yet. Y'all need to get more coordinated.
Oh, y'all need to be more coordinated.
Like that.
No, we're trying to get it legit. You want to look like these guys when you're done. We'll watch this one again.
Do I look like that?
You could.
You're a woman.
Commit to the dice roll.
They are
Okay.
realistic.
And you got to do it at tempo.
Oh, I forgot about the smile.
Oh,
The
they
push.
they do the water.
Okay, so up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
Oh, extra moves.
You dice
She
roll.
did it. It's just short. It's just shorter. See,
Smile.
he's doing it right there. Look, he's doing it right there in the still.
All right, Abby.
Okay.
We don't need her.
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around.
Dice roll.
Smile.
No, you dice roll.
You gotta
Water
dice
fade
roll,
away.
Push.
Yeah.
Smile.
So dice roll. George.
Push.
Yeah.
Smile.
Fade away. Fade away. Smile.
You ready? Okay.
Count us off.
5, 6, 7. You light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
Perfect.
That ending was a little rushed.
I don't think it can get any better.
Maybe a little bit.
It can't get better. Come on.
Talent. And
I
it's
need
just
some
the
more. When y'all do the shoulder thing, I need some more shoulder action. More shoulder action.
More shoulder.
More shoulder and elbow action.
Do we have a
Look at
countdown?
them. Look at them when they do the shoulders.
You're doing this.
Somebody's got to run the laptop.
Yeah, Abby. You light me up.
Dude in the back's lazy. He's just like, please.
Look at that. Much more elbow action.
Why do they look so like calm?
You got me doing like the.
Because it's like
Smile.
dancing.
I wanna
It's like,
do like the
it's just.
You
It's
can do
like
like that.
breathing.
You like that.
They're just getting it.
Dancing is not like breathing.
To them, it is. To them. It's just so comfortable.
To me, it's like wrestling a monkey.
Nice. Like wrestling a monkey.
Wrestling
For
a
those
monkey.
of you who didn't
Oh,
hear it
good
at home.
Lord. Those poor monkeys.
I think you got to keep going. Oh, just a little bit.
We'll do.
It can be better.
Count us off again.
All right. Yeah, here we go. 5, 6, 7. You light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
Oh, hey, not bad. Rick, you forgot the fade away on the
Well, no, I
shot.
kind of did more.
Oh, whoops. So push.
Yeah, but
smile.
you gotta like
Push.
go backwards with the push.
He did Dragon Ball Z.
What?
Yeah.
I did shot put in honor of the Olympics.
Yeah.
Honestly, absolutely.
Okay. You want to try one more time?
Yeah, we gotta do it at regular speed.
Yeah. So do you want to play that and we'll do it with it?
Sure. It'll
Okay.
just come up, so you gotta be ready.
Okay, ready?
All right, here we go. 3, 4.
Okay.
This one again. Too.
Abby, you know it. You don't need to watch them.
Yes, I do. But
You
you
know,
know
it,
it.
Abby.
like they're
Abby.
at a different time than we are.
Look, do
Oh,
your own
Lord.
version. Just the song is all you need.
Okay, of course.
You ready?
You know the
You ready?
you know it. Here
Okay.
we go. Hold up. Here we go.
This is why you don't do this when you're old.
Rick's got it. Rick is pretty close.
All right.
Rick, the boy Rick.
Dale want to try one more time, or Dale want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, right.
Emma, did you do your homework?
I don't have homework.
I think you should do it one more time.
One more time, and then we'll
Yeah,
move on to the
and
next.
then we'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
Mostly because I want to put a longer pause in between what I just played and what I'm about to play.
Okay.
Make sure we don't get kicked off. So I need you to do it a couple times.
All
Sans
right.
music.
Ready?
My dancing may get us taken
I'll get you your tempo. Here's your tempo.
I need a metronome.
I am a metronome.
Oh, Elijah, the metronome.
Are we supposed to be go?
5, 6, you like
Let me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
Okay.
Did y'all get it? Do you think they did?
I think that was
1
that
out
was
of
pretty good.
10.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. The other ones are harder, so we need to.
It gets harder. It gets harder as we.
Yeah,
it
what
gets
did they get?
harder as we
Studio
go
audience.
up. I started y'all off with an easy one.
A 7. A 7.
A 7.
Wait, okay, go do one more and get the 8. Get
Okay.
the 8.
Is that an average between the two of us, or is it collective?
Collective.
Get the
Okay.
8. Get the 8. You
All
can
right.
get the 8.
Y'all want to do it by yourself? Y'all do it by yourself.
Wait, okay. The order is dye. Wait.
So.
Flour.
So you.
Water.
So.
Smile.
Push, and then so boom, pop, 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 and then dice roll, push, smile.
You forgot the flowery thing.
Oh, the flower. Oh, and I'm getting caught.
The 4th of
Flower,
July.
dice roll, push, smile. All right. Okay. All right.
Break them.
Take the shot.
Yeah, but you can't just shoot. You have to.
You gotta like both.
You have to fade
so
away.
you gotta
Fade.
like turn your head with
Yeah.
it. So like that.
Yeah.
So you gotta go from looking straight to looking almost backwards.
There you go.
Okay,
Gotta
ready?
listen to the pro.
You don't look ready, Abby. 5, 6, 7, you light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile.
Oh, he did an actual J. He took an actual
Oh
J.
my gosh. Okay. So I
What's the
rated
score?
a 9, but the 9 is only for effort. So.
Oh, that's a 9. Wait, an 8. It's an 8. Yeah, I don't know why you did that. But hey, we
What?
made it to the 8.
What is it like this?
Made it to the 8, so we're gonna move on.
Okay, ready?
All right.
Ready for the
See
next
you
one?
later, this one.
Oh, that's like mid dance.
Okay, all right, I'll restart it. Oh, this one's legit.
Push it down. Shake it up.
Oh, she did a beat. How did she make her body do that?
Oh snap! All right, hold on. I gotta. This one's long, so I gotta pause it before I get before I get wrecked by YouTube.
Segment by segment.
Yeah. All right. So.
Okay. Okay, ready? So you're gonna go push, push, and you're gonna bounce with the push. So are you the guy who? And you kind of will stomp. Okay. Okay. So are you the guy who tried to? 2. That's 4. 2.
Just like keep it here the whole time.
Nope. And then she goes like a body roll, but I think we'll just do that. Like
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do it. Because I, like,
your body doesn't function that way.
like, I can't even, I'm like, like, that would be the
If I move that way, I'm ortho on call. What are you talking about?
Okay. So aren't you the guy who tried to and then hurt me with the word? Oh, she stopped here. So we'll learn that part. So, okay, so aren't you the guy who tried to and then hurt me? Okay, y'all go ahead, show me. Ready? 5, 6, 7. Aren't you the guy? 2. Hurt. Y'all started late.
Wait.
Sway,
Have y'all
Y'all started late.
the old like tap numbers where they're just
and then hurt me.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
so
learners, you need
bounce,
more. You need
bounce.
more of the hip rotation going
I
on.
don't have hips. Skin.
There's no bone there.
Okay.
Just,
So,
Sound of.
okay, so bounce, 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 sway, 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 sway. Hold on. So, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 1. Wait, hang on. Are you the guy who tried to and then hurt me?
All right. Can
we can
run
watch it
that,
again.
like, 50 times?
We can watch it again.
Oh.
Unless y'all want to keep doing that, or you want to see it again?
Do you want to see the next part, or do you want to keep running that?
Can we do it with the music and then like keep
We got to watch the rest of it first.
Well, you can do it up to the part you know, and then I'll just stop
You
it.
go like that. You leave
Yeah.
a space in between.
Do it up to the part you know, and then I'll just stop it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right, ready? June.
There you go. Oh, I can mute the audio without actually stopping the video. Cool. There you go.
There's a lot of like.
The like hip move,
A
like
lot
the
of a lot.
hip movement.
I'll just stand back here and do this the whole time.
No, you can't both do that. So if he's up there,
She's
you
got
gotta
so
be up
much
here.
more like knee and hip action. I know she created the dance, but you
I
need
do
to learn
too,
from
but
the
I
knee
sound like a
action.
bowl of Rice Krispies. I'm over here snap cracking. And it ain't dance moves either.
Okay.
Bowl of Rice Krispies.
Ready? No. Too bad.
You got this. Commit.
Here we go. Here we go. You got this. All right. 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. Are you the
guy who tried to hurt me? Okay, you got it. I think. I don't know. Yo, go ahead. Show me. Ready? 5, 6, 7. Are you the guy who tried to hurt me with the You're not doing the 2 in the
Lord.
hand. So it starts off like bounce, 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 try to. Oh wait. So bounce. So
You start bouncing.
aren't you the guy who tried to and then hurt me with? Yeah. Okay.
From the
Y'all want to? But all right. Ready?
I gotta stop saying whatever y'all need.
Right?
All right. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me?
There you go.
Boom.
Not bad.
Y'all want to move on to the next part?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so
we
you want to watch her?
Yeah.
To the who tried to.
Oh.
You probably need to stop there.
Okay, so hurt me with the word goodbye. The sometime.
Never wave goodbye to anybody.
Okay, so
I can't wait till the next time I'm on platform. See you next week.
okay, so you like hit and then word.
Word.
Word, and then you gotta kind of flip your hand.
Wait, can you do the thing where it's like it like
What?
I don't want my wrist to snap.
they like bend their hand and it's like a
Oh, it's just like a smacking. It's like they're clapping with one hand. Yeah.
I can't.
It's like a
Ow,
one-hand
that
clap.
kind of hurts. Okay.
One-hand clap.
We're gonna go before, or we're gonna do.
Clap, fem
We're gonna do
jam.
this before.
Okay,
Intro
you
music.
ready?
Oh my God.
Nice. Dad jokes.
Okay.
3.
We're
Dad
gonna-
jokes 3.
All right, so hurt me with the word goodbye. Though took some time to.
Oh,
You gotta like sway your hips though.
bending your knees.
Time.
You're not swaying your
Back
hips.
and forth.
Yeah, there you go.
Back and forth. So the word goodbye,
You're just
though
bending
it
at the
took
knees.
some time to survive you.
With Edna.
Okay.
Edna.
All right.
Mo.
So the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive.
There you go, Rick.
Wait, hang on. Survive you.
Oh. The shimmy. You can, yeah.
Okay.
You should do what you've already learned up to the time part.
Okay, we're gonna go up to this part.
Oh, okay.
Ready? All right, 5, 6, 7. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to? You gotta swing your hips, Abby. You can't just stand there and go. That t-shirt, you're late. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Woo! Oh, that was loud. Okay.
Nope, great. Great. It was awesome. I need that energy.
All right. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to? Okay, I'm gonna do it behind y'all now. Y'all gonna go up front. Yes!
Am I gonna ask you?
All right, ready? 5, 6, 7. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to?
Awesome.
Oh, Lord.
It's going great,
That
y'all.
was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty good.
All right, time for the next part. Yes, there's more.
All right, ready?
Okay, so the word goodbye. Oh, is it?
You just want to watch it?
Oh, I was gonna do. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, it's up to you.
I don't care.
You're the leader here.
We'll watch it.
Okay. Oh, you're almost done. You're almost done.
And then
Kick. Bye. Peace out. Woo! All right, y'all ready?
can we do it all together? Wait. Can you teach me that part first? I got way too ahead of myself.
There you go. Yep,
we're
there you go. There you
I
go.
mean, you can go ahead and do it all together. You can go ahead and do it all.
10 seconds ago, she was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And it's just like, can we just do the whole thing?
Okay. All right. Okay, ready?
This is actually Abby, just
Okay,
in
so
clothes super big.
wait, hang on. So the word goodbye, though it took some time to, and then survive you.
Oh,
So you're
that's like double dice roll.
Back to the other side too. Going back into some 80s stuff.
Hang on. You can't confuse me.
Just for reference,
Do
everybody,
you see it?
Rick is Emma's dad. A family ordeal.
You don't have a mic, so chances are good nobody heard you.
Okay.
Rick is Emma's dad.
Thanks, Elijah.
There you go.
Okay.
Rick! All right, do you want to see that part?
Y'all want to see it or do y'all want to do it?
Here we go.
Back to the drawing room.
Okay.
She's not even a kick. She's more like.
Yeah, that's like the last move, point at your shoe. Check out my shoe. Just point at your foot.
Feet. Okay. Feet. All right. So you gotta kind of like bend down and like shimmy your legs like this, I guess. Because Abby, I guess, can kind of do it. I don't know about you. Don't be mean to my friend. Okay. All right, so shimmy, and then shimmy, I guess. So you gotta kind of like go up with it, like you're going up a escalator, I guess. So escalator.
The escalator that's
The boogie escalator.
The broken one. No. Okay, so you gotta kind of like shimmy your legs, but bring yourself up while you're doing it. So you gotta kind of start down here.
Hey, you're great at bending your knees.
You gotta kind of. Okay, so. Oh Lord, okay.
take a water break.
Sure.
A water break.
Do you need a water break or are you good? Okay, I'm caught in the cord, which is super fun.
Aren't you the It's a pretty good impression, right?
Yeah, you can just think of
I don't actually know it. I don't actually know the song. This is the first time I've ever heard it.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Water break's over. Here we go.
Yeah. Woo!
Here we go. All right, so bend your knees. And then shimmy up the escalator. Up the escalator. So shimmy up the escalator.
Oh, do we do the step up?
Yawning like crazy.
I mean, I guess I kind of lost my balance, but yeah. It wasn't on purpose. I lost my balance, but sure, we can add it.
No, I don't want to.
Yep, add another step.
Boom. Step. Boom. Okay, y'all can show me now. Here we go. Okay, ready?
You remember the beginning?
You're gonna start from the very beginning. 5, 6, 7. Are you? You're supposed to be bouncing. You're supposed to go. Are you the guy? 1, 5, 6, 7. Are you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, and then so survive you, and then I'm better, and then it's just vibe at the end.
Oh, you're just vibing.
Vibing at the end.
Vibe
Sorta.
at
You
the
can,
end.
he can.
Giving us freestyle now?
Oh
Okay.
Lord. No, we're gonna learn some more dance. I'm loud, I know. Okay. So shake up, and you gotta kind of. Can y'all do
Quit
that?
yawning, Alice.
Can we do it the whole thing with you again?
Sure. Like from the very beginning? Okay.
Yeah, but don't watch her. Use the music.
Watch the camera.
Feel the music.
Feel the music.
Yeah.
I was gonna watch her.
Okay, I'm just. Last time I
Okay.
did this, you watch the screen.
Well, that's the men, like they were wearing lipstick, and there was just a lot to see, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
So watch it when you're supposed to watch it.
Lot to see with the men.
They were wearing lipstick. It was
Ellis? Ellis is.
All right, here we go. Ready?
All right. Ready?
Here we go. You got to be ready because like these just start playing. So
All right.
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, not that.
What?
Hold on 1 second.
I'm so
Hold
confused.
on. Give me. One of us is going to work the laptop, and the other is
It's gonna try and
going to
dance.
attempt to dance.
You're doing a lot of talking for somebody who's
You the guy who.
See, you weren't even ready. And you're staring at her. I told you you would do that. I knew you were going to do that.
Ow! Okay.
You stared 100% at the TV.
Well, you signed up for it, so here we go.
I saw that coming from a mile away. Bruh.
Commercial about who not meant for.
Yes, it's not meant for me.
You're fine. He's the other one. Hi.
Look, no, I love that you're doing it.
Yes.
You were just so adamant. I'm gonna watch her. Then the moment it came on, you just watched the screen.
I can't help it.
All right, ready?
Okay, well, I'm gonna play it again. Do not watch the screen.
Abby, don't watch the screen.
Watch your instructor.
Hi.
Here we go.
All right. Escalator.
5.
Vibe. Okay, you got it? You're gonna do it, but without me, by yourselves. Go ahead. All right, get ready, Ellis. We need our scores.
I got your tempo.
All right, ready?
I got your tempo.
5, 6, 7, 8. Are you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive you? I'm better on the other side. Woo! Y'all did it, sorta, kinda.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad.
I rated a 6 out of 10.
I think I got lost at the end.
A for effort.
No, I didn't mean at the vibe part. At the clock. Everybody just was just like,
What about you, Ellis? What do you rate it? A 6? Okay, so y'all got a solid 12. A 6 from me, a 6 from him.
but you gotta get an 8. You gotta get an 8, so we gotta do it again.
Yep, y'all gotta do it one more time.
You got this.
Are you gonna need help
got
or y'all
you.
got it?
They got it. Oh, Rick put the hat on backwards.
Oh.
It's go time.
Here we go, Abby.
Dad jokes in cage.
All right,
Tempo.
ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Aren't you the guy who, Abby, don't watch him, tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive you? I'm better on the other side. Vibe. Here we go. All right, you got it?
Hey.
I rated a 7 out of 10.
Oh, got another.
What about you, Ellis? 7.
Hey, you gotta do it
Y'all
one
wanna
more
try
time.
one more time?
Commit to this one.
Here we go.
If you do it exactly the same, but just get a
little more effort.
a little more, be a little extra in all the scenes,
Enthusiastic.
you'll get the 8. Okay,
Oh, Lord.
here we go.
Okay.
Tempo.
5, 6, 7, 8. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive you? I'm better on the other side.
Okay.
A 9. A 9. What about you, Ellis? 8? Ooh.
But hey, that's.
I'm just being generous, because...
There you go. Hey, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Okay. You ready for this?
Wait, hold on. I need to
Oh,
start
Lord.
this one over. Ready?
Sure.
Walker Hayes official. Is he dancing to his own song?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bruh.
All right, that's extra right there. A Walker Hayes. Here we go. Oh wait, the volume's muted. Hold on. I got you. Oh, got it.
Woo! And that's where we're going to cut it off. So it's not that hard.
All right.
You ready, Abby?
Can I just say for the record,
Huh?
is that a country song?
Yeah.
It sounds like the worst song I've ever heard.
We're going fancy like Applebee's.
It's just like some weird trap, mumble rap country. Like,
That was loud.
it is so bad.
I heard a song. It was
But you know what?
If you look up the video, he looks nothing like what he sounds like.
Wasn't that him right there?
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
he's wearing like a
Yeah. Oh, okay.
nice like puffer vest, and he's like standing in the middle of the field, all clean shaven. and,
Oh,
like,
okay, weird.
Very fancy, like.
said the puffer vest. A look.
All right. So you're going
Cringe.
to start off by like putting your 2 hands out in front like this. Like this. Yeah. And then boom. So wait, hang on. So step, step.
Stepping back.
And then you're going to turn to your left and do the exact same thing.
Just micro steps. Don't take giant steps.
What?
The first chunk first.
Okay. Oh.
Good idea.
Okay.
Good idea.
Oh, this is probably getting bad. Okay, I just learned this one today. All right, so boom, 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 and then I'm drawing a blank.
Well, that's a good
We'll watch it.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, step, boom, step, boom, step.
Those steps are so far. They only have a front porch.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You know? Do the little micro steps. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Little tiny steps.
That was almost really too much insane.
That was kind of bad.
Well, you know. You need to just watch it again?
You want to watch it again?
Or I did it again.
Did it again.
See, they don't even really step.
Oh, this isn't too bad.
Boom! That's it.
Boozy like.
Bougie live.
Bougie.
Oh, this song, dude.
Bougie like. Bougie.
Tanner, I know you're back there. I know you're
Bougie.
back there in the studio, agreeing with every word I'm saying about this song. Dude, please text me so
Bougie.
so we can just relate.
You ready?
Yes.
You ready?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have to move anymore with that, right? Because they didn't.
We can move. We're gonna
They're
move.
just like are rocking backwards.
We're gonna move. All right, ready? We're gonna move. 5, 6, 7, 8. Step, step, step. Abby, you're like really far forward.
Because I didn't move.
You're supposed to move. What? You're
Oh,
supposed
Tanner,
to
you
listen
can't
to
hear
me.
the song. Okay, it's Fancy Like. That's the song. So look that one up, please.
All right, ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Step, 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 and then.
Come back.
Yep, we come back.
A lot of movement for nothing.
Like I said, they don't move backwards. They
All right,
just
ready?
do a thing.
Y'all are kind of lost. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 1, 2.
So fast. So fast. All right, I think y'all should watch it again.
Yes. All right, you ready? You ready?
Well, that's Lean With It, Rock With It. That was that was like my age. Yeah.
All right, ready?
Man, if TikTok
You
existed
could fall off the
when,
stage.
I'm not moving forward.
when those songs are out,
All right,
Superman.
ready?
If I fall off, I'm definitely doing it wrong.
They like the younger generations are finding Superman and they're like, this is so cool.
This is so cool.
You ready?
Nobody heard a thing you just said. So you turn around and go, that's so cool.
Ready, Abby? Ready? Ready?
No, but does it matter?
Nope, here we go. Ready? Boom.
Oh, we didn't even get a count.
Oh. All right, ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, 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 boom. Sway, 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 sway. And then Oreo shake.
No, that's
Wait.
not the Oreo shake.
Oreo.
None of that.
Whatever.
Talk to the hand.
It's already been brought in.
Whatever.
It's already been brought.
Then what's the next move?
I don't know. Ask him.
Let's watch it. Here we
Okay.
go.
Abby, move.
Back to the film.
Oh.
All right, we'll stop it there because y'all need to
All right,
solidify
ready?
the beginning.
I got the whipped cream.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sway, 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 sway. Boom, boom, boom. And then boom, boom, boom. So boom, boom, boom.
Why is it putting it on?
Well, because there was just an hour, Rick.
Dang gum.
Okay.
Dadgum, that's the next one.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh my God, I'm gonna. Whew, okay, ready? Are y'all seriously ready?
No, seriously.
So ready.
Too bad. sway, 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 boom, boom, boom. Oreo.
Slow down there.
I've had no. I've had like only water today.
No caffeine.
No.
Wait, only water today? Is it that was a bad thing?
Yeah, well, it's not a bad thing.
I've only had water today.
Yeah, drink your water.
All
Okay.
right, all right, what are y'all
Stay
doing? Y'all doing it
hydrated.
again?
Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, 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 boom. Sway, 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 sway. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, boom, boom. I'm preparing y'all for the real world.
I think the tempo is similar.
All right, we'll get
Let's
started.
watch it again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot faster. Yeah.
All right, ready? You ready? Here we go. Ready? Okay, ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, 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 boom. Sway, 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 sway. Boom, boom. And then Oreo shake. Or whipped cream.
Sounds like something square face, whipped cream. Back to the film.
Back to the film. Here we go.
Back to the future.
See, I got that last move down.
I told you it was the sway and then boom, 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 and then Oreo.
You can't question the
it's not
instructor,
boom,
Rick.
boom, boom, no.
Yes, it is. All right, here we go.
This is under protest.
Wait, okay. Well, we'll talk it. We'll say it as it happens. Here we go. All right, the step back's right here.
Step back, step back, step back.
Walk back up with the little Millie Rock thing.
Square face.
Then the whipped cream.
2 straws, 1 check. There, like that. See? Straws, 1 check.
We're going to throw a whoa in there. Whoa.
I got that one.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, you wanna?
Hey.
Hey.
We're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
If we're trying to get to an 8, we're going to be
Oh.
Y'all got this. Look, your segment's almost over, actually. So
Oh.
y'all been killing it.
Y'all better hurry this up. Here we go.
Well, you have 12 minutes. You got time. You got time. You got time. You got time. You actually started late, technically, but
No.
Okay.
you could.
What? Okay, let's see. Let's
Hey,
see
you
this.
want
You
the
gotta do
music?
the whole thing.
All right.
You
well,
gotta
then
do
don't
the whole
watch.
thing.
Are you gonna not watch?
You can't watch either of them.
Don't watch.
You gotta look straight forward.
Here we go. Here it comes. Hey.
Y'all got it.
Abby low-key crushed the beginning. The little Millie Rock walk. The Millie Rock was
Do you
nice.
want to rate it?
That's true. You got lost.
Well,
But
look
do it
at
again.
him.
Yeah, do it again.
Ready?
You gonna do it with the music? All right.
5, 6,
Oh,
7,
here it comes.
8.
Here comes the music.
What do you rate it, Ellis? 8.
8 right away.
8. Woo!
8 off the bat.
Do we have time for the last one?
Sure.
Okay.
We have 10 minutes. We
Y'all
have
go
10
like
minutes.
Renegade.
All right, give me a second. I gotta go. I gotta go get the link.
Here we go. Save the best for last.
What is Renegade?
The
Well, I'm
Renegade is hard.
everybody. This is Eliza's Facebook.
Renegade is hard. Yeah, that's me. What
Let's
up?
watch Charlie.
Here you go. Renegade.
Oh. Oh. I have no idea what she's doing.
What is that
Stand up,
bass?
Dad. We're doing this.
The bass.
All right, you ready? Okay.
Well, let me confirm with him. Let me confirm with him.
While he's doing that, we'll start learning it. Ready? Yep. Okay, so you're gonna start off with a whoa, and then clap, swerve, swerve, boom.
Can we do all of that again?
So whoa, clap, swerve, swerve, arm. So
Okay, he says he can't hear the music, so we can play it.
Okay.
If we need to.
swerve, swerve, whoa. Yeah. All right. So.
This is the girl with like a gazillion followers, right?
Yeah. She's like got over 1 million, I think.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
It's like over 100 million, isn't it?
I don't know.
1 million, I don't feel like is that impressive.
Nope.
I mean, I would never get close to that. But what I mean is like, yeah, okay, anyway.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
What were we talking
you
about?
ready?
Okay, cool.
Get that move.
Renegade.
No, she's like boom, boom. That's what she's doing. Okay, ready?
Okay.
I'm so ready.
You want to come up and do it with us?
Look, I'm not going to do Renegade.
You can come up and do Renegade with us.
No, I'm not going to do Renegade.
Why
Because
not?
I'm not going to learn it in 10 minutes.
We have to.
You're going to learn the most of it, but you're not going to learn the whole thing in 10 minutes.
Watch. Here we go.
You already know it.
I know. I can teach them.
Okay, we'll
All right,
see.
ready?
Prove me wrong.
5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, clap, swerve, swerve, arm roll. Can we have the music with it? We're done.
I mean, the music is fast, but yes, you
Yeah.
can.
All right, ready?
Here we go.
Get ready?
Oh my God.
She made it up, I think.
The bass.
Did she make it up?
I gotta cut down your screen time.
Did she make this dance up?
No. I
Oh, okay.
wish, but no.
She made it famous.
No.
Probably.
It's the weird tongue thing she's doing. It's kind of creepy.
What was that?
Sorry, Charlie.
Good luck.
D'Amelio.
Here we go. You ready? Whoa. So, whoa.
D'Amelio.
No, you gotta go
D'Amelio.
down.
Which other down do you want me to go? There's only one down.
Hang on. Down. Whoa. Ready? Here we go.
Renegade.
Whoa, clap, swerve, swerve, arm roll, and then boom, boom, wait.
Feel second go.
Wait.
Wait.
Renegade. 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 Renegade.
Emma, honey, we are not there. We're not there. We're not.
Y'all got to get the first part down. Yeah.
Back it up. Okay, so ready?
I got a better challenge.
Whoa.
Doing Renegade. Let's go back to the very first one and see if we remember that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right. I'm down.
I don't.
Sorry, Charlie.
But that's not my
Well,
fault.
this was the easy one, right? Oh, so I'm just going to click it and it's going to go. So be ready.
Get ready. Well,
Well,
it was his idea.
Let
so
it come to
like-
you. 4th of July flower thing.
The flower.
All right, here we go.
Ready? You're mixing it in. You
look.
light me up inside like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always see. No!
Here it
Hang
comes
on.
again.
No, Jim. Oh.
Jump.
Okay. Y'all need some teachings. Oh.
Dice, shot, smile.
Smile. Okay. Oh, wait. Something.
It's just
Something
going to
small.
keep playing.
Okay.
Here it comes again.
Ready?
You got it?
See, it works better if you do the shot.
No, that's not the way. No. I'm not jumping.
I didn't jump. Shot, down, smile.
The guy in the back, I'm going to be honest, isn't that like great. It's kind of clunky.
I was trying to verb and The dice roll was lame by the guy in the back. Look at it. It's so just like.
Y'all want to try the other one?
Got him.
All right. Y'all gonna do it without me.
Which one?
Don't start now.
Fancy like.
Don't start now.
Oh right. Oh yeah, that was the second one.
Yeah.
One
Or
with
y'all
the-
can do Renegade without me.
Ready?
All right, ready? Abby, don't look at the screen. Dad, don't look at the screen. Abby.
You missed the clock.
The
Vibe.
escalator.
Vibe. No, I was talking to
The
Rick.
guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive. Here we go. Ready?
Ready?
Are y'all gonna be focused this time?
Focus
Too
up.
bad.
More
You gotta
energy.
focus.
There's
All
only
right.
3 minutes left. Let's do it up.
You gotta be enthusiastic on these last 3 minutes.
Here's
Ready?
what we're gonna do. No, I got it.
Enthusiastic.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start at the first one, and then it's gonna go right into the second one. It's gonna go right into the third one.
Okay, ready?
Here we go.
And then
Here-
into Renegade. Power timbers.
Hold on 1 second. This isn't right. I just gotta reset it real quick. So don't do this yet. Okay. Right.
That was a note.
Here we. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. It's gotta restart. They gotta restart. Anytime you click on the tab, it just starts.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Ready?
That went the wrong way.
Oh, rip. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, let me work it out.
That's the wrong dance.
No, that's the first dance, isn't it?
No, not you. I'm talking to Dad.
Oh. I need to get rid of this.
Ready?
Let me set this up right. I need to stop this at the very end. Okay, cool. Now let me get this one right. There we go. Okay, now let me
Ready?
get this one right.
Oh, that's a.
No, I know what order they're in.
Ready?
Not yet. All right, here we go. Are you ready?
Here we go. I'm ready.
We are ready.
Are y'all two ready?
There's gonna
Too
not be much
bad. Here we
leading.
go.
Here we go. The finale. Let's get it.
Oh.
Hey.
Woo! All right. I think we did it.
You did it?
We did it.
All right, sign off for the people.
Bye, guys. See you in the next segment.
See you next time.
up, party people? We are here, and we're live with Gen Z versus Boomers. So let me tell you what's going to go down here, all right? Boomers we're using loosely.
Sort of boomers.
Just kind of boomers, not actually boomers at all. But it sounds funnier that way, because you can't put Gen Z versus millennials. Like there's a good bit we agree on, although there's a lot we don't. Anyway, the point is that Gen Z and millennials alike, we talk about the boomers. So we got the boomers over here on this team. Ellis is in his 20s, but he's going to be a boomer for this segment. Rick is a Gen Xer, but and he's almost a millennial even. Yeah. He's like borderline. I don't know. How would you put those together like you did for yourself?
I don't, like a millennial Gen Xer.
Yeah.
Exennial, there you go.
Exennial, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's my superhero name too.
That sounds scary.
Because you're a zillennial, you said. Gen zillennial. It's like she's right on the border. She's literally on the year that most people would say Gen Z and millennials split. I'm firmly a millennial. Ellis is a millennial. So anyway, so we don't actually have any boomers, but we have the Gen Z team over here, right here. Yay, welcome. What we're going to do is we're going to talk some slang. Some Gen Z slang and some boomer slang. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask the boomers if they know what Gen Z slang, what it means. I'm going to read some words. You're going to have to tell me what it means. Gen Z, don't answer, okay? Don't answer. Let them see. And then you're going to flip it, and we're going to ask the Gen Z people some boomer slang, which Ellis might not know either, if I'm being totally honest.
I'm not going to know anything that's going on. that's how this is going to go.
You will.
I think, yeah, Rick will be able to. Yeah.
We're busting.
Mm-hmm.
Off to a great start.
No.
I know, but I go
Never.
with multiple
No,
choice.
never
All right,
again.
so we are going to start easy with Gen Z slang, okay? And we're going to keep score, by the way, but we're not going to keep score per, thing you get correct, because we're going to read a lot of slang, so that would be a lot of points. But we're going to give you, if you get the majority of them right, you're going to get a point for the round. Make sense? We're kind of making up the rules, all right? But you know what? It's our live stream, so we can do what we want to. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right, we're going to start. Ellis, I know you know what this is going to mean. I think Rick, you will too. We're going to start with capping. What does capping mean?
It's like a lie. No lie, no cap.
What do you think?
I'm going to go with him.
Did you know?
I think I've heard it before.
Okay.
Didn't I tell you this
Yeah.
morning?
Yeah.
I did
That is right,
this
though.
morning.
Well, I wouldn't listen.
Capping means lying. It means lying.
But
cap.
most of the time you don't say capping, you just say no cap.
Yeah, no cap, which means you're not lying.
This
Yeah.
pizza was
This is
so
no
good.
cap.
No
I know.
cap.
That is a boomer thing to say. I know somebody who says just cap all the time, though. Nobody says capping, but they say cap.
Capping.
Like that's cap.
Capping.
They'll say that's cap. I've heard that.
Best quit your capping.
All right, here we go. Rick, I'm going to start with you on this one.
All right.
What is Finsta?
Oh. I know this.
Finsta?
Finsta.
I would hope you know.
All right.
Do you know
I
this,
gotta
Ellen?
break this down a little bit.
All right, hold on. Yeah.
Because
Let him think.
There's Insta, so I'm assuming it's something to do with Instagram.
I had to explain this to Ellis
Wait,
a
whoa,
couple of
Let him
months
think
ago.
it out.
You did not. False.
Finsta. Is
I
it
know
like when
this
you're
one.
fishing through Instagram at old pictures?
No.
It's not.
Ah.
It's not. Nice try, though. What is it?
So you have your real Instagram. You know, you're like, your public image Instagram, and then
the one.
your more private.
The one you hide from
Burner
people.
account?
Put it that way. Yeah.
That only your close circle is invited to.
Right.
Your Finsta. Do you have a Finsta?
Fake
I
Insta.
don't even have an Insta.
You don't even have an
I
Insta.
at least had the Insta part.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do you have a Finsta?
That was the main word.
I used to.
Oh, right. You got rid of social media. Okay.
And no,
But I
it could be
used
a
to
guy
have
that puts
Finsta.
up a nice man that puts up fences. Good day to you, Finsta.
Somebody get him, please.
We already
Someone
filmed
come
that
help
joke.
him,
Like, we're good.
please. Like now.
Where the DPS go? Said Tanner. What does that mean?
The what?
Oh, I got it. Never mind.
Huh?
I got it. All right, here's one, Rick.
Do you got it?
I got it. How about hits different?
Oh. I know this.
That's like when something like, man, that movie just hits different. And it's like when it affects you in a way that
Yeah,
it's
that's
deep.
pretty go. That's
Nailed
pretty
it.
go. Use it in a sentence.
Use it in a sentence. the way you're hosting this just hits different.
Oh my god.
That works. Hey, that works. Go. All right, I'm going to get a little bit
No
of a
cap.
harder one, all right?
No, that is cap.
Yeah, no cap is false.
No, then cap.
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 Capping.
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 All right, Ellis.
Caffeine.
This one's funny. This one's funny, but you have to like, if you know what it is, you have to do it tactfully, okay?
I don't like where this is going.
That's gonna be funny.
What does simp mean?
He knows.
Well,
Do you know this?
yeah. Tactfully. Huh. Well, it's when you give up a lot of your morals and your self-respect for in the pursuit
Of
somebody. I don't know. As far as I got. Thought it was off to a pretty good start. I'm not gonna lie.
what?
All
I think you're on the right track, but there's not enough detail. There's not enough detail there to get you the point. What is it? What is it?
Oh, so a simp is like someone who like really, really likes someone, and you like give up everything for them.
Yeah, like you'll do anything that
Yeah,
they
like
say.
anything in the world. You could be like in a meeting, they'd be like, "Hey, I need coffee." Boom.
Sounds like a point for the boomers to me.
Sounds like a secretary. No offense to anybody that's a secretary, but I need coffee. Okay, boom.
Boom.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Point
We'll
for
give
the
it to you.
boomers.
We'll
All
give
right,
it to you. We'll
sick.
give it to you.
Next
We'll
one.
give it to you. Next one. All right. How many of y'all gotten so far? Correct.
All of them.
But how many have I read? 3?
I don't know. 4. Whatever.
4.
I thought we weren't doing.
No, we're not. I'll just keep. If they get the majority right, they'll get a single point. I'm gonna read you 10. Okay.
We're totally keeping score. I am.
We're keeping score. Just the score isn't bruh. All right. All right. So, what does Rick? This is for you. What does high key mean?
Oh.
The opposite of low key.
What does high key mean? What does it mean?
If something's low key, it's laid back and simple and chill. If it's high key, then it's like really, like tense or important or.
These sneakers are bomb.
What?
Key. I don't know. I tried to use it in a sentence.
So,
I don't know.
y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in a way, high key and low key are really similar. High key and low key are almost exactly the same, except you're like a little more like out there and brazen about it, like no shame. So, but low key means like low key. This is awesome. Like this is legit. Whatever it is you're talking about. High key means the same thing, except it's not like a guilty pleasure or anything like that. Like it doesn't matter. Like you would simp for this thing. It's basically is what it. I mean,
Nick, that's exactly correct.
yeah, right. Okay. So it's not the opposite because it's not the opposite. So I don't think you can get the point for that.
No, I said opposite. So.
You did.
5 out of 5.
All right. Ellis. Main character.
I know this.
That's
I know
it?
this
That's
so
it.
well.
What?
I think I can help with this one.
Okay.
No.
I thought it was for Ellis.
It's for
It is
Ellis,
for
not
Ellis.
you.
It's a team game, bro.
It is a team game. It's a team game, but I want you to start.
Well, main character. Is it like? What? The giggling, bruh. All right, bruh. You're telling a story about somebody else, and you don't want to name them, but you call them the main character. You talk
That's
to.
it. Try and help. Phone a friend.
So, like, if you're in a group, it's the main person of that group.
No.
Like, they're the main character of that
No. Can I?
Yep.
Okay,
Neither
so
of
a
those are
main
right.
character is like you could.
That's
So-
not a point.
Do you want me to?
That's
Yeah,
not a
go
point.
ahead.
Point for the
So
they can't
basically-
get points this round.
Basically, it's just like when somebody just exudes like charisma, or like you're like watching them interact with people, and you're like, oh, they're definitely a main character.
Like
I'm walking, or like when you're walking through town and like the leaves are falling, or like staring out a car window, you're like, I'm the main character right now.
Main character vibes.
Hallmark movie?
Yeah,
A little bit.
it's like
Every
sort of like a
Hallmark
vibe.
movie.
It's like sort of like a vibe or like a
Yeah,
feeling.
like the energy, like you
A
exude.
small town girl who moved to the city returns home for Thanksgiving or
I love Hallmark.
whatever holiday it is.
falls
That
in
sounds
love
like
with-
an
Yep.
amazing Hallmark
falls
movie.
in love
I
with a
love
local
Hallmark
stick
movies.
whittler.
Hashtag Hallmark. That's all of them.
Hallmark is
Every single one.
amazing.
Okay.
Hallmark is
That's a segment
amazing.
for next
Y'all
year.
didn't get it though.
Make a
Nope.
Hallmark movie.
You didn't get it though.
No, not even
All right,
close.
Rick, you're up.
All right.
What does it mean to live rent free?
Means you have kids.
I am hurt.
Live rent free.
The way somebody might say, well, no, I don't. I think it gives it away.
Like they don't care about anything. I don't know.
Nope. Ellis, you got any help? Got the assist?
The sentence that comes to my mind is like you live rent free in somebody's head. So it's like, yeah.
Like what commercial lives in your head rent free?
There you go. Yeah.
It's just always
Yeah.
there. It's there whether you want it to be or not.
Right.
That's a much closer. It's really simplified. It's just something you think about a lot. But I can give it to you. You worked it there. Good job. All right. We've probably asked 7, I think. Let's do, all right, Ellis. Mutuals.
I think he's a boomer.
No.
I don't know this.
Because he doesn't know this, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know this. Do you know this?
Yes.
Mutual
Okay.
friends? I have no idea, bruh.
Bruh.
No clue.
Help?
Rick?
Like a couple, like I don't know.
Nope.
Abby?
So it's like when somebody follows you back, like you follow somebody on social media and they also follow you back, like y'all are mutuals.
Yep. It's social media term.
That's simple.
Well, it's just in social media because like when someone follows you, I'm like, no, that's called stalking.
Yeah.
Call the police. I'm being mutual.
No, and it's like a good thing too. Like we're mutuals.
Yeah,
So it's basically
exactly.
like another way to be like we're just friends.
The one that doesn't have the social media just schooled us on social media.
Get wrecked.
Dang.
Honestly.
Ouch.
All right, Rick, 2 more. Okay. You ready? This one's tough.
All right.
Heather.
Airhead? Like somebody that's no. If anybody's named Heather watching, no. But like I just went back to that movie from like the '90s or whatever.
Heathers?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking Gen Z,
I know.
so we're not going to go back to 90s movies.
Chill.
Basic? I don't. I feel like every Heather I see tomorrow is gonna like throw something at me now. I don't know.
Ellis?
No idea.
No idea.
No.
That's exactly what
Okay.
it is.
Can I go? Okay, so a Heather is basically the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who like every guy falls for. Like the perfect person. The perfect girl. That is a Heather.
Yeah.
Why Heather?
I don't know.
According to this site, it's based on a song. Inspired
Oh.
by Conan Gray's song, Heather.
Okay.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you might
Sad
say,
though.
yeah. She's exactly right. Just the perfect. Tanner just texted me. Okay. All right, one more.
What did he say?
He said, I have to meet this ... Heather. All right, Ellis. I'm pretty sure y'all are borderline. Like, if you don't get this, I'm not sure y'all got the majority of them right. You started out really hot, but these last few have been.
I think the last they've only gotten 4 right.
It was like 4 or 5.
Before beginning.
It was
Whoa.
like 4 or 5.
Who's keeping the score here? Whoa.
Us.
Yeah, I think you got 5 right.
Yeah, it's like
Because
5.
y'all worked together. You got the first 4 right, and then you worked together to get one a couple, like 2 ago.
Teamwork.
So
Yeah.
5.
High-key teamwork.
Oh,
All right,
no.
ready? High-key teamwork.
Hey,
No.
Loki's
Did
the
not
main-
work.
But Loki's the main character in that new series too.
Oh my
That's a
gosh. No.
Y'all are actually boomers.
Yeah.
Y'all, high-key teamwork is not correct.
But we just have to hurry up because I have dinner at 4. So
Yeah, right, exactly.
Are you meeting
yeah.
Edna?
You got to go to bed at 7.
My bedtime's in
Yeah.
6 hours. Let's,
yeah.
let's go. Yeah.
Let's roll it. All right. IYKYK.
What?
If you know, you know.
There it is.
Oh.
If you know,
Go,
you
Alex.
know. All right. So you got a point. You get the point. 'Cause
Woo.
I think
That's
that put
six.
you
Wait,
over the
what
edge. Yep. That got you 6.
All right.
Are we doing now?
Now you're
Now
doing
we're
boomer
gonna sing the
slang.
slang. Okay.
Boomer slang.
Oh. I thought we
Oh,
were doing
let's see this. Here we go.
We can steal points, right?
No. What?
Family Feud, right?
Hang on.
No.
If we're allowed to steal points, we've got like 3 points already.
And you're still losing.
All right, we're going to start easy, okay?
Okay.
We're going to start easy. Emma, you're up.
Okay.
Threads.
Clothes.
Yes, it's easy. That term is kind of endured.
Hold
Service
on.
kind of endured.
Bonus point or fits.
Outfits. Like your fit of the day.
Fit.
That one also has endured.
This is my fit of the day.
That's a nice fit.
Thanks.
I'm in
Peep the fit.
myself, but you know.
There you go.
Peep
Somebody
the
peep
fit.
the fit.
It is high key.
Peeps are overrated.
Ellis is stressing
It is
me out.
it is high key.
Oh my
Peep
God.
my fit, it's high key.
No cap.
No. No, Ellis. No.
But I bet
Fire
she,
emoji.
But I bet she's the main character.
Oh my God. Is she a Heather?
No.
Oh.
All right. Abby, ready?
No.
Flip a wig.
Like
Oh.
get angry. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna flip a wig about.
Uh-huh. Yep. There you go.
Oh, shit.
Emma's doing it right now, flipping the wig. There you go. All right. One more easy one, okay? Well, that one's like even too easy.
Okay.
So. All right, this is perfect. Square.
Square? Basic or lame or something like that?
Yeah.
Is that like loser or something like that?
Whoa, what?
Don't be such a square. Like
Yeah.
he is.
Those
Uncool.
Gen Zs are such bullies.
Uncool.
Oh my
Uncool's really good.
Uncool, so
yeah.
I get a point?
Yeah. Well,
you got 2
you got 3
points.
right. You got 3
Three?
right.
Loser.
Yay. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Man.
Here we go. You're getting a little harder.
Okay.
What's your bag?
Oh!
Like baggage. Like what's your past?
Any help?
Deal. What's your deal? Like, what's your problem?
Oh.
She's right.
Emma, out here with
What's
the
your problem?
boomers.
What's your problem? Did y'all know that?
Nah.
You didn't.
I
Nah.
think somebody was cheating when I was prepping earlier, thinking I was going to have to make up my own. Yeah, that's.
All right. Here we go. So what y'all got? You got 3, 4.
4 for 4.
4 for 4. That's y'all did 4 for 4. So
Here we go.
all right,
Is
you're
it
up.
my go?
Yep, your go.
My go? Okay.
Drop the dime.
Dropped a dime. Wait. Oh, I did this one earlier. Dropped a dime. Make a call.
Wow. Were
On
you
what?
researching?
Payphone.
Bro, it's rigged.
Were you researching?
They both
was listening to
researched.
No, she was
Both
cheating.
of them did.
He was like researching.
I
this
thought that
morning,
one was
and I
gonna get you
listening to him.
because like dime means totally something different now.
So I originally, because he thought this too.
Dime
I
piece,
originally
drop
thought
a
it was like-
dime, basketball, like that's
I
I
thought.
always thought it was like you spent a lot of money.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought originally.
a dime. Like you throw a dime
Originally.
and you
Like,
like
dropped
you
a lot
shoot
of money.
Great shot, throw a good pass in football.
you know,
drop
like
a
during
dime.
TikTok.
Or yeah, she's a dime. That's 10. 10 out of 10.
Wait, now we're 5 for 5.
You
5
are.
for
If you get one
5.
more.
You're a nickel.
We beat him.
What? I can't.
All right.
I'm odd because I can't even. Wait.
Scroll
Did I
all
do
the
that
way
one right?
down.
I don't think we've
All right,
hit
ready?
that segment of dad jokes yet. You gotta
yes.
stop.
Oh, whoops.
Chrome dome.
No,
Wait,
no, you're eliminated on this one. You're eliminated. This is Abby only.
Oh,
Nope, you're eliminated on this one. You can't help on this one.
A chrome dome. I'm assuming that it would be like somebody who's not intelligent. Like they've got nothing going on up there. It's just
Oh, let us steal. Let us steal.
Nothing
Like-
going on up there.
you
guys.
can't
We
steal,
got it.
Ellis.
Here's the buzzer.
wait.
There's
no,
still one more
no
person.
steal.
No, you're
There is
eliminated.
No.
You're purposely.
But that's not right.
You're eliminated
That's
on
not
this
right.
one.
Well, Emma's on my team. So
Yeah,
Emma,
so-
what's up?
Oh. I kind of forgot. But,
Chrome dome.
like.
4.
Stop! No, you didn't get a time limit. I'm gonna say like, I'm just gonna go with what I guessed earlier. Laptop, like a Chrome laptop. top. I don't know.
Girl, you were like on fire for this
Yeah,
one. You were like,
you
I
were.
know exactly what this
All I
is.
will say is you were close with nothing going on up top, but you
You were.
got to think more outside.
Yeah.
Hair.
Bald?
Bald.
Bald.
In the wise
Oh,
words
because
of
you used an
Oh,
example.
why
SpongeBob
were you
SquarePants.
so hype and
Bald, bald, bald.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, y'all still in it.
All right.
You're still in it. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Scratch.
Scratch. I know this. I'm gonna say like starting from scratch or like
Like the beginning of something?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Is that right?
What'd you say?
Sorry. Like starting from scratch, I guess, or like
Oh,
the
start like
beginning?
from the beginning?
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
Can I make
Abby?
a guess?
You can.
Is it like to eliminate something? Like get rid of it?
No, but that would be a good guess. You know?
Also known as cheddar.
Yep.
Dang it.
Oh, I feel like I knew that. I feel like that's in like those old movies where they're like,
Yeah, we're gonna get
You're
the,
gonna
we're gonna get the
scratch.
scratch. See, yeah.
yeah, they're like
Yeah,
the
see?
1920s cops. Like,
Yeah, see?
Not
I'm gonna get
me
some
caught.
scratch.
Why are they all just like everybody used to talk like that?
They're all doing the Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Okay. Ready?
yes.
You got this, Abby.
Raspberries.
I guess like wow me, like make something. I don't know. I feel like this is a little inappropriate. Razz my berries, like just I guess.
Yeah, raspberries. See?
Yeah, she's gonna razz my berries. Like it sounds like. Never mind. Yeah,
So
I
YouTube
feel like.
just went to boo.
Yeah, blank screen. I feel like it would be like, I don't know, like excite me. Like, oh, I'm about to get my berries razzed. You know.
My berries. My berries rise.
You've been better off not to use that in a sentence.
Despite all odds, though, you are correct.
Thank you.
It is to get
That means
excited.
that we got the point.
Yay,
You
we
did
got
get
a point.
the point.
6 to 6.
You got the
Or
point.
is it 6 to 7?
No, it's 1 to 1.
1 to 1. Oh.
You got a point for getting the majority of them right. You got a point for getting the majority of them. I said that like
Ellis,
7
why
times,
did I pick
bruh.
no?
I said that like 7 times.
I get it now.
All right, round 2. This is going to be a quick round because we got 7 minutes. Round 2, though, no help from your teammate. No help
Can
from
we
your teammate.
do like millennial terms?
I mean, we could, but
person?
everybody's going to know those.
Oh, really?
Well, because, I mean,
All right, then fine. The tiebreaker would be 60s slang.
What?
Well, we win.
What?
Volunteer to do it.
Or I mean, just
But then
boomer
point at
slang.
me.
Boomer
we'll
and
do.
Gen Z.
No, we can do millennial. I think it'll be easy. I mean, I am a millennial, so
I don't know.
maybe I'm thinking
Like the
it'll be
20s.
easy.
Yeah, see?
Well, that would. I mean,
Yeah, see,
answer
I
for
just feel like a
everyone.
lot of that has been around for a while. You know, we'll try it though.
What
Let's
does
try it.
water
Let's try it.
mean?
Let's
It
try it.
means
Let's try it.
yeah, see?
not even from
No
any of
cap.
Just
our
like
eras.
medieval times.
Yeah,
All
like
right,
something like that.
medieval slang.
Yeah, let's do that.
Medieval
So
slang.
that way,
Medieval.
so that way we're all on a level playing
Wait.
field. Which y'all
No!
listen.
Medieval. I'm gonna be so lost.
Medieval.
No, I'm good with millennial, not medieval.
Well, if it's millennial, we're all gonna know all of it. So it's like why?
I know nothing medieval.
Nobody knows anything medieval. It's
Well,
like
then
a
how is
thing.
anybody getting points?
If somebody gets one, they might be they're in it.
Renaissance fair. Final
Yeah.
answer.
Come on, load. My phone won't load. Come on,
It's because it's
load.
going, what did you
Bro,
just
your
ask
phone's
me?
slow.
19 words
Medieval
from
slang.
medieval times that we should definitely bring back.
Yes. Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, some of these I actually do know.
Oh, okay.
Did the internet like die or something? Hope
Probably.
not. As soon as I took
you
it off
cold?
the internet.
Do you need a jacket
means
or
cold.
something?
Medieval.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna bounce back and forth, and it's just
Okay.
gonna be a point per. All right.
Ladies
Rick's starting with
first.
you. Oh. Okay. Fine. All right. We're starting with you. Okay.
Me? Or Abby?
Still no help
Me?
from teammates?
Okay.
Privy.
Privy?
You can't help.
What? Like prim and proper, I guess? I don't
It
know.
doesn't mean I look so privy today.
I guess like prim and proper. I don't know. I've never even heard that word.
You've never heard that?
No, I've
That's so
literally never heard that
interesting.
word.
Well, in the medieval slang, it's restroom.
Restroom? I'm gonna go to the privy?
Oh.
Huh?
I would have thought like
That gives
you're
new
privy
meaning
to
to the
that
term.
information.
You're
Exactly.
privy to that.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So.
You're a bathroom to that.
We all would have
Cap.
gotten it wrong.
I'm like so confused.
All right, Rick.
All right.
Bubble bow.
Bubble bow? Something you get after eating a turkey leg. I don't know. Bubble bow.
Turkey leg.
Turkey leg.
Renaissance, the medieval times play.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna ask.
Bubble bow?
Bubble bow.
Is it when you're the thing they use for the jousting breaks or whatever? I don't know.
It is a lady's pocketbook.
What?
A bubble bow.
I've got a bubble bow.
Carry your bubble bow to the privy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, you
I'm
could.
gonna start saying that.
You actually could.
I'm going to change
No
the
one's
signs.
gonna know what they're gonna say.
Change the signs
Which
before
thing?
tomorrow to say privy. Which one do I go?
All right. Ready?
Yes.
Wind sucker.
What?
Somebody who talks a lot.
That's a good guess, but it's not right.
Can you repeat the word?
Wind sucker.
Wind sucker?
That's a good inference there, but it's a jealous person.
Jealous.
I
It's
thought
a
he
jealous
said, I thought there was
person.
an extra syllable in there. Like, you better win this sucker.
Wind to suck.
Like,
Win this sucker.
Honestly.
Win this. Before you go to the privy with
privy.
your bubble bow.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Ready?
No.
You ain't got a choice.
That was so confident.
Belly timber.
Why did he just get so giddy about that? He was like,
Belly timber.
His face was hilarious.
God.
Belly timber.
When you need to go to the privy?
Bruh.
You could make an inference here, but
It's when you got a deuce.
oh, nope.
When you're full?
It's just food.
What?
Belly
Like
timber?
you put timber in a fire to feed it. Like
Oh.
I guess it's timber for your
I was
belly.
gonna say the Taco Bell grumbly.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say like
Food
you were like
eventually becomes a
full,
belly timber.
like you're full or whatever. I don't know. That's what I was gonna guess. Okay.
All right, I'll do ones that I think y'all will know,
Okay.
and then we'll see who wins out of this because this is our last bit. All right, hither.
Hither.
Yep.
The main character. No.
Oh.
Hither. Hither me timbers.
Hither me.
Okay, if she doesn't get it, can we do it?
Hither me timber.
Can it be
Arr,
a team thing
Hither
now?
me timber.
No,
We don't have time.
No, I want
Nope.
to do teams. I vote teams.
you can't. No, that's not the.
Okay, hither. I feel like I've heard this word before.
Think about where you've heard it, like in a
I
sentence.
don't know.
5.
I'm just gonna go with hither
3.
me timbers.
Hither me. That's not even
That
the
doesn't
meaning.
even-
That's not a meaning.
Anybody that makes shirts, I'm going to need a shirt that says
Hither me
timbers.
timbers.
Arr.
That'd be a great
Arr.
slogan.
Timber.
That'd be a great slogan for like an arborist,
And
an
you know-
arborist company.
And you know what you would
Hither
say?
me timbers.
Nope, nope,
Nope.
nope. Your
She
time's
told
up.
you.
No.
I just used it in a sentence.
You can use it as the slogan for a
Come
company and say,
hither.
come hither.
Come hither.
All right, perchance.
Perchance? Do you happen to have a quarter I can borrow perchance? Like,
That
not
is really
intentionally, but not accidentally. I don't know. That's a weird one to.
Per capita.
Per
Per
capita?
Per capita.
Perchance
saying
is like,
words.
do you happen to have, or like, do you happen to.
You're close, but I don't think it's.
What is it?
It's perhaps.
Oh.
You had like a little bit.
That
I
was
feel like
close.
you
Half
were
a
close.
point.
You were close. We'll give you half a point.
Right.
Half a point.
You're
half a
welcome.
point. All right, ready?
Yep.
Mayhap.
Mayhap.
Like Oh my gosh, words are not here. It's like, mayhap. Like,
What words?
I don't want to say like a reckoning, but like, like it's just like an unexpected event or something that's like just kind of.
Are you thinking mishap?
Y'all are loud.
Maybe. Yeah.
See, we're over here making our own definitions. I said, that sounds like a Gen Z term. We going to the mall tonight? Mayhap. And if this definition ends up being could happen, I'll leave.
Out. I don't know.
It is maybe.
Oh!
Yeah. So it would work in that sentence, yeah.
Are you going to the ball tonight?
Mayhap.
Mayhap, no cap.
Ellis, stop looking at the phone.
Ellis!
Mayhap, no cap. All right,
Don't
Ellis.
look at the phone. Look
Well,
at
no,
the
y'all
sky.
didn't get any half points, so they win.
Woo! Hither me timbers.
Arg, hither me timbers.
That
The
was
boomers win. But Ellis, I'm still going to give you
born
one.
in the
Bro,
medieval
but we got more right on the first round though.
Argue the rules
But
after
that
you've
was
lost.
just no.
We
No,
did make
but
the rules. We
that-
made the rules,
that's
y'all.
It
no
was
one
1-1
born-
after the first
No one
round.
here was born in the medieval times. How was
Well,
anyone gonna know
that's
that?
why it's a.
Yeah, that's
That
why it's
doesn't
a
make sense.
level playing field.
We were close
If
enough.
I'm going
you-
to give you one, though. I'm going
If
to give you
someone
one.
walks in this room right now that was born in medieval times,
Yeah.
We have
We're
some
going to have a
You're
lot more
welcome.
questions.
Hither me timbers.
All right, Morrow.
Can you spell it?
No.
All right.
English major. Didn't you have to like read documents from the medieval era?
No.
well, this isn't even really that medieval. This even comes up to like
Oh,
1600s
oh, are you
English.
giving clues?
No.
Oh!
Sounds like cheating. To me.
Cheater!
I have no idea. What is it?
The morning.
Good morrow.
On the morrow.
Till
Good morrow and
comes.
hither me timbers.
Yeah.
The dude that in Braveheart says, "Then you shall be tried on the morrow."
Good morrow to you people.
Good morning.
Morrow.
Good morrow.
morrow.
Good morrow.
Good morrow.
There's like some document that's like. Daybreak
Mayhaps, no
tomorrow
cap.
comes.
Funny phrase.
It's just Shakespeare, probably.
Hither me timbers.
I think
Mayhap,
Hither
no
me
cap.
timbers
Mayhap,
won.
no cap.
Yeah.
Mayhap, no cap.
Mayhap, no cap. That's good. That's a bringing of two very distant
And
generations
that's what we
together.
do here at PCC.
Oh my god.
We bring people together to be one with Christ.
You can live your fullest life possible in Jesus Christ, even if you've been dead for 400 years.
Amen.
And if your name is Heather, don't hit me.
And that'll preach.
Yeah. And with that, we're out. See you in the music workshop at 3
Bye.
o'clock. Goodbye.
guys, what is going on? Welcome back to the live stream after your most recent intermission. We are here to talk about some music. So Lige is going to be doing half of this hour. I'm going to be doing the other half. Lige is going to be giving you guys some electric guitar instruction because you don't get to see this much anymore, but he's a ridiculously good electric guitarist, particularly when it comes to tone and particularly when it comes to dynamics in a song, which is what I'm mostly going to talk to you guys about today. Because so much of drumming is really just practice, as with many things, is practice and muscle memory and time sitting behind the kit. So instead of trying to sit here and explain all of those things to you, I'm basically going to talk to you guys about two questions that I get the most from people that are in our church about drumming specifically. So they really have to do with dynamics. So the number one question, so again, this is going to mostly be reflective of worship music because that's what most of my drumming goes into practically. Personally, outside of church, I listen to a lot of metal, a lot of really heavy drumming. So a lot of those strategies I try to apply to worship music as much as I can, but within reason. And within reason is a subjective term because depending on who you are, if you're like me and you love metal music, you may be like, man, I wish you would do more of that stuff. But, you know, I try to find a healthy balance so that it's not a distraction. I still get to express myself as part of my worship with the gifts that God has given me. And, you know, drumming, playing any instrument is, you know, we do it because it's fun. That's part of why we do it. So I enjoy it. So the number one question that I get all the time is do you read music when you play drums? People ask, you know, it's kind of it's a multi-layered question, but people ask, do you read music? How do you know what to do when? So if you ask somebody else, they might have different strategies. You know, I'm not like the end-all be-all of drumming. I've never had any actual technical training in drumming. I just kind of picked up sticks and started playing when I was like 11 years old. And it's just been a thing that I've done over the course of my life. And just by spending a lot of time and having a lot of great leadership and opportunities, I've grown in my ability. And I would tell anyone I'm only where I am, which is not amazing. It's just better than I was when I started. I'm only where I am because I've been using the gifts that God gave me for the purpose of worshiping Him. And I think that that's the best way they can be used. That looks different for everybody, but for me, it's playing here on this platform. So in case you don't know, Ellis, if you can kind of slide over here. If you guys see this laptop here, at all of our campuses for PCC, and this is not just a PCC thing, this is a very common thing in worship music. So this is what we call Ableton. We jokingly call him Abe. So what this is during the week when we pick our music, Becca, who is our music director, if you don't know her, she's also the student band director, and she was here last night. She did the makeover on Sydney's hair last night. She's also very talented with Ableton. So she'll go in, we pick the music, we pick the keys that we're going to do all the songs in and all those things, and she designs a set list in Ableton. So what Ableton does is it generates some tracks. So because, you know, we're one church in multiple locations and not every location has access to all these volunteers, you know, like modern worship music nowadays, like if you look at Elevation or Jesus Culture or Hillsong, these big churches or these big musical movements that use all of these musicians. I mean, if you went to a Passion conference, they have like 20 musicians on stage that are filling. Some of them may play in like just the chorus of a song, but they're filling one little purpose. We obviously can't function that way every single Sunday. So we kind of back that up with Ableton, and we try to keep it as authentic as possible. Authentic isn't the best word because inauthentic has a negative connotation to it, but we try to keep it as just us on the platform as possible. But there are a couple things in some songs, you know, like some computery stuff that will come in through the speakers kind of lightly that just adds some accents. What else is in here, and the main important part that I'm telling you about Ableton, is there's a click track. What that is it keeps tempo. So it uses a metronome. If you don't know what a metronome is, it literally just keeps time for us. So, you know, what I would hear in my ears is something, it's a beep, but it just sounds like. So that's playing in my ears, and that's keeping constant time. And so it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the reason that we count like that is I'm going to get a little. I'm not a genius in this, but I obviously know the basics. I'm gonna get into a little bit of musical structure for you, because that's going to help me answer the second question that I get asked the most. So the most common time signature, it's actually called common time. If you read music, you'll see it on the sheet as a 4 with a line under it and a 4, or you'll literally just see a capital C, because it's called common time, because 4/4 is basically like the basic meter or time signature of music that allows us to stay in. So the reason that we count 4, and if you know something about music, you're like, duh, I know that. Some people may not. So, you always hear like in old rock and roll or whatever, you'll hear people go like 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason they count 4 is because in a measure of 4/4, which a ton of music that everyone does and that we do is written to 4/4, is that's how many beats are in a measure of music. So if you've ever seen a sheet of music, it looks like a ton of lines and they're written kind of just structured one on top of the other. If you ever looked at an old hymnal, you see these kinds of things with notes on them. And those lines that all have different, it's actually showing you where notes are in music. All of those are kind of blocked off like this, so it looks like bricks. Each one of those bricks is a measure. So when we talk about 4/4, and when I'm listening to Ableton, I know that this is one measure. So what I just counted was 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and those, you heard me count the 4. Those are 4 beats. The ands are just me counting on the off beat. So what I actually just did was an eighth note count and a 4/4 measure, and we'll get a little bit into that. But I'm not going to get too in the weeds with you guys because you may not care at all, but it does help me answer the question. So when I sit down to listen to a song that we're going to play on a Sunday, my overall thought process is I start with the biggest part of the song. So in a lot of songs we do, it's either like the chorus that comes after the bridge. So a lot of times the song will be like verse, chorus, some sort of little instrumental, then the bridge, which is where the words change. A lot of times the music changes, like a chord progression kind of remains the same for a verse and the chorus, and then you have the verse and the chorus. A lot of times both verses have the same chord structure, and then a lot of times all the choruses have the same chord structure, and a lot of times the bridge normally has its own structure. So that's where things change in the song. So like in Follow You Anywhere that we've done for worship, both of our sessions, you'll hear when we get to the part that it goes, wherever you lead me. When we get to that part, that's the bridge. And you know that you're in a different part of the song. So that's just what the bridge is. I don't know why it's called the bridge. Somebody may be able to answer that in the chat. Somebody that knows more than me. But I know what a bridge is, and I know where it goes in the song. So when I get to that, I know that from the bridge at the end of the song, you build out of it, and you go really big into the chorus in that particular song. I know that the biggest part of that song is that chorus and the instrumental after, when you're going, oh, oh, I know that part is huge. So when I'm thinking as a drummer, because the drummer really is going to drive the dynamics of the music, what I mean by that is, when is it the busiest? When does it sound the biggest? When do you get to the part of the song, as my wife and I talk about when we listen to worship songs, we like, when do you get to the part that gives you goosebumps? Where you're like, man, like this is hype, and you're all excited. And if you're here on a Sunday morning at Powhatan, I'm drumming, you'll look up and I'm probably throwing a stick because I'm just doing stuff and I'm sweating. It's like, it's so exciting. That part of the song, I start there because I know that that's the biggest I'm going to get. So what I look at from there, just like you would in a movie, when people make a movie, they're like, we need to build up to the climax. So you're on this way up to the top. You reach the climax of a movie, and then you have to make sure that it finishes strong. So I look at a song the same way. So in Follow You Anywhere, if I know that I have to get big here, I have to make sure that the rest of the song, I leave room to allow it to grow. Because if I just go into a song and say, I'm going to play it as hard as I can with as many fills as I can throughout the entire song, then by the time I get to the bridge, it's just going to sound like a wall of sound, and it's just going to sound like mush to you guys. So that's how I kind of structure around what I'm going to do. So for example, I'm going to talk you through exactly what I do in that particular song because we've done it twice. So I'm talking about Follow You Anywhere. You can pull it up and listen to it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you may have it in your head. So that song starts out with a tom part. So I'm going to mute real quick so I can play the tom part. But before I mute, I'm going to tell you in my ears what I hear from Ableton so that we can make sure all of our musicians are on the same page, we have cues. So it'll say intro, but it'll count it to you. So I shouldn't have talked about 4/4 if I was going to talk about a song at 6/8. But anyway, Ellis is laughing at me because he knows, he's a musician. So so 4/4 is a time signature. 6/8 is a different time signature. It just means that it counts differently, and different beats make up a measure. But anyway, what I hear in my ears is the click. That's what I hear in my ears clicking, and it'll tell me intro. So when the intro of that song starts, all right, I'm going to mute my mic now, and I'm going to play what the tom part is. So that is the tom part to the intro of the song. So that's kind of big and energetic when it comes in. Normally when I say she, because it's a woman who's telling me what to do in my ears. She's like intro, and then it comes in. I know that I'm going to come in big. I'm going to hit the crash cymbal so that we come in big at the top of that. And so I'm going to have the tom parts, and I'm using the snare. So you heard me do that where I'm like. So this is the snare. If you hear me say snare, that's what this drum is. I meant to tell you guys what all the drums are before I started, but this is the snare. So what I'm going to do when I get to the first verse of the song, I've just been doing the intro where I've been using the toms, the kick, and the snare. And intermittently, I'll be using the crash. Now, in that particular song, the rhythm of the first verse is almost the same, but you don't want it to be the exact same because you want to differentiate. So the rest of the band is helping you with chords, like the way that they're playing, as much as they're involved in the rhythm, like the guitarist, the pianist, all of them do different things to help the dynamic. But again, the drummer is the foundation of that. I'm not just saying that because I'm a drummer. I'm saying that because if you're an aspiring drummer, just know that you hold some responsibility, a lot of responsibility for where the band is going to go because of the instrument you play, you're naturally going to overpower what other people try to do. So you have to avoid doing that. You need to mesh together because they kind of have to follow you. So anyway, so what I'll do is I'm going to come out of the intro and go into the verse, and you can see the change. So, to the untrained ear, if you're just listening to that, and because I picked up in the middle of the intro and stopped in the middle of the verse, it doesn't sound like much differentiation. But you saw at some point there, I stopped going to the snare, and I also stopped rolling on the toms as much as I was. In the intro, there was almost constant movement, and that's on purpose. There's a lot going on because you're like, okay, we're starting the song, we're in it. As soon as I get to the verse, that's when the singer comes in and says, "You make it easy to love you." Under that, I've stopped using the snare. All I'm using are the toms, okay? So that immediately changes in your ear because you've been used to hearing every time I land on the snare, which is accented in the measure at the same spot each time, you're used to hearing the every time. I cut that out, and that alone creates dynamics. So the drums go from, if this is like the bass line, the drums go from being up here to kind of moving down a little bit. So then when you get to the pre-chorus, which is, all I want is you, Jesus, all I want is you. I'm bouncing all over keys here, but anyway, that's right before you go into the chorus, which again is going to be big, normally. Then I'm going to add the snare back in. So if I'm doing that tom part, when I got to that, it would be like. So I'm immediately adding the snare back in. And because of the way that I learned to drum, my drumming naturally kind of flows with whatever the vocalist is doing. So a lot of times in a song, if the vocalist is changing the dynamic of what they're doing, I'm changing what I'm doing. Because ultimately, you don't want to step on the vocalist with what they're trying to do, but if you're following the ebb and flow of what the vocalist is doing, 9 times out of 10, I don't want to say always, but 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be wrong. Because whatever you're doing is going to be pleasing to the ear because it matches what's happening with the focus of the song, which is a diva vocalist. You know, they need all the attention. So they're hogging the attention, and you're fitting with that. Let's see what time it is. You got your... oh, I got 15. Only been half of my time. Excellent. So then I get into the chorus, and this particular song, am I on? Check, check. Cool, just making sure I wasn't still muted because I can't really tell because I have protective things in my ears because hearing loss is not something I want to deal with. So anyway, when you get into the chorus of that song, so right now we've done the intro, first verse, pre-chorus. So we've been up, we've been down, we went kind of back up to the middle somewhere. When you get to the chorus of that song, and lots of modern worship songs do this, it cuts out. So the drums stop completely. All I want is you, Jesus. All I want is you. You are the refuge I run to. Almost everyone drops out in that particular song. There's some chord changes happening, but it's very evident that there's space created there. And again, that's done for the sake of dynamics. Everyone knows it's coming after you hear the song a couple times. When that happens, you're ready. Everyone's into it. So then you come right out of that chorus, which is down. Halfway through that chorus, you add the kick in. So halfway through, you know, it's down really quiet. I start bringing that in. Now the kick drum is what adds a lot of accents to your music. It kind of drives the rhythm of the song. Really, your snare drum and your kick drum are going to drive the rhythm of the song you're playing. So you start adding that in that particular song. It adds in halfway through the chorus. And then when you get to the second verse, you're all in with the rhythm. What I'm doing normally is I take what I've been doing on the toms and I move it to a hi-hat snare rhythm instead. So I'm going to show you what the tom rhythm is. So your ear is used to that. You may not know it, but subconsciously in your head, you are used to that rhythm of the song. Plus the acoustic guitar is doing the same thing. There's a lead line that's following something like that. The bassist is doing the same thing. So then when we get to the second verse, I'm going to do that exact same thing, almost exactly like that, but I'm going to move it to the hi-hat in the snare, which has a different feel. It has more of an energetic feel because it's a much higher pitch thing going on, so it naturally feels more energetic and it feels more busy because of the accents I'm adding in, and I'm still going to use the toms. So I'll show you what the verse would sound like. So that's what the verse is naturally going to sound like. So once again, like we normally would, we're going to jump up into the pre-chorus at that point. So in the first verse, the differentiation that we used to create dynamics in the song was we added the snare back in to what was just a tom beat. In this particular case, I've been doing a rhythm that's 2 hands on the hi-hat and it's kind of more involved on the toms. I switch to where I open the hi-hat because that's part of the dynamics of the hi-hat. I'll show you right here. So part of the hi-hat is it's kind of a hybrid part of the drum. You can use it when it's really just clamped, or it can be open and it has much more movement and it's much louder and bigger. So when I get to that part of the song, I switch to more of a straight rhythm with the hi-hat open, which again adds just another little bit level of dynamic, and it'll sound like this. So right there, when I go from what I was doing rhythmically on the hi-hat and the beat to opening the hi-hat, that adds a level of dynamics, and what I'm doing on the kick changes as well to help the dynamics. So really I'm not changing too much of what I'm physically doing, but deciding how I hit each drum and when I do it, it changes what's happening in your head, and it changes what's happening in the feel of the song. So that's going into the second chorus, and then the second chorus naturally does it itself because the first time we went to the chorus in the song, there was nothing. So basically whatever I do in that space is going to feel bigger because you're used to it not having any drums. So I basically just move that beat that I just played here. I just move it to where I'm playing on the ride cymbal. This is the ride cymbal right here. I move it so that's on the ride cymbal because it creates a lot of noise, and I'm just doing the beat I just played on the ride. So then we get to the bridge, or we get to an instrumental, which is big, and I'm basically going to just do what I was doing here, except I'm just going to add more fills in between because the busier you are, it adds to the dynamics of the song. So then we get to the bridge, we cut out, and as with most bridges work this way. Once you get to the bridge, you calm down, and you give space for the vocalist to kind of set the mood, set what's happening in the song. You hear some of the most potent lyrics a lot of time rest in the bridge of a song. That can be where the song changes. Like if the rest of the song has been about, this is where I fall short, this is where I falter. The bridge may be where where lyrically the song changes to, like, God, I know you have me now, and because of that change, I can do this. And then because of those words and because of the tone of the music, the way that it sets down and builds, it naturally crescendos, which just means musically it grows in intensity. It naturally crescendos into you feel different when you get to that last chorus. So after you sing the words, wherever you lead me, whatever it costs me, all I want is you. Like there's a lot of power in those particular lyrics. When you then sing, I'll follow you anywhere, it just has, like, you can feel what that power means. Like, you feel like what that connection is with God. So that's what those lyrics happen. So the next time you play them, by the time I get there, I'm in huge. So I switch a lot of times. I'll switch from the ride cymbal, which is here. It has a little bit more of a ping to it. I'll switch from here up to the crash cymbal, which is normally used to add accents in the songs. I'm going to mute real quick, and I'll show you the difference here. So this is a ride cymbal. This is a crash cymbal. So these cymbals are built for different purposes. The ride is, it's called a ride, but I call it a ride, or I refer to it as a ride because a lot of times during the songs, you're literally riding a rhythm on it. Like that's what you're doing. You're keeping your time with it, so you're just kind of riding the cymbal through the song. The crash cymbals are just what they sound like. They're built to accent a moment. So when you get really big and you're accenting here, so because of that, they have a lot of, different cymbals are manufactured for different purposes, but the majority of the time, your crash cymbals are going to have a very open, cutting through sound. So if you stay on this cymbal, if you overdo it, it can be bad. But if you're at a big part of a song and you need it to sound just big and just like monstrous, if you just stay switching what you were doing here to the crash cymbal, you can instantly, literally just by moving from here to here without changing anything else, you completely change the dynamics of the song. So I'll show you that right now. I'm going to play the exact same rhythm. The first time I'm going to do it on the ride. The second time I'm going to do it on the crash. So hopefully you could hear how when I'm on the ride cymbal, it sounds much more contained. And then once I get here, it's a lot looser. It's a lot just more and bigger. And that's kind of how I use that. And then the rest of that question is how do you know what to play? So drums, this super just quick crash course. Drumming essentially, like drum fills and stuff, they break down into what's called rudiments, which are just different sticking patterns. So just like a quick, typical sticking pattern, just singles are literally what they sound like. They're just alternating singles on the drum. That's all the singles are. I'm literally just alternating, and then when you move that around the drum, it makes a fill. That is a drum fill. It just doesn't sound fancy because it's very slow. But if you do it quickly, it sounds fancy. That's a typical drum fill right there. But different rudiments do different things. And now, I mean, at this point, this is where you get into the sitting down for thousands of hours over your lifetime sitting behind the drums, because the thing about drumming is when you hear something, you're like, oh yeah, I know what's happening there. But when you are drumming, you have to, because you're using so much of, like, you're using your entire body. I'm using my left leg, my right hand, and my left hand. And eventually the goal of every drummer is to have independence for every limb, because that allows you to do the most complicated things you can do, on top of being able to stay in time. That's kind of your most important job. But so, for example, that's one rudiment. Another rudiment that we can do is called a paradiddle, and that sounds like this. So that was just right, left, right, left, left. And that's how you start to change things up, because as you move that around the kit, as you move your rudiments around the kit, that's how you create different fills. So to answer the question of, just to sum it all up, because we're about to be out of time, but to sum it all up, do you read music? How do you know what to play? There is drum music that's written out there. I don't read it. I listen to a song, and then I just am, like what I explained to you during Follow You Anywhere. I listen to a song, and I have an idea in my mind of, this is what I want the dynamics of this song to feel like, to make the most impact, because that's what we want out of our music. And then I design my drumming around that mission during that song. So how do I know what to play exactly? With that in mind, I would say once I get to a really big part, then I need to decide what kind of fill I'm going to do. And that's when you start adding in the rudiments. So in a 4/4 beat, for example, this is just like real minor if you wanted to get into drumming. In a 4/4 beat, for example, like I said, there's 4 quarter notes. So that just sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So every tap that you saw counts as, I don't even know if you can hear that, I'm sure you can, but every tap was a quarter note in a measure. So every 4 hits is a measure. But if you add on the offbeat every time, then you're adding an 8th note. That can make a different kind of fill. So that would sound like this. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So if you move that to the drums, I'm going to cut my mic off after this so I can show it to you. I'm going to do a quarter note fill, and then I'm going to do an 8th note fill, and you can see the difference. That would be a quarter note fill, which you almost never hear because it's really not exciting. Maybe not in that tempo at least, because I'm playing at a very slow BPM, which is beats per minute, which is how tempos are delineated. So you wouldn't really hear a quarter note fill, but you may hear an 8th note fill, which would sound like this. So how do I know what to play? Is I know that in a measure of 4/4, if I want to play an 8th note fill, I have 8 total hits to play. And I can decide where those go. And things get much more complicated than that. You know, you get different kind of rhythms, you get all these different, you get all sorts of fills that are like split fills, which are where you're doing different things with your hands and with your feet. And to be honest, I can do a lot of those things, but I cannot teach them or explain them. It just kind of is, because I don't know all of the music theory behind it. So that's just a shortcoming of me. But right before we end, I'm going to play a quarter note fill, I'm going to play an 8th note fill, and then I'm going to play a 16th note fill, and then you can see the difference of how it adds to drumming. So quarter note, 8th note, 16th note. And I'm going to click the tempo first. And now, just to sum it all up, before we move over to Elijah, he's tuning his guitar up now, and he's going to have some awesome things to tell you. If you do want to talk to somebody about music theory and someone who's much smarter than me, he would be your man. But I'm going to play a beat to that tempo. It's going to be super simple. It's just going to be eighth notes, keeping time with my hand, and then accents with my foot and my left hand. And then I'm going to do a quarter note fill, an eighth note fill, and then a 16th note fill. And that basically sums up with, a very simplistically how I would decide what to play. And there you have it. As you start to pick up more rudiments and as you start to pick up more ability to do things and to play faster, you can get really, really complicated. And then you get into how you're structuring music. You can start to say, this is how I want to structure the song. And as you get better and better and better, you can start adding more and more things to the music, / leaving things out in other places that creates even more dynamics. And ultimately, that's how you make a piece of music that flows and has more feeling to it. So hope you guys enjoyed this. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to talk to you. If you're a drummer and you have advice for me, or like, hey, you could have explained this better, I would love to hear it too, because I get questions all the time. So I would love to hear from you guys, and I appreciate your time. Do you need this camera?
We'll get it.
You'll get
in
it?
a minute. Else will come back, but he's going to switch to me now.
Oh, sweet.
I'm going to assume that we've switched, so thank you, Tanner, for all that. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about guitar, and not necessarily, we're going to go a different route with guitar. All of what Tanner said, at least a good bit of it in terms of, at least in the context of worship, like song structure and things like that, can apply to guitar too. You want to know when to be big, when to be not big, when to provide texture versus when to be like the leader, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, being the leader in terms of musically is a little more prevalent on guitar than is drums. There aren't a lot of drum solos in worship music, but you know what? Maybe there's room for more. Who knows? Anyway, the point is I'm not really going to talk about all that, even though some of that's applicable. What I'm going to talk about today is tone, guitar tone. So let me give what might end up being several disclaimers before we jump into it. This is also to help Ellis. Ellis is going to bring that roaming camera over here so we can sort of explore. First of all, you'll notice that my pedal board, which we'll talk about in a minute, is elevated like this. This is not how they normally are. They're usually on the floor and you use your feet, as you might very well know. But we have it elevated because it's going to be easier to see that way. So that's why it's up here. I'm going to manipulate it with my hands and stuff, but again, just assume all of this is your feet because you'll be playing guitar. So you can't really, do anything with your feet. Second, or with your hands while you're playing guitar. Secondly, we are going to explore just one aspect of tone. There's so many, and what do I mean by tone when I say guitar? I should start there probably. Tone is, to make it really simple, it's just how your guitar sounds. It's the timbre and sort of the effects and just the all-around color, I guess, that your guitar has. Do you want it to have a little bite to it when you're doing a solo? Do you want it to be a little more ambient to provide some texture and some background and some more ambiance, as somebody might say? All of these things are related to tone. You'll change your tone to apply and to achieve different things with your guitar. So there are a lot of things that go into tone, though. A pedal board is just one of them. Your amp matters. Your guitar, of course, matters. The pickups on your guitar matter. The pick you play with matters. The strings you put on your guitar matter. The pickups you choose matter. There's a lot that goes into tone, which we're not going to get into today. I want to specifically talk about the pedal board, though, because I think this is probably the spot that intimidates guitarists the most. I know that's true for me, because as we'll talk about a little bit, there's so many options to creating a pedal board. Like, not one pedal board is the same. And you could spend
$1 million creating a pedal board, quite literally. I mean, it would be huge, but you could do it. But you could also spend 100. And will you get the same tone out of both? No. But will you get one that's acceptable? Probably, if you know what you're doing. So, to that end, we're going to turn on the amp, or the amp's already on. So, Ellis, can I get you over here at the pedal board? So I'm going to start pointing at stuff so you know what it is. I have just a simple rig right here, and I'm casting some shadows on it, so apologies for the light behind me. That's fine. Yeah. Hey, what's up? That's fine. It's probably here right now anyway. So let me move it to the side a little so there's less shadow. There we go. Okay, so what you're looking at, hopefully, is the pedal board. And this one is a very, very simple board, but in my mind has all the necessities. Now, like I said, I say the necessities. Somebody might be like, nope, you have to have X, Y, and Z in order to be a complete pedal board. It's all a matter of opinion, and it's all a matter of what you want to do. So the fact, if I don't have it here, doesn't mean it's invalid or it's not good. Just is what it is. So to construct a pedal board, we'll talk about the very nitty-gritty 101 specifics first, and then I'll tell you the things that I specifically have, and we'll go from there. So this physical metal piece at the bottom is the actual pedal board. Like it's metal, it's what the pedal's attached to, right? They're Velcroed on there. And you can put your pedals on the ground, I guess, but it's really inefficient to do it that way. So this is a pedal board. You'll obviously want one of those, and the advantage of this particular one, this is by a company called Pedal Train, is that it's designed to be really intentional about the underside. So what you'll see here is the power supply to all my pedals. They're all plugged in here to the power supply, so it runs out one single power cable at the end. Sorry, I'm going to try and be more intentional about talking to my mic. So it goes from the power supply, powering all the pedals, out one single cable being plugged in on the ground. And then, of course, your patch cables that connect them run under here as well. So it's just a cleaner look when you look at it from the top to do it this way. And they make them with this like raised arc here, which, you know, when it's laying down on the surface, you can see it kind of goes up at an angle. That's intentional to fit all that stuff underneath. So you need a pedal board, the physical board itself, and you need a power supply. And then from there, you can sort of pick and choose. I would say that every guitarist would agree that you need a volume pedal, which is this, and a tuner pedal, which is this one. Tuner pedals and volume pedals come in all different shapes and sizes, but like you gotta have these basically, because this will give you control of your volume, as it's probably self-explanatory. You play a chord with the volume pedal all the way down, nothing coming, but I turn it up, suddenly I got volume, you know? Now, the tone is not great right now because we haven't turned anything on, but that would be what you would call a very clean tone, albeit a little muddy. But yeah, volume pedal is going to kill your signal or turn it up. Tuner pedal is going to keep your guitar in tune. Now, I can't give you a demo of that because mine actually bit the dust, but it's there. And what I would do is I would turn it on, and this screen would illuminate. And as I tried to like play a note, it would tell me if I'm sharp or flat, and then, you know, I would tune it accordingly. But like I said, I can't actually demonstrate that for the reason that it's just destroyed. So anyway, all that to say is those two things are necessary. I think anything after that is kind of optional. I'm going to mess with the amp just real quick, so you won't hear me for a second, but just give me one moment. All right, let's see how that sounds. There we go. That sounds a little better for a clean tone. Anyway, so now let me walk you through the basic setup for any pedal board. This will be applicable to whatever pedals you choose. There are different types of pedals you can use. Overdrive, reverb, delay, chorus, tremolo, like there's 100. Sampler, loop pedal. There's so many different types of pedal you can have. But there's two like key categories, right? So there are pedals that alter the actual signal that you're sending. For example, an overdrive pedal, which this blue full drive right here is an overdrive pedal. If you hear this chord without anything on, sounds pretty clean. But then you turn this on. Did my pedal board come unplugged? Come on, man. It's not turning on, man. Yeah, it should be plugged into that strip right there. I thought I did. Maybe it got unplugged over here. Okay, it was just loose at the board. So yeah, don't make that mistake. So it's off. You got this signal. And then if you were to turn it on, you have this now crunchier signal. You hear the bite in that. So that's got a little bit of a bite. That's got nothing. It's kind of warmer bite. And this, of course, can be customized to whatever I want. So if I want even more bite, I turn the overdrive up. Now it's got even more. I can even turn the tone up. This will sound bad, but just as an example, see, it's got really kind of pingy high ends. It's a little too much, but all this can be adjusted. And then, of course, this pedal comes with a boost to give you even more. This one's like gritty now. This will be like for playing solos. And you would play a lot of solos with this boost on. So anyway, an overdrive pedal is an example of something that actually alters the tone. This pedal right here is called a spark. It alters the tone. This is essentially a clean boost. So it'll just take a signal and then just give me some more volume with the same signal. It's got a little more girth to it now. It's like it has more presence, if you will. So without it, with it. Hear that immediate volume increase? Hear that, how it's pulsing as I hit it? So that is what that's doing. And that's altering the actual signal of my guitar. I'll tell you what that means in just a second when I get to the other ones. But things like drive and clean boost and like really heavy distortion, crunch, like a fuzz pedal, like bassists. It was popular in punk rock to use fuzz pedals on the bass. Like that is going to alter the actual signal of your guitar. That needs to be first in your pedal board chain. Now let me tell you a little bit about a pedal board chain. Ellis, can you bring the camera over here? Every pedal board goes in, think of it like a tunnel system, right? It has a beginning point and an end point. It's linear. They all run through each other. So you have pedal 1 that's connected to pedal 2, that's connected to pedal 3, that's connected to pedal 4, and so on, till it comes out of the end of whatever the last pedal in your chain is. But this order can't be haphazard. There's a real order to this, and it matters for getting good tone. So now back to what I was saying earlier. Pedals that alter the actual signal of your guitar need to come first in the chain. They need to be the very first things that you get, because they get the raw audio from your guitar and alter that right away. So it's like a clean, it's like the purest form of alteration. So you'll notice that out of my guitar, I have my cable that's following from my guitar directly into this spark pedal right here. This right here is the very beginning of my chain. And you can kind of only see it a little bit because it's kind of hidden by the volume pedal, but this is where it starts. Plugs into this right here, which is the clean boost. It goes out over here into the drive, the overdrive right here, okay? So I have clean boost and overdrive. And add as many of these pedals down the line as you want. Another clean boost, a fuzz, all that sort of stuff that are altering the tone of the guitar. They will be first in the chain. Then, when you're done with those types of pedals, they come to a volume pedal.
So this one comes out the back right here. This like black and gold bougie looking cable right here. It comes out of there straight into my volume pedal right here. So now I have just pure audio. It might be, you know, altered by my pedals a little bit, but it's just straight pure audio that I can control the volume of. So I'm going to turn it on something that I might actually use for like a song at church or something. So that's a nice, that's kind of got a gritty, it's still pretty clean, but it's got enough of a bite to it that I would use it. I'm trying to think, oh, we've played the song, what is it called? Child of Love by We the Kingdom. We've played this. This is pretty close to what I would use for Child of Love. It's got enough grit to it to have a bite, but it's not like overpowered like I'm playing a solo. And so I've got the drive pretty high here. Clean boost, I actually always leave this on. It's just a preference of mine. This pedal never goes off. I turn it on, it's just on no matter what I do. Because again, it just gives me more presence. Hear that? So I would play something like this. My guitar's not totally in tune. My guitar's not totally in tune, but that's, I would play something like gritty, crunchy like this. And keep in mind, like I said, the pedal board is only one aspect of tone. So the amp's going to matter. The mic you're listening to it through on this live stream will matter. It's definitely going to sound different in this room than it does for you at home. But it's one of those things you just got to kind of take my word for it. If you hear it and you're like, I don't really like that tone. I'm not saying it's the greatest tone you've ever heard. What I'm saying is, though, it definitely sounds better in the room than it probably does to you at home. But the point is all of my signal, all of my pedals that have altered my signal are first. And so I got altered signal. If I don't want that much drive, I go for more of a clean here. It's that note right there. My guitar easily gets that tune. I can bend this really easy. So, anyway, that's more of a clean, or if I want to. So those are going to be first in the line, and then anything that adds sort of effects to your tone will come after the volume pedal. The reason this happens is, the reason we have it in that sort of order is twofold. At least there's two major ones. The first is you don't want a reverb pedal, which we'll get to in just a second, to be the first thing you do. So it only applies reverb to your clean tone, straight from the amp, or straight from the guitar. So it'll like apply reverb to your clean, and then as soon as you hit a drive, it'll put drive on the reverb, not your actual guitar, which you'll still feel like it has some drive, but it's applying drive to the effect, not the actual sound. Does that make sense? So that's why you want it in this order. Reverb is going to apply blanket over everything. Like, here's all the sound I want, now I just want it to be longer. Like, that's how it goes. So that's why we put it in this order. So things like delay, reverb, chorus, tremolo, stuff like that like adds effects to your guitar, those are going to be after the volume pedal. The second primary reason is because if I want, let's say I put on this clean boost, right? And if you come to PCC, you'll hear me do this a lot. So this is just a dry signal, right? As soon as I mute the strings, sound is gone. But if I put on reverb, which is my red pedal right here, and turn this up a good bit, you'll hear it distinctly different. Hear how that sound keeps going? See, that's pure reverb that's still going. My tone is completely muted, just like it was before. But the reverb continues. See, now I can do more atmospheric type stuff with this. I can create more of an atmosphere with this particular style reverb. That's not all reverb does. This is just what this particular setting does. And it's one I use a lot around here. And so now, because all of my tone, all of my effects after the pedal all of my effects come after the volume, I can even hit the volume and the reverb continues. And now I can, and that's just still going, right? And I didn't affect it at all. If you have these flipped, that's not going to be the case. You're going to turn your volume pedal down and the reverb's just going to... Same as with delay. So let's talk about reverb and delay a little bit. What time is it? 3:50. Okay, we're rolling. I don't have enough time. Delay is just simply going to add an echo effect, really, to your notes. So I'm just going to put on the clean boost, like I said, and the delay. So, here it is without the delay first. I'm just going to hit a single note. That's just, that's it. As soon as I mute it, it's gone. Delay is going to add an echo effect to that. Hear that? So, I'm only playing it once. So, that's what that does. And let me see if I can get this where I want it. You can have a lot of fun with delay. I mean, this is a super simple thing. If you start combining this with your other stuff, you can make really, really cool sounds. But that's the basic idea of delay. And of course, you can change the tempo of the delay. It's going to be hard for me to do just because of how my delay is set up in this demo. Most of you there's a tap tempo button on it, and you tap the tempo you want. Mine, you have to kind of scratch it in with your hands, which doesn't. I can't hold the button and do it, but that's how I would do it. I guess I can just turn this knob up and it'll change it for me. Yeah, there we go. See? You can hear it's faster now. That's pretty similar to what I was playing before, but is now a lot faster. So you can do all sorts of stuff. And that's such a basic delay tutorial. But then you just play with it. You change tempos, you change the frequency of the delay. Do you want a quarter note? Do you want a dotted eighth note? Stuff like that. You get all sorts of cool stuff. And you start, like I said, you start combining it with other stuff. Like now we got some reverb on it. Start doing all sorts of whatever we want to do. So then, of course, comes reverb, which if there's one other pedal that you probably need on a pedal board, it's a reverb pedal. These come in all shapes and sizes, some a lot better than others, of course. This one's like a good mid to low grade pedal here. It's probably it's one of the best budget friendly ones, if you will. You can get some high dollar ones that are going to blow it out of the water, but this one works really well for me. And it comes with all different settings. Some short delays, so like this delay I'm on is called a room delay. It's supposed to just simulate a room like this one. Just still some, but it's already gone. And gone. Pretty quick. But, we turn up what's called I think this is the K. I can't read it from here. That's the effects level. So this is going to be how loud it is in the mix. I have it all the way up, so the delay's super loud. Or if I take it, or the reverb's super loud. Take it away on here, you're not going to hear much of it. See, it sounded like it died a lot sooner. It didn't. It just wasn't as loud. And then there's the decay. This will determine how long the delay lasts. See how that one went a lot longer than before? There you go. And then, if you go decay almost all the way down, it's going to last like no time. Yeah, that's like almost no delay, basically. Or reverb. I keep saying delay. It's almost no reverb. It's like basically gone. So then you have, then you can alter from there. Just like the delay pedal, you can turn on this hall mode that's like supposed to simulate a big, more like concert hall, which is going to be a louder, more airy version. See, that kind of goes longer on the bass setting. So if I turn the decay way up and the effects level way up, this is where, hear that? Like that's going to go a while. And this is, we can start doing some fun, more ambient style stuff with that. One trick that I use a lot here at PCC, and I'll end with this in terms of reverb, is I like to create like what we end up calling like pads or some sort of atmospheric level. So there's actually a setting on this pedal called church. So they must know that people do this. I'll turn the decay all the way up and the effects level all the way up, which if you just played it as an open chord would be terrible. Like, that's not going to die for the next minute. Like, that's going to go for a long time. And it's just going to continue to go. However, if I pull the volume pedal down, and remember, the volume pedal's down, so it's not going to get any of my original tone, right? Because it's behind, it's in front of the pedal. So I can stroke, and you like barely hear anything, if anything at all. But if I stroke it and then fade the pedal up, you'll get what's behind it come through, which is a cool effect. So I'll strum, and then I can pull it down, strum my next chord, strum the next chord, hear that, and I can get the high parts in there. And sometimes I'll do this with individual notes. Now we can start creating some pretty cool atmosphere. Play Here's in Heaven. I'll do a lot of this at the beginning, like this.
The atmosphere is changing now, for the Spirit of the Lord is here. The evidence is all around, for the Spirit of the Lord is here.
So it provides, that song talks about the atmosphere, but it kind of provides a cool atmosphere. So anyway, with all that said, there's so much more. You could literally watch hundreds and thousands of hours on pedal board tutorials and things like that. But what I hope that you'll learn, or that you'll be interested in, more so than my playing, which isn't that great. Tanner talked it up. I'm really not that great of an electric guitarist. But I do care about tone, and I want it to sound good. I'm not the biggest tone junkie either. I had a roommate in college who just slept, ate, and breathed guitar tone. So a lot of what I know I learned from him. But there's so many possibilities. That's one of the best things about it. And that's one of the best things about music in general, honestly, to put a nice bow on this, is the possibilities, they're literally endless. More so than any medium, I think. There are a literal infinite combinations of things you can do with music, with instruments, with how you combine them. And there are a lot of rules with music theory, but to be honest, this is a great quote I've heard about that before, is like the music theory rules, they exist basically so they can be broken. Like, you learn the rules so you can bend them and make something new. That's what's great about music, and people do that every single day. And guitar pedals and tone are just one of about a billion ways to make that happen. So if you're interested in guitar, like Tanner said, come talk to me. I'd love to, talk more pedal board, talk more shop with you, if you will. And other than that, though, that's the end for this segment. We're going to head back to the kitchen here in about 15 minutes, make some cool stuff. Actually, you know what? If you're at home, you probably have a lot of the ingredients to make what we're about to, and it's going to be kind of delicious, actually really delicious. So make sure you stick around for that, 4:15 for the next cooking segment. Until then, we'll see you soon.
Dawn something, you think? We found something. We're so excited.
Aprons! Yay!
We found these in a drawer somewhere. Ew. No telling what that is.
Ew, gross. Who
Maybe
has been
left
wearing-
over from some. I had to change my clothes because I had brownie batter.
Yeah,
and
I didn't know we were supposed to have
flour.
like different costume changes
Well,
for this.
we weren't supposed to, but it was because I was such a mess, and I think you threw flour on me and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, so we're gonna get started. We think pizzas are gonna be pretty quick, so we're gonna maybe have a little more conversation in between. So
Or
I
singing?
think
Can we sing?
you may sing,
Okay.
and I'll support you.
And I will always love you.
There you go. All right, so I think what Beth is going to get started with is some Italian sausage. So everybody loves sausage on a pizza, or most people do, or pepperoni. So that'll be one of our options. We're going to just kind of build these. So she's going to start by just frying that up in a pan. Quick fact, when you make pizza, you want everything that you put on it to be fully cooked. Unless it's a veggie. What happened? Oh.
We almost had floor sausage.
That's like Ellis
Sorry.
threw coffee all over the
That's
electronics last time.
What was
Almost.
your quick fact again? I missed it.
I was just saying, whenever you make pizza, the things you put on it, particularly the meat, needs to be cooked because it cooks in the oven so fast, it's not going to cook your meats. So all that should be pre-cooked. Now, of course, if you're doing veggies, unless you want grilled onions or something on it and not a raw vegetable, then you don't have to pre-cook that. But any meat or anything like that should be cooked ahead of time. So we're not going to just put this crumbled sausage on it without pre-cooking it. So
Good plan.
hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to do three different ways. We're going to do some pizzas made on Texas toast, which I am a huge fan of Texas toast. So that would be quick and easy for someone to do. That way, then we're going to make a white pizza on some naan, which I love naan. I could just nom, 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 eat the naan here all by myself in 3 seconds. So we're going to make some white pizza on this. And then we have some pizza dough here. Another fun fact, you can now buy pizza dough in the refrigerated section of most grocery stores. And so I think it's frozen, and then they put it out in the deli and it thaws, and you can put it in your refrigerator. It keeps up to a week, I think. And so we're going to make a full-size pizza with that. So while Beth cooks the sausage for the big pizza, I'm going to start with the white pizza on the naan. Beth,
Ma'am.
do you know what makes up the base of a white pizza?
I thought it was Alfredo sauce.
Well, I did too, for a long time.
I have a feeling you're going to say, but I'm wrong.
But we're wrong.
Okay.
Because I thought the same thing for a while. It's basically just garlic, olive oil, and cheeses, and then what you want to put on top. So I'm a huge fan of this Alouette cheese. I don't know if you've ever had it. This is the garlic and herb brand. A friend of mine makes a tomato pie with this on pie dough. You know how you can buy the pie dough in a big, she puts this on pie dough and puts sliced tomatoes on it and bakes it, and it's like a tomato tart. It's delicious.
Is it? It
Yes.
doesn't sound good,
Yes.
but I'd be willing to try it.
Yes, so I am going to use some of this on the naan. So this is basically, like I said, going to be a white pizza. So I'm going to use some of this garlic that comes already packed in oil. I'm doing that for, you know, as a time saver here. You could do it with your just some garlic oil drizzled on it and some fresh garlic, but this is what I am using as a time saver. So, sorry, Ella, put the wrapper on. So, if you like lots of garlic, you can put this on pretty heavy. I think that looks pretty good for people who like garlic, but don't want to get overwhelmed by the amount of garlic.
Tony Stoddard hates garlic.
He hates it, really?
Hates garlic. Yeah. Like if he walks in the house and I've been cooking with it, he's like, "What have you done?"
It's a good thing you're not a vampire.
Yeah.
He would not be protected.
Maybe he's a vampire.
Maybe he is. Oh, that's right, because they're kind of
they're
repelled by it.
anti-garlic. It smells so good.
Doesn't that smell good?
Hi, Eli.
Hi, Eli. We have a guest here.
Guest in the kitchen.
Eli, we're cooking. You want to watch?
Yeah.
Awesome. Maybe you can be our taste tester at the end. All right. So next I'm just going to be putting on some of this Alouette cheese next onto my pizza. So this is going to be kind of my white sauce base. I'm just going to spread it on kind of generous. And right now that does not look appetizing. Does not look very appealing.
Do you eat that like
on crackers or
really?
It's delicious.
Is it?
Yeah, you should
cracker?
try it.
I was gonna try it.
Yeah.
Cracker. Here's some half-length spaghetti. Perhaps I could try some of your Alouette cheese on a piece of
there you go.
raw spaghetti. No.
Or a graham cracker. I have seen, look, I follow this girl on Instagram who has a lot of digestive issues, and she takes elbow macaroni and she puts it in her air fryer and makes it almost like a chip and eats it. She says it's delicious. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I agree with you, Eli. That's kind of weird, but she says it's yummy, and don't knock it unless you try it. All right, so that's going to be my base. And next I'm going to slice up some tomatoes. Now, a tomato for a pizza, you really want to use something like a Roma tomato, or I love these Campari tomatoes. And the reason why you want to use them is because they have more flesh and less of that runny, seedy part. So that's why you cook with Romas a lot. And that's what I'm going to do with these
Didn't know that.
Campari as well. So I'm going to make a quick exit and rinse these off. So Beth, entertain. Eli, entertain.
Okay. Well, this is a pepper. It is a green pepper. This is an onion. What color is this, boys and girls? This is purple. But they call it a red onion. Let's talk about why. I don't know. I have no earthly idea.
It's silly, isn't
It
it?
smells good. Yes, it's silly.
It's so
misleading.
if you want to slice up
Fun
one
fact,
of these,
what kind of knife should you use to slice an onion? A serrated knife.
serrated, but I didn't see any, and I think these are pretty dull. So we just might be sawing for days. Like, see, it's not even good. A tomato.
I got a little bit going.
Maybe if I jab a point in it.
Hey, speaking of sawing for days, so watched a movie last night that I thought my husband would love called Let Him Go. Kevin Costner looked like he was like reprising his Yellowstone character, rancher out in Montana. Well, at one point they like chopped his hand off, and it was really gross and disgusting, and I think I scarred my husband for life. So
She says chopped his hands off as I'm like,
yes, exactly. That's what prompted
tomato.
that. So be careful
I'm
with
not
our
sure
dull
that
knives. They used a hatchet, so
Okay.
just
well,
a thwack. Do you want to hear any more about that?
No.
Probably not.
No,
Okay.
no hatchets.
No hatchets. Yeah, this is
No
not.
hatchets allowed in the kitchen.
I think we need to introduce a motion at the next church business meeting that we buy some decent knives for the kitchen. Oh wait, we don't have business meetings, do we?
No.
We don't need to do
Let's
that.
don't even start them.
Yeah.
We'll just tell somebody.
We'll just tell somebody.
You know,
Make it
you
happen.
know folks here. I think you know some folks.
I think we can make that happen.
All right, so.
Are we doing both of them like that?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do both of them. Because, you know, we're going to do our taste testing at the end. So we want enough for perfect.
It's delightful.
All right, so what I thought would be also good on here.
Can I say
Let's
also
do-
this is a nice creative exercise?
It is a
because-
creative exercise.
Which is all cooking should be, if you ask me.
So why don't on one of these, Beth, we put some really thin sliced red onion. I always want to say purple.
Purple onion?
Yes, but I would.
Okay. Well,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
like-
get this draining first. Got a bunch of grease on this sausage.
Okay.
So.
I don't like really thick cut vegetables. I know probably a lot of people do, but I like it thin. I don't want it to be overwhelming. I want it all to kind of blend together.
Okay.
All right, so the next thing I have here, you're going to put that on. I'm going to put some sliced mozzarella next on this pizza. We won't use shredded on this. On a white pizza, lots of times you'll see shredded mozzarella. So that's what, I mean, not shredded, sliced mozzarella.
And any particular reason for that?
I don't know. I think it's just a.
You want onion? Do you want big slices?
I want them.
Smaller? Sorry, am I doing this wrong?
No.
I think I disappointed you. You said I wanted them, and then you looked and you.
What? No. That's what this whole thing's about.
Okay.
It's like you're making you.
Okay.
This is you. This is me.
This is me?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is your creation.
Onions, let's see. Onions are going to be hiding underneath on this one.
Okay. See, that's beautiful. I love it. I love cheese too. You love cheese?
I do love cheese. Can I eat this?
Yeah. You want a piece?
I already
So-
bought. You
so
mind?
with that
You're too tired
whisper
to care.
one-
I already bit off that.
I'm back. Can I taste test a piece of cheese?
Absolutely.
Give this man some cheese.
Do you like mozzarella?
You got it?
Yeah, it feels so good.
There you go.
I
All right.
noticed making nachos, like if you cut big hunks of cheese rather than shredded cheese, it melts so much better, right? Do you ever make nachos?
I love making nachos, and so you found big hunks are better than shredded?
Yeah, if you just get like a block of cheddar or Colby Jack or whatever,
Oh,
you put on like that, it works a whole lot better than shredded cheese.
Well, it's
which I
probably
think shredded
'cause-
cheese has a lot of water in it too. I think they add
And I think they probably add chemicals because that stuff will last
forever.
into the atomic age, and like, this is still good. How is this possible?
Yeah. I agree. Mozzarella cheese is amazing.
Now, I'm stepping away, so continue to entertain because I forgot.
Okay. Here's my next entertainment. Let me see.
Oh,
I got nothing.
maybe I forgot it. That would be tragic.
George Q's in the chat.
Is he?
Shout
George
out
Q.
George.
Shout out to George.
George.
Shout out George.
Shout out to George. Hope you're doing well. Cool thing about George, he was here. We've talked about him a lot today in these segments, but he was here last year, and he is not here right now. He's in Panama City because he actually is feeding people professionally, not just for a live stream. George is working with Operation Blessing, and he was preparing lunch today for 500 people. So they go to places where there's a need to feed people on a large scale. So if there's been a natural disaster of any kind of thing that would impact a bunch of people that would need food. And that's what George does. So it's pretty awesome. Just love that he's serving God that way. So pretty cool. What'd you forget?
Well, what's so sad to me is I picked fresh basil out of my garden, and I picked fresh spinach, and that was going on here. So use your imagination.
You want to put a little
Maybe
green
we'll
pepper on
we'll
it?
put a little pesto on it. How's that? Do you like pesto?
I love pesto.
So, so normally I would not shred, but slice up some fresh basil, maybe put that in there after it came out of the oven. But since I don't know what I've done with it, I know it made it to my car. Maybe it's still in my car.
You want me to run out and look?
No, that's okay. We'll
Why
just do
don't-
a little pesto
Watch out
here.
for people who don't know, what is pesto?
Pesto is olive oil. Pesto can be made with several different greens. I've made it. Is it cilantro?
It's basil.
Basil, that's right. So same difference.
Yeah, so it's
But
okay
I've
that you
made I've
forgot
made
it.
it one I've made it one other time with some. It was a recipe that called for some other kind. It was a different type of. Oh, doesn't that look pretty? If some of that's dripped
Yeah,
on
it
there.
does. And the olive, it smells so good. And usually it's got a little garlic in it.
Yeah, and olive oil.
You ever made, of course you have, you said you had fresh pesto with lots and lots of basil. If your basil goes nuts.
It is going nuts.
Yeah, mine's
I tell
growing
you what
well,
else
too.
is going nuts. My tomato plants. But then I'm going nuts because a squirrel had started to take them off and sit up on the rail of our raised bed and munch on them and then leave half of them before they're getting red. So
Something got all of my tomatoes this year. All of them. I was so angry I just gave up.
all right, so I'm hoping this
looks
is gonna
great.
be okay here. So we're gonna pop this in the oven. Of course, the naan is cooked, so all you're basically doing is cooking it long enough for this to get hot and the cheese to melt. So let's pop that one
Okay.
in.
About how long do you
We're
think?
gonna pop it in about 7 minutes,
Okay.
and then we'll check it.
At
It's 7
4:25.
minutes. Yes, ma'am. 4:25. All right. So next, tell me if you think this is gonna be a good, Eva. Do you like? Have you ever had Texas toast?
I think so. Is that a lot like French toast?
It is, and it's already sliced, and you can buy it with garlic. This has garlic and parsley on it, but you can also buy it with cheese, like cheese
Cheesy
Texas
toast.
toast.
I think you got his attention.
Okay, yeah, I think I did get his attention there. But this we're going to, do you think there'll be room in the oven?
Because there's two, we can go right underneath.
So what you're gonna do if you were to make pizzas out of this Texas toast is we're gonna cook it till it's almost done, according to the package directions. So the package, if you'll tell me how long it says to cook
Oh, you
there.
didn't tell me I need my glasses, Jackie.
Uh-oh, all right.
All right, preheat oven 425. We're there. Arrange. Blah blah blah. Place 5 to 6 minutes.
All right, so we're gonna do it about 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then we'll pull it out. Does it say a certain amount of time, then flip it and do it again?
To brown both sides. Turn them over after 3 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna do 3 minutes. We're gonna flip them, do a couple more minutes, and then we'll build the pizza on it and put it back in for the final amount of time. So I think we're gonna go ahead and slide them in with there. And then we're gonna get started on the real guy here, which,
Wait, tell me about this.
okay.
It's
Oh,
it's so pretty.
Yeah, and you used to sell this,
Yes, I
right?
did. And I have these.
Any guesses? This is?
Pampered Chef baking stone.
Yeah, and I brought another one, right? Do we have?
Yeah, it's in there. That's what the.
Okay,
naan's
that's
on.
what the naan's on. The reason
That's what,
why
say
she
that
says
again. Say that again. That was cool.
naan.
That's what the. That's what the
Naan's
naan's on. Say it again.
That's what the naan's
Say
on.
it faster.
That's what the naan's on.
Okay. That's
Naan's on. Naan's on.
naan's on.
This is the reason why she says it's beautiful is because it's good and seasoned. So when you first get a baking stone, it's like this lighter color all over. When you see one of those, you're like, that person doesn't even cook.
They're
Don't you?
a newbie.
Yeah.
A novice.
Or you know,
Or
they
they're
got that.
dumb and they put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah, that was dumb.
My Donnie, my old brother-in-law, who did that.
Or they got it as a wedding present, and then like they
used
never even used it, and then you come to their house and they use it for the first time. You're like, you don't even cook. You do take out.
Yeah.
So this is seasoned. The darker it is, and then it becomes like a non-stick surface. It's perfect
For naan's on.
for naan's on.
Do you cook?
I don't know what I'm saying when I say that. What am I saying?
The naan.
I know, but what's naan's on?
It's nothing. It
Oh,
just sounds.
I thought it was supposed to be something.
Well, now it
that
is.
was a big joke,
Now
and
it
I'm
is.
saying
It's
some
our
other
special.
word.
It's ours.
What's naan's on?
It's nothing. It just sounded cool. Do you cook other things? What do you cook on your baking
I
stone?
cook biscuits on it. I cook cookies on
Yes.
it. I cook melt pizza on it.
Did you ever do a
Lots
paper
of-
chef party where you did that croissant thing, the ring? You put the broccoli and the ham and
Yes,
cheese,
and you
pulls,
fold a
and you
little-
fold over and it, that was
It's
so
the
cool. It looked like a
crescent.
wreath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
made with crescent.
Yeah. What did I say?
Look,
Croissants.
we
I
look
think
like-
I said.
we
I
look
said
like-
croissant, which is
we
a
look
fancy.
like real cooks. Okay. So So if you want to, you're gonna just shushle that out into a
Shushle?
yeah.
Is that a word?
Non-zon. Yeah.
Can I
You're just
hear
gonna-
that in a sentence?
Shushle. I am going to shushle.
Shushle over
Is this,
here.
Wait, tell me about this. Has this been?
This is refrigerated. I cheated. I'm no good at bread. Are you good at bread?
Very good. So you didn't have to do anything. You don't have to knead it. You don't.
Nope. Nope. And
So you just
I pulled it out the.
shushle.
Well, shushle's more like shushle over here,
Gotcha.
but I want you to.
But I'm not going to do that with my feet.
No, you're gonna spread that on out. And if I'm being
Wait,
honest, I really don't do that. Listen,
I missed it.
I've seen people
There we
throw
go.
it this way. Oh, look, and it's getting bigger too.
Okay, back to
That's
shushle.
Italian. That da was Mexican, and I have maracas. All right, so
We're internationally.
no,
This is hard. And also
try throwing
lopsided.
it one time. I mean, if it hits the floor, we're just showing them how to cook. We won't eat it.
Okay. It's not really doing anything. Does anybody remember Nino from Italian Delight?
Yes.
We ran into Nino. Italian Delight is no longer owned by Nino here in Powhatan, but he's got an Italian Delight at Stony Point. And he was there. And I
Aw.
saw him last week.
Was
He's
it
like,
great? to
He's like,
see him?
how's everybody at... Anyway, how's Italian? How's everybody at the church? How is the Brian and the Chauncey and the Sammy? And I said, well, they're not all here. He remembers Chauncey and Brian from the old days, but he loves PCC and such a sweet guy. But if you're ever at Stony Point, go see Nino. He's still making pizza. He had COVID. He was in the hospital.
Oh, no.
But he survived, obviously.
Hey, can you zoom in on this oven? I want you to look at that non-pizza.
gorgeous.
Can you see that?
Yep, I got it.
Do you got the nons on?
Does does anyone actually know how to do this?
Let me try.
I'm getting
This'll
it.
be
It
the-
looks
This'll
naughty.
be the toughest whole pizza you've ever had. It folded. I don't know.
Oh, now we have a hole in it. Okay. Do you want it to be circular?
I want it to look as pretty as we can make it look like an authentic pizza.
Okay.
That would be
All right,
awesome.
I'm going to work on my circular.
Since the other ones are
properties.
kind of non-traditional.
Did you say non?
try.
You said non.
Non-traditional. Non-on traditional.
I said non.
Mm. We're so good. Poor George. He's like, this is
Do you have
fun.
anything to drink that's
He needs-
non-alcoholic? Jackie? Forget dad jokes. These are chef jokes.
The last time when George was here and we did this, he amped himself up on these coffee drinks he
Oh my
used to
gosh.
get from his wholesale distributor, I think, is where he got it.
Yep.
And he must have had 45 of them before we did our our cooking show, because he was like,
Yeah.
well, first of all, he would die the way I'm chopping and hacking this thing up.
Yes.
Because really, you're supposed to, if I had a good knife, you're supposed to be able to rock it. Yeah, and he
Yeah.
was just like whacking away, and I was trying to follow along, and then he was throwing eggs at me because he was so wired. George.
I know that you had told me earlier that Vanya was going to come and be part of this, but she was kind of non-committal.
Well, I never even asked her because I remembered.
She
But-
was non-committal. She was.
She was non-zon.
I'm just looking for ways.
Pretend she's here. She's really non-zon.
She's non-zon. That was the timer for.
I flipped them already.
But no, that was for our mozzarella pizza.
Oh, what?
Oh no, wait. No, did you say 7 minutes? What do we do? What were we doing for 7 minutes?
Those, but I think we should let these edges get a little better
Okay.
and that melt a little more.
But hey, look what I just found. When it's time to get them out of the oven.
Are you finished here? Look like big old baseball mitts. They're
They
huge.
do.
Or boxing.
I'm a Rock'em Sock'em
Who
Robots.
even uses those? I'm gonna ask Dan Lane if he really uses those
Those
on
are pretty
Sunday.
awesome. Hey, bye, Cuisinart. You want this
That's
to
why
be
they're
more.
heavy duty.
I'm afraid if I mess with this too much, I'm going to make it too tough. So, I don't know.
You know what? That looks good because then it makes it look rustic, right?
Rustic, I like it.
Rustic pizza.
Do you make any non-dairy pizza?
No, I don't. Not a bit.
Okay, what's going on here? What kind of base? Regular old like tomato-y?
Let's put a little bit of this because it's got some olive oil in it. But yes, you're gonna do tomato.
Okay.
Let's just do a little bit of that because you know garlic can't hurt except for Tony's daughter.
Yeah, just don't tell Tony that you're.
Let's put a little in.
Does Andy like garlic? What do you make for Andy? What does Andy like?
Andy eats everything.
Really? Literally? There's nothing he doesn't like?
Only thing I've ever found he doesn't like is one time he took some buttermilk out of the refrigerator and said, you know, I've never tasted buttermilk. I think I'm going to try it. And I said, well, my dad used to drink it right out of a glass. Andy poured a big old glass of it, took a big swallow, and spit it across the whole kitchen. I've never seen him do anything like that. But otherwise, he'll eat everything. He doesn't love capers. But who eats stuff with capers a lot?
Not many.
Do you ever?
No. I don't know that I've ever even bought capers. When I was a kid, my mom thought she'd play a joke on us. My mom likes buttermilk. And we sat down to dinner and she put buttermilk in our glasses instead of regular milk. And I was probably like 9 or 10.
My mom's got jokes.
She had jokes. She had lost them. Because, man, like Andy, I took a swig and I spit it and then I threw the glass across the table.
Oh.
And then I got sent to my room. That was a little bit of an overreaction on my part. Can I use
All right.
this?
Yes, that's what the big one's for. So we'll just put a generous all around that. How are we doing on time?
I should have brought my accordion.
How much? 20. Oh, we're doing great.
If I had my accordion, Jackie, we could really, be setting the mood here.
That's nonsense.
Good one. Now you got it. Now you got the flow.
All right.
Okay. You like a lot of salsa, little salsa. What do you like on your pizza? I think that's appropriate.
Did you see that can come flying out there, Eli?
Yeah.
It's stronger than I thought I was.
Here, let me use my giant gloves. You want that out yet? No. Oh, you good?
I'm gonna
Dang
leave
it, Jackie, I was ready. Wow, these were great.
As you're burning yourself.
No, they do work good.
All right. These are not quite as
toasty. Maybe because they were underneath.
Yeah.
You want to put them back in to toast a little bit more?
Let's do it. We have 20 minutes. I think we've got enough time, and we still have this guy to build. So
let me rearrange these.
All right, guys. The possibilities are endless. You know, there are people who love veggie pizzas. I almost brought some broccoli up here, but you could load your pizza up, especially white pizzas. I don't think all tomato-based pizzas taste great with, well, maybe you buy veggie pizzas that have veggies on it. I just kind of like, I don't know why, but I really like the white pizzas with vegetables. But anyway, let's do some sausage on here and some pepperoni.
I think we need to
taste it. So of course I just did store-bought. Oh, the sausage.
It's spicy. I'll try not to put my finger in your mouth.
Hey,
I wanted to be non-invasive.
Here you go.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a taste of that pepperoni?
Are you willing to let me put it in your mouth?
Oh, that's sausage. You like sausage?
Oh, you want pepperoni or sausage?
I'll do pepperoni.
I think
I'll skip. I'll skip.
Pepperoni. He wants third.
There you go. We're using the little mini pepperonis on the French bread pizzas. Let's check out our non-pizzas. Watch your bottom.
Man, that is delicious.
Is that delicious?
Said with his mouth full. Okay, we're doing sausage. Are we doing like a half and half, or is this a meat lovers thing?
I'd say, I don't say we go meat lover.
Okay, yeah, let's go meat lovers. Let's go all in.
All in.
Right. Makes excellent decision. Excellent decision.
Yeah. Well, because I am a meat lover.
Are you?
Yes, I
That's
am.
awesome.
Good choice.
Fits right in with the humor in this room.
Yes, it does.
Seamless.
All right.
Gonna put the sausage on and the pepperoni. And now you're doing your Texas toasts? Am I
I'm
doing
gonna
this the right
do
way? We're
that
just
because
mixing up the meat.
I don't know if I think we're gonna maybe run out of time to see this thing come out the oven.
This disturbs me that this was in the pepperoni, which means it's a preservative. Somebody call Paul Myers and tell him we've got a preservative issue on our hands.
Paul Meyer.
Oh, why is there green stuff on the meat lovers pizza?
Oh, sorry. You can flick it off if you don't like it.
Would you rather this be a veggie haters pizza?
Yes, mistakes have been made.
Haters gonna hate.
All right, so on these Texas toast ones, you're just gonna put like a tablespoon or two, depending on how much sauce you like, on the bread. I put those other pieces under the broiler for a second. I felt like they were not. I think it's because we've had double pans in there. I don't recommend that. It throws off your cooking
Well,
time.
if they're on the broiler, we probably ought to keep an eye on them, right?
But it's kind of low. It's not way up.
Pepperoni? We good?
George Q said, what's all that green stuff? No. Jack,
Oh, George. You aren't here, you don't get to make the decision.
There you go.
My man.
All right, so we're doing miniature pepperonis here on this little guy.
Which are thicker.
They do look thicker.
Okay. Anything
All right.
else on this one?
Cheese. Just your cheese.
Say cheese.
That
Lots
looks
of
like a
cheese.
professional pizza right there.
Well, you know, I am a professional
Pizza artist.
something.
The way you were tossing that dough in the air, I'm convinced.
Who did I fool? You. Couldn't fool me, no, and he would know better.
Oh, look, and this pepperoni as well.
Mm.
You know, this pepperoni is nothing but cured meat. You wouldn't think it would need that, right? Isn't it just...
Yes, it is. Are you tempted?
All right, if you want to hit us up with some mozzarella on
Oh,
these, we're
I
going to
was
keep these
using a
just
lot.
plain. And where...
Hey, no veggies here, Tanner. Nice buzz,
I love
Jack.
it so much.
Check it.
I love putting the toppings under the cheese. Always a good decision.
Here we are, guys. Here's
Oh,
our
looking
non-pizzas.
good. Tanner, do you count
So
the
easy.
calories in everything that you eat?
Not this weekend.
But usually you do?
It'd be impossible to do it this weekend.
Those are beautiful, Jackie.
They really are.
Okay.
I wouldn't eat it because of sunset tomato, but it looks good.
You wouldn't eat it because why?
The hunks of tomato that are on there.
You could pick around them. Looks so good.
All right, so let's just put these in for a couple minutes, and then hopefully we'll have time to bake this guy. How much time do we have left, guys?
About 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. We're looking pretty good then. All right,
Why
so...
does your oven say preheat 365?
Well, because I bumped the temperature up.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
on
okay.
broil, and then
Gotcha,
I moved
gotcha.
it back.
Sorry,
and-
forgot you were doing that.
Yeah, so
Okay, now what? You know
now
what I
we-
like to do? I like to make a little, look at this. It's a little pepperoni burrito.
let me...
A pepperoni taco.
Speaking of
Oh, heads up.
Speaking of which, my daughter-in-law's father he gets pepperoni cut at the deli, and he gets it cut thick, like a slice of bologna or thicker. And he puts it on a grill, and he does this in the summertime. And it's that big bologna, pepperoni, like you
Yeah,
get for
yeah,
sandwiches. And he puts it on the grill, gets it hot, and
go to-
Samurai is cutting
Cut to
mozzarella
Tanner.
cheese over here. Do it.
Oh, George would be so proud.
Don't take a finger off, please.
Yeah, I'm stopping there.
Okay, so back to the pepperoni.
And then on top of the pepperoni, he puts a slice of tomato. And then on top of that, he puts a piece of cheese and puts it on the grill until
So it's
that
like
all
a-
melts together, and it's like
A pepperoni pizza with no bread.
Yeah, yeah. So,
That was pretty cool.
oh, do this.
Here come the tricks.
Here we go.
Let's see. Just
Watch
like
this,
you're at
Eli. Can you
Costco.
see? Eli, can you see? Watch.
Oh! Hey, at least it didn't go to waste.
Oh. Let's try one more time. Here we go. Nice.
Nice. Here, let me help you.
Is that tomato?
No.
Oh, no, okay.
It's not tomato. Okay, ready? Oh, you are so good.
Hands team.
Very nice. Very nice.
Okay, let's go this side.
Mini tomato, my friend? Or not tomato, mini pepperoni. Here you go. All right, should we put this guy in?
As good as the other one?
I don't think so.
It's actually better.
Oh,
Better when it's not cooked. The other one had a little bit more of a kick to it.
Agreed.
Oh, I gotcha.
That's how I feel about my chicken, Eli.
All right, so this is good enough because we need to get the other. And
That was good, Jay.
All right, so hopefully we'll have time, guys, for this pizza to finish.
Okay.
But we've got the Texas toast pizza. That's a good base for a pizza if you want to do something quick. Something about the thickness and the crunchiness of the bread. Kind of reminds me of a pan pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And then the naan here is a white pizza we talked about, and it's almost like a thin pizza.
Thin
And
crust, yeah, thin
a thin crust. And then of course we have the traditional crust that she so masterfully placed on our pan. So hopefully, yeah.
Question for you.
Yes.
Since we're talking about pizza, best pizza if you're not making it at home. What's your favorite pizza?
Well, I definitely like a restaurant pizza, not the chains, not Pizza Hut. If I had to pick one of the chains, I think I would pick Papa John's.
Really?
I think. They have fresh ingredients, or so they say.
So they say.
But I have not been to a Papa John's in so long, so it's just hard. But I would pick a restaurant style pizza. I like that kind of crust. And if you've ever been to Chicago and had a real Chicago pizza, that's
Giordano's.
Yes, that one.
I would pick mellow mushroom.
Mellow mushroom. Very
I
good.
have never been there.
Very good.
Are you serious?
I am serious. I need to go, right?
You need to go. It's
Okay.
really good.
Yeah.
We went to Giordano's, didn't we? When we were in
yes,
Chicago
yes,
a long time ago for
yes.
an arts conference thing.
Yes, we did. That was delicious. So what's your answer to that question?
I think if it's a chain, there's something about pizza that they put something in the crust. You know what I mean? It has this unique
Almost has
flavor.
a cornmealy
yes,
texture.
It does, and I really
that's
like that.
what I like on these too.
Yeah, I like
if I were
that.
to do.
I like bottoms up pizza. That
Come on
haven't
in,
been there in a
guys.
long
We're
time.
gonna slice this up a little bit.
We know hungry when we see it.
Oh, bottoms up is good.
So good. So good. We can. This is stainless
All right,
steel,
guys.
so we can just.
Oh,
put it
that's
right
right.
here.
And you sit it here. So help yourself to one of those.
Hi, I'm Beth. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Matthew.
Matthew.
Matthew, do you?
All right.
Yeah,
Careful,
he's
it's hot.
interested
It's
in
hot, bud.
that.
Let me find some.
Matthew's like, whatever, not careful. Just plowing through it. Matthew, the champ. Matthew has no concerns of heat.
No, he doesn't.
See, this one didn't get as crispy as I would have liked because we had a pan underneath. I
Would you
feel
like
like.
a marshmallow with cheddar cheese? No.
But you cook it as long as you would need to, people, to make it crispy. But
I'm done with marshmallows.
What do you want to try, Eli?
I would like to try the toast one.
Okay, toast one coming up for. It's gonna be hot though,
Okay.
so you might want to give it a minute. Just let it cool down.
anybody want to try this white pizza?
I do.
Let me get a piece of that one. It looks good.
All right.
There's some pesto on
This-
it? Yep.
There is.
Have some pesto.
Ooh, and so much cheese.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
Was
give
that
me
a no for the pesto, Tanner, or a yes?
Oh, I love pesto.
Oh.
You don't like everything else on it.
Oh.
Do I
How
see
about if we take the piece? No one. Oh.
Here, look, there's no tomato in that one.
Excellent. There is an onion. I'm gonna look. Yeah, I gotta spy it out.
Okay.
What is this?
Ellis, you got one? Trisha, you want a piece?
I wanna
All right.
try
If
one
the
of Texas toast.
if the crust was crispier, this would be excellent. What do you think? I think because we had this pan underneath trying to cook for, we should have fired up both ovens. But otherwise, it's got a great taste.
Could you bake the naan
First.
a little bit first? Let that crisp it up.
would you
Maybe,
in a box?
probably. Trisha, would you like to try a piece?
Then the cross would have been a non-issue.
Would you like to try a piece?
Oh.
No?
Would you?
This
with a
one's looking
box?
good. If you can zoom in there, I don't know if it's going to be ready for the finished.
Sticky fingers for you.
Man,
Yeah.
I love a big hunk of mozzarella.
But it's looking good. Looking really good.
Wow.
That's at a 500-degree oven, by the way.
Where's our brick oven?
I know.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
Piece of
nice?
brick.
Oven.
Oh, Beth, I want you to really try this. I wonder if I can find some crackers anywhere. Or just dip an edge of your crust in there.
Well, it's on that, isn't it?
Yeah, but you really can't get the full.
Well, you know what? I can tell the flavor, but if we have a cracker,
Did you say that Tony doesn't like garlic?
he hates garlic. Hates
Big
it.
vampire?
Hates garlic. Hates curry. Yeah, he might be.
That's insane to me.
Doesn't like garlic. Doesn't like curry. I made dinner the other night, and he took 2 bites, and he just pushed it over to me because it had curry
Can't
in it.
believe that. Right. I put garlic on everything I eat.
Literally?
Like, oh, get some
for you.
frosted flakes. Garlic.
Frosted flakes.
I don't believe that.
Here we go.
Okay, the non-pizza.
That's good.
That's good, right?
It's pretty good though.
Do you like the Texas toast one, Elon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Wanna make sure there wasn't a tomato hiding over there. There is one right
I
there. It just
like
kinda
it
carved this out.
because it's something new and I
What is that?
I am never picky, especially when it comes to pizza.
Pizza. Right.
You
It's just
dirty
something
rat.
different that you can do quick,
It's right there.
right?
That's the edge of it.
That's the whole point. Are we done, or are we just looking at Tanner's back?
Right now
We
we're
got 5
looking at
minutes.
Tanner's back. Yeah.
Okay.
I said excuse me.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see. What is it? Cheese? What
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
cheese. It's like cream cheese and
Excellent.
Soft
Excellent
sparkle
precision.
cheese.
Yeah. It's like a game of operation.
and if it were
If I had
cold,
that
it's
tomato,
been
I
sitting
got
out.
buzzed.
Plus, you see some of the garlic and oil we've been
With the knife.
transferring to it all.
Tomatoes are terrible.
Uh-oh, we're almost
sure
done
that looks
here. Look at
great.
that. Let's just pull it out just for the looks on the camera.
Back.
Crispy.
Can you get it with one hand? Tanner, give me that other red thing.
Wait, what's that mean?
Guys, I would
We're
say
good?
we're
Okay.
almost done here,
Oh.
but there we go.
That's a thick boy.
It needs cooking a little bit longer. It's still soft on the bottom, but
Ooh, that's pretty. Look at it browning up.
yeah,
good.
browning up nice. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Back in the oven.
That's
Oh.
easy. Back in the oven.
Oh, sorry. You don't want to
Put that
zoom in. There's
crisp
some
up.
green.
That's the wrong pizza.
All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us. And so this morning you got the amazing brownies and caramel sauce and homemade whipped cream from Beth. And I went home and took a nap and dreamt about it. So I came back and ate a little bit more. And then just quick and easy pizza that you can do at home. Anybody can do it, especially if you buy store-bought ingredients, or you could get really adventurous and make some of your stuff homemade. But
What's the weirdest thing you could put on a pizza?
ah,
Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
oh, so
you
what's
mean in general?
In
you mean in
Oh.
general?
Okay.
What? What's the thing like you would never put on a pizza?
Cereal.
Cereal.
Any cereal.
Cocoa Krispies.
I don't know. You make a
Coffee
dessert. You make a dessert pizza and put some of that on it. Might be halfway decent.
That sounds really gross.
I don't know.
Frosted Flakes and cheese and whipped cream.
Broken up Pop-Tarts.
Mm.
Mayonnaise.
Oh.
It's easy.
Well, that's
Make
great.
one.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Man, that's good. I love
There you
this.
go. Yeah. I wish it was a little crispier, but it's good. Next time, if you tried it home, maybe you would crisp the naan up first in the oven,
Toast it.
then build it, and then put it back in just long enough for
that
stuff to
toast
cook.
Pizza was good.
Yeah.
Can I have another one?
Yes, you
I love it. Well, maybe that's gonna be a new meal at your house.
There.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is. I think I'll try a little piece based on your recommendation. Mm-hmm.
I'm just eating the dregs here.
Like that little corner you cut off.
That is good, Eli. I like it. So is that it?
Oh no,
We still have a minute. Well.
Again. Go. Go, Rick.
I was going to defer to you.
Okay. Why did the man fall down the well?
Why did the man fall down the well?
Because he didn't see that well.
He didn't see that well. My doctor told me to go on an all almond diet. I ain't going to do it. That's just nuts.
It is just nuts.
It is just nuts.
Well, let's talk about phones. Why don't cell phones ever go hungry? They have plenty of apps to choose from.
I feel like you could
Potato
have gone
skins.
somewhere different than that.
Potato skins. Apps. Come on. Oh, man.
What did Jay-Z call his wife?
Oh, man. Here we go.
Before
Now
they
we're
got
talking.
married.
Now we're talking. All right. What did Jay-Z call his wife before they got married? Go ahead.
Fiance.
Fiance.
Or single lady. I mean, you'd have to do the dance.
Single lady. Single lady. Yeah, I love that. Man. Speaking of rappers, how about this one? Who is Chameleonaire's favorite author? Chameleonaire's favorite author.
I'm just trying to picture Chameleonaire like sitting down with like a classic novel.
Yeah. What are you thinking? J.K. Rowling. Come on, man. That was it. That was on the good list. Chameleonaire. Look him up, kids. But maybe don't. It's okay.
What do you call? This one's bad. I'll go ahead and tell you now. So this is maybe you want to get you with the joke and just stop before the punchline.
Probably
What do you
not.
call a sick eagle?
A sick eagle. Like if you had just given it a half a breath, I probably would be on the ground right now. Go ahead.
Illegal.
Illegal.
Eagle.
Okay.
Illegal.
Yeah. It was a good try.
Yeah. Oh, there's maybe.
Yeah. That was a good one. That was a good one. Hey, what do you call ghost poop?
What do you call ghost poop?
Ghost poop.
What do you call ghost poop?
Boo boo. Ghost boo boo. Man. The little kids are going to laugh at that one. They love that. Everybody loves a poop joke.
We were going back to rappers.
Okay.
What did 50 Cent do when he got hungry?
50 Cent. I love the way you said it.
50.
You almost had me.
50.
The
50
50.
Cent.
I got it. What did 50 say when he was hungry?
No, what did he do when he was hungry?
What did he do?
Yeah, what did he do when he was
I have
hungry?
no clue.
58.
58.
58.
It's okay. It's okay. Oh, man. Josh is going to love this one. What did Tennessee? What did Tennessee?
Go ahead.
The same as Arkansas. All right, that's official. That was a laugh. That was
You laughed too, so you can't
It's
put it
okay.
out.
It's a good one, man. It's good. You know, sometimes the simple ones are the best ones. Oh man, go ahead.
What's the difference between a sock and a camera?
Wow.
What's the difference
between
between
a sock and a camera?
And a camera.
No clue.
I want to watch Josh on this one, actually.
Okay.
One is for 5 toes. The other is for photos.
They can't hear him, but you laughed. You laughed at him. That still counts. I'm just saying. I did not break. I did not break. Did not break. Oh man, it was good though. I'll give it to you. That was a good one. You're a football fan, right? What's your team?
No, that's the ultimate dad joke right there. If I
No,
tell my
no,
team.
no, it's not. Like, this is a serious one.
Washington.
Okay, well, you're gonna love this joke then. Okay, you know the Cowboys have a player that doesn't wear deodorant. You know his name? Ezekiel Smelliot. It was close. Come on, man, you're a Washington fan, man. I told a Cowboys joke. I even looked up and I knew you were a Washington fan. Man.
I have some advice for the ladies that are watching.
Oh, advice for the ladies.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
If your man don't like your fruit jokes, you best let that man go.
It's good, man.
You're welcome.
It's good. It was good.
I got to smile, but I didn't get to laugh.
Let that mango.
Let that man go.
Yeah, you gotta emphasize the mango.
I was going to,
Yeah, I
but
know.
I can't emphasize it but so much.
That's the big part, you know. You start to lose it after that. I got a lot of jokes.
Did you bring any of them?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did. I got a lot of jokes about that will really work. For retired people. But none of them work. None of them. Not a single one.
You got Kelser's list from last year.
Yeah, I did. That
Okay.
It was
Okay.
on there. Hey, sorry. Thanks, Josh. I tried to zing him with it. He watched the video. He's watching tape.
I had to watch film. How did Chris Hemsworth feel after his workout?
Oh, can I say it?
Go for it.
He was Thor.
He was Thor. All right, I got one.
It was good, man.
I
I had it on the list. So it was so good. Like when I told it to myself, I laughed. So it was that good. Oh, man. All right, here's, let's see here. What did the dishwasher say to the oven after a productive day? Man, you're on fire. You are on fire.
Did you know Stephen King has a son?
You okay?
His name is Joe.
Joe King?
Yeah,
Joe.
I'm not joking, but he is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. I get you. I get you there. Oh, let's see here, man. Going classical on you here. What's Mozart's favorite trap song? Mozart's favorite trap song.
What is Mozart's favorite trap song?
Mm-hmm. Bach and Bougie. You might have to look that one up. They'll get it, though.
Oh, no, I get it.
That was funny.
No, I get
That
it.
was funny.
I get it.
Bach and Bougie.
I just had to.
Oh, man.
The other day, my friend told me, what rhymes with orange? I said, no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. That was on my list last year, too, by the way. Yep. Yep. Oh, man. What did the fried rice say to the shrimp? What did the fried rice say to the shrimp? Don't you walk away from me.
Walk away from
Don't you
me.
walk away from me. Oh, yeah, I got to write that one off the superhero list. Man.
What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K?
What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
HDMI.
Gosh. Really good. I love the voice.
Yeah.
That was really good.
I thought it was a nice
That
little
was
spin
really
on it.
good.
Yeah.
Why is the sand so optimistic? It has a can-do attitude. Can-do.
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 What do you call Iron Man when he's feeling sad?
Oh, man. Another superhero joke.
Yeah, another superhero joke. Iron Man when he's sad. A little downy.
Yeah.
A little downy.
Another pipe icon. Yeah. What kind of art class does a coal miner take? What kind of art class does a coal miner take?
What does he take?
Minecrafts. Build the blocks, kids. Minecrafts. I'm gaining points too.
Another classic. Let's see if I can get you.
Okay, here we go.
What do you call a fish with no eye?
Fish with no eye.
Fish with no eye.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why was the dad's birthday party so stinky?
Why was his birthday party so stinky?
Because he was turning 40.
Come on. That one hit a little too close to home.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about you, but.
That same friend of mine that got injured playing peekaboo.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he got admitted again.
Okay.
He had 20 of those little toy horses stuck in his throat. 20 horses. They listed his condition as stable.
Okay. Oh, man. I think Rick's up. I can't tell. All right. Got a question for you. If a dog and a pie cost had a race, who would win? This, you can answer it. The dad and a pie cost
What's
had
a pie
race.
cost?
About $6 or $7. I don't know. Look, check that camera. I think that's pretty.
I think we may have canceled each other out.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Would you rather have 500 bricks or a matter baby?
500 bricks
or a matter baby.
All right. I'm in. What's the matter, baby?
What's the matter? Nothing. What's the matter with you, baby?
What's the matter with
what's
you?
The matter with you?
You're a little
well,
too.
that just followed up behind yours. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you know, it's okay.
Yeah, we
it's
just
all
had to take off of that one.
You know, my kids informed me last year that they don't believe in Santa anymore. They informed me that they are agnostic. Agnostic.
Agnostic.
That's another religious joke. Look it up, kids. Agnostic.
And it's a drink.
And it's a drink. It's wonderful.
Eggnog.
Very tasty.
What did the pirate say when he turned 80?
What did the pirate say when he turned 80?
Turned 80. He was having one of those stinky birthday parties.
No.
He turned 80. What did he say?
Don't know.
I'm 80.
That was really good. Yes. We need to have a camera on Josh because he's trying to like keep it in back there.
Next year, GoPros.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. GoPro. Hey, look. There he is. Okay. All right. What's the most crunk place to go to the bathroom? The most crunk place.
Most crunk place to go to the bathroom.
Most crunk place to go to the bathroom.
Where?
The Little John. Yeah! Oh, man.
That's going to be the best laugh we get.
Oh, man. Golly. God. So good. Man. Thank you, Big Boy from Big Boy's house, for telling that joke. It was great.
You know what the last thing my grandpa said to me was before he kicked the bucket?
No.
Man, this is deep and emotional, and you're laughing at me. I'm trying to tell you a personal story in the midst of all this, and you're just laughing. The last thing my grandpa said to me before he kicked the bucket was, "Hey, grandson, watch how far I can kick this bucket." Yeah.
Man, if I just held out a little bit longer. That was so... No, man. You just caught me off guard. Yeah. Why did the betting hide their relationship from their friends?
The betting?
The betting.
Why?
Because they just wanted to keep it pillow key.
Speaking of beds, did you know that most people like to keep 3 covers on their bed at all times?
Okay.
I mean, it's just a blanket statement, but...
I had that one, and that's so good. It's just that good, man. It's just that good. There's lots of heroes in the world. Takes guts to be an organ donor, though.
It does. It does.
Okay, that is so good, man. So good.
You've got a daughter that's like preteen age, right?
Yeah.
They hit a certain age, they only count in odd numbers.
Mm.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because they can't even.
They can't even.
Can't even.
You can't. I can't even. I can't even talk right now.
Can't even.
I can't even.
I can't even.
I can't even keep on going right now.
Yeah,
Like I'm gonna. Let's take a break.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you enjoyed the cooking segment. I hope that if you're here and you're in the chat, you'll just let us know how you've been enjoying the stream so far. We've been through a lot of segments at this point. It feels like, being in it, it feels both fast and slow. Like, it feels like it's gone by pretty quick, but I also feel like I've been here for like 4 days. So it's kind of like that weird time-space continuum thing got going on. But we're here, back with some of our students who you might recognize from yesterday, Matthew and Marissa. Hey, what's up, y'all? And we're going to play a variation of Newlywed Game. Now, we're not newlyweds, so we have actually a few other people coming, teammates of ours. So it's more like the Newly Friend Game, or in y'all's case, the Newly Sibling Game, or y'all are twins. So I have a good feeling that y'all are going to be good at this, because twins usually have like a little thing going, like a connection, whether you like it or not, like you think really similarly. So anyway, Tanner and I are going to be on a team, which we're basically twins as well. And then Ellis and Abby, who are probably the closest to anything resembling newlyweds, are going to be on a team. So it's going to be fun. If you don't know what the Newlywed Game is, I'm just going to call it that. But again, keep in mind, nobody's married. It's nothing like that. It's basically how well do you know your teammate. That's the game. So what's going to happen is we're going to have 3 people in the seats like you see us right now. And then their teammates are going to sort of stand behind them. When the questions are being asked, the teammates are going to leave the room. Now, I'll be in the room for all of it, but we're writing our answers down. So, of course, I'm not going to see Tanner's answers or anything like that. He's not going to say them out loud. But we'll write them down, and then we'll bring the teammates back in once we've gotten through enough questions. And then we'll compare answers. The person who's sitting in the chair will answer the question for themselves. And then when the teammate comes back in, they'll have to guess what their teammate said as a response to the question about themselves. Again, it's how much do you know about your teammate. If you get it right, you get a point. If you don't get a point. Pretty simple. Team with the most points wins. We're going to do it I have about 25 questions, so I think we'll do it in about 5 rounds, 5 questions a round. We'll go like that. Now, we might cut one because we're going to flip the teams. We'll do 5 questions, and then we'll guess what they said. And then the other set of teammates are going to do the same 5 questions. And, it'll be in reverse. So, does that make sense? You excited? You got mics behind you. You should get them because y'all are going to need them to talk. Are they on? Okay, yeah. Sweet. Yeah? Yeah, maybe. It might be able to see it. We'll see. We'll say them into the mic. That's why we have mics. But Tanner, Ellis, why don't y'all come up here? Make yourselves known. And Ellis, you're going to sit in the seat first. Okay. I'll sit in the seat first since I'm already here. And then y'all choose which one of you wants to sit in the seat first. You just did? What up? What's up, dude? All right. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty confident. In fact, the only team I'm actually worried about is y'all. Yeah. Ellis and Abby, we're going to destroy them. But, let's be real.
Where's my mic? I need to respond to that.
All right, here.
Stuck in the thing. I'm holding a DP.
I got you. All right, Abby's not here yet, right? Yeah, we're going to get smoked.
This is live and will be on the internet forever, so she does come back to watch it.
Yeah, I'll worry about that later.
Okay,
That's
cool.
all good.
All right, so here's how it's going to work. We're going to be in here. The 2 of you need to go somewhere where you can't hear us. So you can put your mic down.
Put the mic back.
You got the paper and pen? Cool. Thank you, sir. I have a pen. Pineapple apple pen. What's up? Do what? You were going to say don't talk into the mic? Yeah, I have to. Just turn the monitor signal down in the online room. And then turn the stream down. I'll give you a second. Bam.
5 questions per round.
Yes. All right, I'm going to give it a second so I know Tanner cannot hear us.
Okay, now remember, you're answering these for yourself, okay? And then your teammate's going to come in and answer them how they think you did. All right? So, we're going to skip number 1 because that number 1's actually really easy. It doesn't apply. So, the first question, and I'm going to just assume Tanner can't hear. The first question, who's funnier? Here we go. Yeah, well, yeah, you could just write, oh, all right, yep, Abby's here, so you got to go out. You go find Tanner.
The first round, you got it. Yeah, it's all good.
Sorry. Because we're gonna actually like say real quick who we said.
Okay.
We're not gonna spend a ton of time on it, but
All right.
all right. So I said Tanner.
I said Abby.
You said Abby.
I got mine.
What'd you say?
I said Abby.
You said yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
All right, awesome. All right, number 2. So, what is there, or what is your favorite drink?
What's my favorite drink?
Yep. Oh, favorite total.
Dude, this is hard.
All right, Mountain Dew.
I also have to think about what Marissa would say.
Mountain Dew. No, you got to answer for you. She's got to think about what you would say. Yeah, and then we'll do it in the reverse order after that.
Vanilla Coke. It was close, though.
Vanilla Coke. Okay.
Yep.
What'd you say? Fanta. Nice. All right. Question 3. What is your favorite junk food? Does candy count?
Yeah, like, I almost.
Or is it
think of
like
two
fried?
separate things. Yeah.
It's like fried?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, I didn't mean like candy. I was going to say Reese Cups.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's an easy one.
Oh, yeah.
That might be mine, too.
Yeah, mine's Reese Cups for sure. What you got, Matthew? Reese's Pieces. What is yours? You changed it.
The Lifesaver gummies, bruh.
Oh.
Those are so good.
Oh, yeah, I got you some of those on the trip.
The Lifesaver gummies, the flavored ones.
I haven't had those in a while.
What is their favorite milkshake from Cookout? When you talk in your mic, talk loud and talk directly in your mic.
Like twice.
Okay, well, what's your favorite milkshake?
Oh, wait, okay. You said
This one's
theirs the
easy.
first time. I got confused. All right.
Oh, yeah. Ba-ba. Okay.
What'd you put?
Peanut butter cup for sure.
Nice. Chocolate nut.
Chocolate nut.
Yep.
I put
Okay.
chocolate.
Just
Alright.
generic chocolate. Okay, cool. How do you like your steak cooked?
Okay.
Medium. Ellis is his hockey puck.
I was going to put medium well, but I won't lie. It's well. Well done.
Well done. Medium
Medium
rare.
rare.
Okay,
Mm.
okay.
Y'all on the same team.
All right.
This one.
So that's our 5.
That's 5.
Okay. They're not going to be able to hear me, I guess. I'll text him. We got this. Unless, I don't know where they are.
I think they went probably in the, well, I hope they're not down there.
We ready? No, I told him to turn the monitor down, so there should be no way you can hear us. We're ready. All right, hide your answers. Make sure your answers are hidden. And then we'll give them, they'll need mics.
Oh, yeah. We need 3 more?
No, we'll just, you can go ahead and give them your mics, and when I ask the question, I'll just pass mine back.
Gotcha.
There is one behind you, so I guess technically I could hold on to this one, but it doesn't matter. Oh, what up? Here they come.
Hello.
We were discussing our answers. We weren't debating.
Yeah,
talking about?
but when you checked if she was here or not.
What'd I say?
Yeah, you can come up here. Just don't look at our paper.
I'm trying to create Discord.
Yeah.
Flip it over.
Yeah, flip your paper over.
Mine's down there.
Yeah, mine's under my elbow. So All right, right behind us. So hello, teammates. How are you guys?
Welcome.
How confident do you feel? How confident are you in this?
Very.
Very.
Actually, not that confident. I'm a little nervous.
All right. So here's how it's going to work. I know I explained it to you already, but we answer 5 questions about ourselves. I'm going to read the question, and then you guys are going to guess what we wrote. Okay? So Tanner, once I read the question, I was going to pass it to you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. So, all right. The first question is, out of the two of us, who's funnier?
I think that I would say you, but I think that you would say me. So I think that you said Tanner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. That's one for us. There's my Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's funnier?
Out of me and Ellis?
Yeah. What would Ellis have written? What would Ellis say to that question?
Me. Correct. I know.
Correct.
I know.
He said correct. All right. We both got 1 point. All right. Who's funnier?
Matthew.
There you go.
1 point across the board.
1 point across the board. All right. So now, so everybody got a point. We're going to keep going. Next question. Next question was, what is their favorite drink?
Oh gosh. That's exactly what I said. I know you go in phases. Okay. All right. So if the question was what's their favorite soda, I would say I could say Mountain Dew, but I would say right now he's drinking Coke Zero all the time. But if I had to pick what your favorite drink was, gosh, chocolate milk is up there too. You know what? I'm just going to go for Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer?
Yeah.
Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Okay, you had it in there? You had it in there?
Yeah.
If we were actually wed, I wouldn't be mad at you. But no, we didn't get that point. Darn. All right, what's your favorite drink?
What's Ellis's favorite drink?
Yeah. You are answering for us in the chairs every time.
Okay. So it switches. It goes through phases, just like Tanner said.
Fair enough.
I think like an all-time would be coffee, but I don't think he wrote that. So I'm gonna say Dr. Pepper. No, wait.
No.
Wait, can I say the other ones that I think it might be though? You won't get the point though. That's okay.
Was that wrong?
Probably.
Yes.
Okay, I knew it was wrong, but I just wanted you to confirm it.
Coke.
Just Coke?
I mean vanilla Coke.
It's
That was it.
literally vanilla Coke,
Yeah, vanilla Coke. But next week it might be Dr. Pepper. Like
He
in
has
her
been
defense.
drinking so much of that cream soda Dr. Pepper
Oh,
stuff.
it's fine. The favorite is like for your lifetime, yeah. All right, y'all's turn. What's his favorite drink?
It's between two, but I'm gonna say a Monster.
Darn. What was the other one? What was the other one?
Fanta.
Is that what you would have said?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, we're all still at 1. We're still in it. We're still in it.
He's
clearly
won. Definitely know
He's
the other
won.
person.
All right. What is your friend's or brother or, whatever y'all call yourselves, favorite junk food? Favorite junk food?
Elijah and I have put down some major junk food in our day together. Okay, and plus, I don't know how far the line pushes from junk food to like candy. I don't know. So, with that being said, I am going to go into the candy realm and say Reese Cups. Yeah.
Reese Cups. That was it. Yes, sir. 2 points. All right, y'all's turn.
I'm going to need these questions to be more specific.
I'm going to need you to get the answer right if you want to win.
Because if it's going to be like a junk food that's like a chompy one, it would be popcorn.
Chompy.
And so,
This junk food's chompy.
but if it's going to be like a candy, like is it?
Quit
I'm just
reacting.
going to say popcorn. Popcorn it is.
Nah.
Cosmic Brownie.
Nah. Lifesaver gummies.
I'm going to beat you up.
Okay.
Lifesaver
Can you
gummies.
wait till we're
Okay.
off the air? Thanks.
All right. What about you? Talk loud into your mic.
Just chocolate bar? Reese's Pieces.
Ellis, we're not doing as good as Tanner and Elijah, and that's
All right, we got
really
two.
bothering
We
me.
got
Well, we're
two.
doing as bad.
Y'all got one. All right, question number 4. Marissa's mic is super low. I just got that. So, Abby, why don't y'all just share a mic? When she goes, just give her your mic. All right. Number 4. What is their favorite milkshake from Cookout?
Okay, let me think. Gosh. All right, well, either way, I'm going to say Reese Cup.
Yeah, peanut butter cup. Proof. Right there. Blam. Okay, we got 3 points.
I don't love this. My dude is like has his like favorites, but then every now and then he throws in a curveball. He also never
I have
drinks
never
milkshakes.
known Ellis to throw in a curveball. Ellis gets the same thing
He does
for
not.
his life.
He literally
At least
doesn't.
it's Subway. At least it's Subway.
Yes, literally, like the Subway lady today was like, "I know who this is for." And I
Yeah.
was like, "You sure do." Yeah, I know. It was just me by myself, and she was like, "Where?" She was like, "How dare he not come in?" I was like,
I needed to see his beautiful face. All right, what is
"That's
it?
valid,
Yeah,
that's
let's
valid."
go.
Sorry, cookout milkshake. Okay. Frick, he told me. What is it? It's either we were talking about them, and the banana banana pudding one got brought up, but also he said something. I
There's
don't
a
know,
shot clock on this.
I'm
Yep.
gonna go with chocolate. I know this isn't right.
Shot clock, 5 seconds.
Wait. I'm gonna go banana pudding. Banana pudding. Final answer.
Nah, chocolate nut. You're closer on the other.
Chocolate nut. All right, give that mic to Marissa. Oh, okay, sweet.
Yeah.
All right, favorite milkshake for Cookout.
Is it Reese's one?
No, it's chocolate.
Chocolate.
I don't even know anymore.
All right. Question 5. Last question. How does your teammate like their steak cooked? Here you go.
I'm going medium rare.
Medium. Close. Yeah. Sorry. Hey, good guess. I'm not mad at you. All right. How do they like their steak cooked?
I know this for a fact. He wants it to be dead. He wants it well freaking done. Like my dude doesn't want any blood anywhere.
There. That's right. He almost went medium well, but he was like, I can't lie. No, he almost wrote that as his answer, but he didn't. You got it right. All right.
Peanut gallery over here. Goodness gracious.
I'm gonna go medium rare.
Correct.
Hey! All right, so we have 3. Y'all have 2, right? 2 apiece?
Yes.
Isn't that right?
So. Yep.
Okay, so now we're going to switch, and we're answering the same questions, right? Except in reverse?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep, okay. So can you, if you just use this, just you run through it. It's literally these first 5 here. Okay. All right, sweet. We will be back.
There's paper down here and pens. And the bottom's going to press down on. Yep. Here you go.
Oh, you can just put that in the stand. Or, yeah, in that stand. Just in case you guys are knowing, since this is you're wondering, since this is a newlywed game, if Elijah's phone locked and I couldn't see the list anymore, I would know the keyword to get in. So
That's not impressive.
you guys are screwed. Okay, anyway. All right, so this.
He's not quite out yet.
Oh. Well, they know the questions. They know the questions. I'm going to ask you guys the same questions that we just asked them. So, or that was just asked of them, and then we put our answers. So the first question, in case you forgot, is who is funnier?
But we already answered this one. Should we do a curveball one? Because we already answered it.
I'm not going to change the game up because Elijah has this in his head how he wants it to be. So I'm going to let my man decide. And he said we're going to do the same questions. So
I already got it. Okay. We just all already answered it.
yeah, but your answer may not necessarily be the same as Ellis's. For the rest of the questions. The funnier question is just not a super great question because I mean it's not a bad question, but for a game like this, because there's only 2 answers.
Well, Matthew's definitely the funniest because he tries to be funny.
That doesn't always make people funny, unfortunately.
but
All
I
right,
don't
the second question is, what is your favorite drink?
I just
Question 3 is, oh, sorry, it's what is their favorite drink? Wait a minute. Oh, no. So that you put what's your favorite drink. You put what your favorite drink is. Okay. What is your favorite junk food? Okay. Number 4.
I'm still thinking.
What? You don't know what your favorite junk food is?
No, because again, if it's gonna be like a candy versus like a chippy one, like I don't know. So I have to rack the brain.
don't worry. I'm in the same boat
Just
right now.
answer the question.
Think she is where I am. Would you slow down?
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
I'm just enjoying the game and I want to do it fast.
Go.
Quickly. I'm going to do it quickly. Ellis would have killed me if he heard that grammar just now.
Yeah, he wrecks me all the time.
Can you write your answer, please?
No, because I'm still thinking about
Someone take her mic. Jackie, handle this.
I just went with the thing I said, so.
Oh, you wrote your answer? Thanks for being efficient.
Just to think.
He should know all of these. Because he doesn't ask, but
Well,
I tell
they
him.
all did a candy last time, so I'm hoping they will
Okay.
think about candy this time.
Number 4 is favorite milkshake from Cookout. What's your favorite milkshake from Cookout?
I don't even. What kind of milkshakes do they have?
They have like
Literally
40
anything you can
different
think of.
milkshakes.
Seriously.
40.
They have like insane amount of milkshakes.
Yeah, that's literally like their slogan.
That's so many decisions.
I'm just gonna go with my favorite milkshake.
That's a safe bet. If you just put your favorite milkshake, I'm sure it's on there. And the last question is, how do you like your steak cooked?
That was easy.
All right, I have Elijah's phone. I hope you guys are looking at the camera, even though you can't hear me. I'm going to wave so they come in, and then if they don't, I'm going to give it like 30 seconds, and then I'll send a text.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put mine in between my legs.
I'm putting it in the book. Hello.
There. Cool. Make sure you cover up your answers, guys.
Oh, I like your shirt. Is that a tractor?
Yes.
That's legit.
All right, guys. So you're watching on the stream. As you guys know, you just heard, we asked the same questions, but now the people behind us who were sitting are going to answer the questions about us. So going forward, guys, make sure that as we answer the questions for the first round, don't give away what your answer would be, obviously, like as part of the discussion.
We're going to change up the format slightly after this round.
Oh, we're going to change the format.
Format change.
Joke. Okay. All right. So the first question is, who is funnier?
All right, well, I'm going to apply the same logic you did to me. And so I'm going to say that you wrote Elijah. You wrote me.
That is true.
Abby totally said herself.
All right.
Yeah.
Me.
Like
Matthew.
Matthew?
Yes.
He's correct.
All right. So we all got the first one right.
Amazing.
All right. The next one, favorite drink.
This is a layup. Diet Dr. Pepper. Absolutely no issue with this.
Pretty sure I've drank a gallon of it since we've been here this weekend.
Vitamin water.
Woo! Oh, wow.
Nice.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay. And
Speak up into that mic.
yeah, you guys? Uh-oh, we got an Abby back here.
Hold on, no, you can't give him any cues.
Key.
Yes.
What?
I got it right.
Just tea?
Oh, I thought he said key.
Me too. I was like,
I was like, is that some foreign beverage?
I'm gonna drink a key, everybody. I'm just gonna grind that sucker up.
Okay. So, what is your favorite junk food? This is the one I'm most worried about.
Yeah. Same, because like me, there are three like distinct possibilities I think Tanner could have said. First would be like some sort of chocolate, but I don't think it's that. It's either, in my mind, Airhead Bites or something gummy like that, or Swiss cake rolls. And I don't know which one he chose, because it would be either. Like, in my mind, it would be either. So I'm pretty much just going to do a coin flip in my head and go with, come on, please. Let's do the cake rolls, Swiss cake rolls. Yes! Yes!
Excellent. I love this so much right now. All right, Ellis, what's Abby's favorite junk food?
All right, this one's tough because it's like, do you go the candy route or you do like the sweet, salty route, you know?
Same thing.
So, I'm going to go with Kit Kat.
Wow, Ellis is holding it down.
Nice. Ellis is paying attention.
Yeah.
I just make him get it.
All right, what about you guys? What's her favorite junk food, Matthew?
Mike all the way up here. He's got to think, man.
Yeah.
Determined.
I relate.
Well, you like talk your thought process. He just does it all in the brain. I imagine this where it's like all the complicated math. Like
Yeah, and it's her face.
That's literally him.
All right. All right, man, we're getting close there.
Okay. I don't know why. It's the only thing I can think of. And I don't even think this is right, but I have to say something.
Yep.
So,
Correct.
I think I screwed you over.
Doritos, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
No.
Oh,
I just went chocolate bar.
chocolate bar. Okay. All right. And what is their favorite milkshake from Cookout?
Keep it, peanut butter cup.
Yes, it's peanut butter cup.
Impressive.
Well, we've never been to Cookout together, so I have no idea. Banana pudding. No? Okay.
Wait.
Vanilla.
You got it right?
No, I didn't.
Oh. All right.
Wait, what was yours, Abby?
I don't know what
So,
to say. We've been cooking like twice.
Brace yourself.
whenever I get a milkshake just anywhere, what do I typically get?
Cookies and cream.
Yeah!
That is such a good choice. That's my number 2.
All right, what was yours? What was yours?
If I'm usually out, I'll get, if it's milkshakes, I'll either get a strawberry milkshake.
Which one, Marissa?
Strawberry milkshake.
Okay.
Or what?
Or a mint chocolate chip milkshake.
Oh,
Right,
Matthew said vanilla. And the last one, how does your friend like their steak cooked?
I really think Tanner went medium rare on this one. That's what I'm going to go with. You're correct. Yeah. Ran the board, son.
In case you're keeping track at home, that's 5 for 5.
I'm going to go medium rare as well.
Yes.
Oh, wow, all right.
Medium
Is that
rare.
4?
4 for 5.
What'd you say, Matthew?
Medium rare.
Medium rare, is that right?
Oh, she would look so visibly
Mm.
No.
What else do you get?
Every rare.
Rare!
guy rare
Yo,
in your life.
she's a savage. She's a savage. Look,
I get it just like mom.
somebody get Ellis a trash
I
can.
get it just like mom's.
No.
All right.
You get
So there we
medium
go.
rare every single time.
Tanner and I are winning right now with, you can stay right there.
I know you get medium rare because you always say you want to get it that way, so you make sure it's cooked enough. But I say rare.
You
because I always
never
like it
say
pink.
Yeah, yep. All right, so score update. Tanner and I have 8 together between the 2 rounds. Y'all have 6? Because you got 4 just now and you had 2 before? And what did y'all get this round? How many did you get right this round?
We got 2 right.
So y'all have 4 total. So 8, 6, and 4. All right, so we're going to, I think this is how you actually play the Newlywed Game. I was thinking about it. The 3 of us are going to leave again. And this time, they're going to answer questions, but for us. You're going to answer as if you're answering for us on your paper. We're going to come back and then just answer it in real time without knowing what you've written, and then you're going to reveal what you wrote. Does that make more sense? Yes. All right. So you're going to keep the phone, Tanner, and you just...
Same questions?
No. Next set. There were some of those that I had just skipped. So just remember which ones you asked.
I didn't know it was rare.
You never get rare. Why would I know that?
I always get rare.
You always get rare.
I am telling the truth, and I will talk to my mom later today. She's probably watching this right now. It's rare, right? It's rare.
I'm going to try to stay away from, there's a couple questions on here that are just like the funnier one, like who is funnier. I don't like those as much because...
You probably know which one's which.
Because there's 2 options, like that kind of makes it a lot easier. So...
But then there's the snack one.
So keep in mind for this round, I'm going to ask you the question, and again, you write down what you think they would say about themselves for the answer.
Okay.
All right, so they're gone now. So the first question is, name their favorite restaurant. That is really hard right now.
I literally, we just went today, but I can't remember the name.
Favorite restaurant?
Oh no, what's the name?
Should we skip it?
Yeah, let's skip that one.
Perfect! I would have known it, but I don't know what the name is.
I feel like
All right.
everybody has different.
What was your friend's first job? What was their first job?
You mean what?
Like what?
The first job they
Have
ever
y'all
had.
had a job yet?
Are you talking about my brother's?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's his first job?
Oh, then probably doing yard work.
Okay, well then definitely write that.
He said Brendan, I got confused.
I think that's right. I don't know. That was actually before I knew him.
Then I realized we were the only siblings.
I think Ellis is pouting today.
Okay. What is their favorite color?
I swear if his changed.
I'm also not 100% certain.
I really
Certain.
don't know. His could have changed throughout his middle school years.
Well, so he always when you ask, he says red, but I think that he would say blue sometimes. It's like
So
he'll be like, red.
wishy-washy.
Well, I guess it could be red or it could be blue.
How do they like their coffee?
What if neither of you like coffee?
Just say he doesn't like coffee. That would be good because he could be like, I don't like coffee, and then you would be like, I know.
Well, I think he's done coffee before, at Starbucks, and just put a lot of caramel in it. It's not really coffee. It's just a lot of other stuff in it, and then there's coffee in it to give him boost. I don't know. But
What is their favorite season?
I'd say he just doesn't like it.
What? Can you answer?
What is their favorite season?
Like summer, fall, winter, spring?
Mhm.
Because I could say football season.
No. I mean, he might say that if you think he'll say that.
No.
Anything that isn't softball season. So probably winter. Because of Christmas.
All right. So they did favorite drink. Okay. And How? Okay, so wow, so there's not a ton of questions. I'm trying to pick one. Again, there's a lot on here that are just, is it them or you? And again, I don't like that very much. Where is their ideal vacation?
That's hard. You mean like a place?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and motion them in, and by the time they get in here, we'll be done. Come on in. Come on in. Yeah.
Oh. What up? They're pretty
They were
difficult.
tough.
Like
They
I'm
were
not gonna
tough.
lie, they're pretty heavy. I mean, we shall. Oh.
I'm excited to be here. Shoot me if I'm the only one.
Oh.
All right.
What up?
So the first,
I got a mic, by the way.
oh, toy. The first question is, what was their first job?
First job. Well, just the straight up truth, my first job. So one was like a volunteer. Would you consider that like, is like literally for like 6 weeks in the summer. But it technically was a job. So I guess it counts.
I mean, it's hard for me to answer because you're going, but to me, a job is what you get paid for. So I wouldn't say a volunteer position.
Well, then Brewster's.
Brewster's.
Is that what you put?
That's what I put.
Hey, there it is.
That's what I put.
The Brewsters.
Yeah.
Shout out to my wife.
Mega.
My first job was reffing soccer.
Oh.
I forgot.
Uh-oh.
I didn't think that you got paid for that.
Uh-oh. I absolutely got paid for that. That's the only reason
He
they
wouldn't have
should
done
be
it.
out there.
If he didn't
What'd you
give
say?
it.
What'd you write?
I wrote the Powhatan today.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
All right.
All right. Wait, I mean,
She has an answer.
okay.
The only thing.
All the way up here. Like this, Matthew. Like this close.
Okay.
Like almost kissing it.
Yeah.
I mean, officially, I don't have a job, but I do get paid to cut people's grass. So.
What did you put, Marissa?
Hey, that counts.
That counts.
Yard
That
work
is
counts.
fantastic.
Wow.
All right. This next question, this is one that we were all the most uncertain of. And that is, what is the person's favorite color?
Color? Blue.
I bounced back and forth between green and purple because I've seen you wear those a lot.
Oh, okay.
And
Green tie on my
I
list,
ended
but-
up with green.
You ended
So
up with what?
with green.
Green. Okay.
Yeah.
I do like green. But blue for sure.
Also blue.
Blue.
What'd you write?
What'd you put?
I put red because I literally told Tanner, I was like, he will tell you that his favorite color is red, and then a week later you'll ask him and he'll be like, well, I guess it's blue because I wear a lot of blue, and so it would make sense that that's my favorite color.
Like he's making it logic.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have
It's not
one.
my favorite. It has to have like evidence.
I just wear it a lot.
Both
So
of those
blue.
paths end in blue.
The blue pill.
So
Yeah.
what about what
I said blue.
blue? What'd you say, Marissa?
Hey.
Okay.
Blue.
All right, so that's 2 for y'all.
Yeah, we were all blue. What up?
Excellent.
Yeah, you got 3 points.
All right. So the other question was, how does your person like their coffee?
I hate coffee. So not at all.
I wrote poured out and trashed.
There we go.
So-
That'll count. That'll count.
Well, creamer and sugar. Is that how you answer this question? Yeah.
That's how I
Oh,
answered.
yeah! That's how I answered it.
So,
Love it.
um,
I love
I,
it. Go ahead, bud.
Oh, I've coffee like twice in my life. The first time I liked it. The second time I threw it in the garbage.
So, what's your final answer?
So.
Let him answer. I don't want you to cheat.
I don't know how to answer this.
You just gotta
Literally said he threw it in the garbage the second time.
She told us this whole story too, by the way.
So what would
you gotta answer it?
just say what you think she wrote?
He doesn't like coffee.
That's what she wrote. Wow.
There you go.
Y'all are killing it this round.
Yeah.
Okay. Question number 4. What is their favorite season?
Fall.
I wrote fall.
Yup.
Spring.
So I wrote fall fall / spring.
Doesn't count.
No, what? You can't write 2 of the 4 options.
I wrote 2. No, listen
So
to
you wrote
this.
50% of possible
No,
answers.
listen. Because
You don't get a point, by the
he
way.
doesn't like to be hot and he doesn't like to be cold. And we've literally talked about this, and he's like, "Well, I like the in-between months or seasons."
Which one was first on your list?
Fall.
Then that's not right.
But it just says fall / spring.
So
No.
you could have
Well,
wrote
you wrote
fall,
fall
spring,
Yeah.
summer, and
Maybe
winter. And you would
winter.
have counted it.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't count. Get out of here.
I also said football.
Cheaters
season.
galore.
That would have been a super clever
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Winter.
Oh my!
go.
They're
They're
4 for
killing it.
4 right
They're
now.
killing the game.
The comeback is real. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Last question. Where's their ideal vacation?
Oh man. Ideal vacation. All right, so I don't expect answers from y'all on this, but so I'm just thinking. This is my thought process out loud. Are we thinking like location? I don't mean specific location, but like a genre of vacation spot, like the beach or the mountains or whatever. Is that what we're thinking, or are we thinking like the activity we would do, like a place we would go, like Disney World or something like that? You know what I mean? And then the word ideal, there's a whole wrench in it because that assumes to me that there's no money limit on it. And so like, just a normal, straight up like normal vacation for me. I don't know what to choose. I don't know what to choose. This is hard because I feel like there's like a literal world of possibilities here. So I'm going to answer it the way I feel like the question would be worded. And I have a feeling I'm going to not get what he wrote. But my ideal vacation would be to go to Italy.
Bro, I put the beach because I was thinking broad because I was like, he always goes to the beach every year.
Yep.
But literally in my head, I was like, what if he says money's not a problem? I was like, he's going to say Italy. But he
There you
always
go.
goes to the beach. So I put the beach.
Yeah. No, and that was what I was teetering between. I was going to say either that or the beach, but I zoned in on the ideal word. So ideally, I would go to Italy. But since I can't afford that, I would go to the beach.
Just copy and paste all the prefacing.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. I don't know that we've talked about anywhere specific before. So
Don't do these nonverbal looks at each other. Stop.
I don't know that we've talked about anywhere specific before, but so I'm going to go broad. Also, I'm going to go with a beach trip. No, okay, cool. Here you go.
I put Italy as well.
Whoa!
Because
Y'all just swapped.
that's where his family is. Or was from and everything.
Same.
He's been. But he's been, I don't know. It was a whole thing.
Nice. All right, what about y'all?
This is a hard one because I've said a lot of places that I want to go when I'm older. So she could have said any of them. But I assume that reaction. I'm gonna go. So no money. It doesn't matter how long the trip is, or is it just vacation?
The question didn't define it,
Yeah.
so
You just got to answer how you think she did.
you got to answer honestly about you.
is a very odd answer, but I think it's about what she was put down. A trip to every state in the U.S. Is that right? Am I close?
I don't think that's
Doesn't
right.
sound like it.
It is a well, I didn't know what else to say.
What?
I was just thinking about like a place that we always go to. So I really thought that would come to mind is Williamsburg.
It's okay.
Yeah.
None of us got that
Yeah,
one.
we
so you
struck
don't
out
have
on
to-
that. That was a hard question. There's so many
All
options.
right, was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right, so we are going to do it, but we're going to ask a fresh batch of
Okay.
questions. So,
All right.
All right, our turn.
Let's go.
Hey, score update real quick. What did we get? 8. We had 11. What do y'all have? 8. What do y'all have? Y'all got a lot that round. 8. The game's getting tight. Game's getting tight. All right, this will be the round because it's 6:06. So 6:15.
Championship round.
We need 3 to secure the dub. We need only 3. Yep.
You want a piece of paper? Okay. Need more paper?
Who's funnier? Gotcha. Yeah. I had mine. I just don't know where I put it. Okay. Oh no. All right. So 5 more questions to end the day. So we did those. Season. All right. All right. Oh, wait. They were staying away from these. Is your teammate always on time? Now, remember, you're trying to answer how they would answer. Okay.
So, are they honest?
Yeah, pretty much. How do they like their eggs? I feel like I ran out after all the ones they asked. Oh, okay. Oh, no, wait. What color are their eyes? What color's their eyes? Ellis, you better get this, bruh.
I got this one on lock, bro.
You better
Okay,
get
don't
this.
worry. Don't you worry.
I think Tanner's are green. Yeah, I think they are. Green and hazel are the same thing, yeah? You would call green eyes hazel eyes.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I'm putting in. Okay. I feel like we've done these. What is their most repeated sentence or phrase? Tanner has several. Yep. But I'm going Giga.
I have no clue.
Giga, fill in the blank. Oh no. All right, last one, y'all. Favorite restaurant? What's their favorite restaurant? Easy. Easy dub.
We went to this today.
Man, I feel like it could be Cookout, but at the same time, my dude loves some Four Seasons. He loves Four Seasons. But he also loves, what's that one in Midlow? Carrabba's.
So good.
He loves Carrabba's. Man, I'm going 4 Seasons. Y'all good?
All right, come on.
Come on down.
Hurry up.
Not the right show, right? It's not. Hey, come on. Here they come, swagging in.
Is that Conor McGregor?
Yeah. There he is. Conor McGregor getting it. Is he fighting tonight, isn't he?
I think it might have been last weekend.
Oh, no, I thought it was tonight.
Is it?
He has a fight soon.
Yeah, tonight. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Tonight. That's how I said it, like the last time, so I just made fun of myself. It's tonight. All right, so last set of questions. Here we go. First question. Is your friend or is your teammate always on time? Now remember, answer for yourself.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, got it.
My dude.
Yes.
And we're answering about ourselves.
Yep.
No.
Correct.
Yeah. yeah.
Absolutely
You got it.
not.
You got it. You got it. All right.
Both of us are late. I mean, I believe, we're on time.
You wrote yes.
Look
There
at
you
us.
go.
That's mostly because of our mother.
Yeah, y'all are making such a resurgence. Like last 2 games, y'all's percentage is through the roof. All right. Second question. How do they like their eggs?
So a joke that we have between us is I eat hard-boiled eggs a lot, and Elijah hates them. But they're not my favorite, so I hope that he didn't put that down. How I would eat my eggs? I'm going to go for an out-of-the-box answer here and say anyway.
I did not put that. I didn't put hard-boiled. I put fried. I thought you liked a good fried egg because you like eggs on your burgers and stuff. A fried egg on your burger.
I literally will eat eggs anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, darn. But we didn't get it. I wrote fried.
I think mine would have to be scrambled.
Yes.
Woo!
Scrambled.
Yeah.
Got it. Survey says, ding, 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 number 1 answer. All right.
Scrambled.
Hey. All right.
Lit.
Shh, that wasn't a good look for us. All right. Let's keep going.
Yes. Hey, can I Abby trying to sing the Family Feud theme song just went.
Honestly, John Cena and Family Feud are the same.
You can't see me. You
Same
can't
thing.
see me. All right. Question 3. What color are their eyes?
Blue. Oh, that's all right.
Frick. I knew they weren't brown. But, well, because, he's blonde, so I was going to guess blue, but I don't know. I've gazed into those eyes plenty. I've just forgotten, I guess. Dang it. Sorry.
Poop brown.
That is not what I put.
What did you put?
It's brown.
Oh, well, brown. That's
Brown
what
counts,
it
yeah. You had to have the poop.
Yeah. Come on.
No, that works. Yeah.
brown. Blue.
Bruh. All right, they're catching up, dog.
That's
We got to get
literally-
these.
His is brown and mine are blue.
We got to
why
get
nobody
these.
understands that we're
All right.
twins.
What is your teammate's most repeated phrase or word?
Oh my gosh. I have so many. Dude, I can see this is the question that you were making the face to, like, Oh,
no.
gosh. I think I'm just going to go with something super obvious and simple, but I will not blame you at all if you didn't put what I'm about to say. I'm just going to say frick. Ah. Ah. That was on my head. That was on my head because I just recently started saying that again.
I put giga and then a blank. Giga clutch. Giga lard. Giga dope.
Giga lard?
Yeah. No, giga large. Yeah. All right. Well, that
that doesn't. That means that we aren't guaranteed the dub because we've only gotten one. So y'all can steal.
I also say a lot.
Y'all gotta miss this.
Like,
You have to miss this.
It's definitely hard. I know. I say holy guacamole a lot, but I also
Don't react. Do not react.
Bro, stop talking to her with your neck roll.
he doesn't even have
like,
a neck roll.
say
Look at
this.
this neck. This is a good thick neck.
Whoa! Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh.
All right. What is it?
Okay.
We're out of time.
Do random noises count as an answer? I don't. Okay. Holy guacamole. There we go.
I went with we love that.
Oh, I do say that a
We
lot.
love that. Good answer. Good answer. All right.
Our parents have made fun of me a lot for saying this, but I usually say,
Into the mic. Leave me alone.
That is you.
Nice.
That is totally you.
All right. So what's the score? Score update. 11. Wait. No. We have 12 now.
11.
Y'all have 11? All right, so we're still up. If we get this, we win. If we get this, we win. Ellis was so sure about this one, too. So, what is their favorite restaurant?
Oh, my, dude. There were two major options in my head. Two. See, the problem is I don't even know how I would answer this question. But if I had to pick, I'm just going to go for it and say Four Seasons.
I'm so mad.
Yes, dude. Yes.
I'm mad.
Oh, yeah.
This is because
All right,
you didn't
play
think
for
of
second. Play for
Williamsburg.
second.
Okay. Kava.
Come on. Yes.
Yep. All right.
Is it the place we just went to today? I can't tell you that. I forgot the name. It's hibachi or something, right?
What is it?
It's like one of those hibachi. Oh yeah. That.
Is that what you wrote?
There's so many hibachi.
You wrote Kabuto's? That's what you would have said?
Yeah. I
Okay.
just don't. I don't. didn't
So y'all
know the
tied.
name.
So y'all tied.
So,
But you didn't win.
can we do a tiebreaker?
Because we go there.
Yeah, somebody wants to own third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just both enjoy second. Let it roll.
Everybody gets a trophy.
Well, no, we get the trophy. Y'all get second.
We get second place.
That's valid.
All right, somebody's got to hit the
We
thing.
get runner up.
Good game, everybody. That was a tight game.
Yeah.
That was a winner runs. Yeah, exactly. Dude.
I feel like
Four
also,
Seasons.
though,
This is such a clutch answer.
I feel like the answers. What makes me upset is that I got them right. Like I said the right thing, but I just.
What? No, you didn't.
Second guessing.